check. Oh, it's Thursday. Happy Thursday, everybody. It's good to be here. Made it through hump day. Hope you guys got some humps in. And you made it to Thursday. It's the second best weekday, I think. So Thursday's always, I feel like, especially when you cover the news, political news, I feel like everybody is tired by Thursday, like even the people you're covering. And so by Thursday, it's kind of like it's easy. I fell down a rabbit hole for the last like 20 minutes. I've been watching this like on Twitter, but going through these clips about an asteroid. I didn't save any of them. You guys been following this? And now I'm not sure. Like right at the end, I think it might have been a story from last year. But the story is there's like an asteroid that's just like cruising around Venus, just like hanging out. And it has like a 1 in 50 chance of hitting the planet. That seems bad. It seems that's what had me fucked up this morning. And I don't know anything about any of that. So this is one of those places where like I'm a boomer and I could just fall for something stupid. It's entirely possible. So if anybody knows anything about that, let me know. I don't know anything about that. Welcome everybody on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok. We're back on TikTok. Shout out to our TikTok rep who got our access restored. I do want to just say this to TikTok mods, if you guys can help me out too. Be real transparent. On TikTok, we make almost no money ever, which is fine. I know some people would rather view it on TikTok. That's okay. But we do have, we've had problems. Like you guys know this. We've had tons of problems being banned off of TikTok like every single day for insane things every single day. And I've had TikTok reps before and they'll never do anything. They're unable to do anything. We finally have somebody who's willing to do stuff for us. But just so you guys know how they get paid, it's not like TikTok pays them. They're independent contractors. They get paid like a portion of the gift. So the way it works is if you send a gift into TikTok, you send 100% of that money. The creator gets like 33% of it. TikTok gets like 33% of it. And these TikTok reps get like 33% of it. It's a way for them to like outsource their customer service without having to pay wages or like anything that comes out of pocket that they don't earn. So just out of respect to our good friend who's been helping us stay live, if you do enjoy being here on TikTok, it would go a long way to send some gifts. It's not a significant amount of our income. We don't count on it ever. I think yesterday our total was like $1.80, which is fine. But we do have somebody who's working hard behind the scenes and using some of his own capital just because they're a fan of the show. They've been with us for a long time. They've been in the Discord for a long time. And so it would go a long way, at least for you guys that are watching on TikTok, to help dude out and help make his job worth it, so he's not just using up his capital for not. There is, I guess, political capital for nothing. So I'll say that TikTok mods, you guys are on it. I don't want to talk too much about that. A reminder for everybody else: we are crowdfunded here, so we have different options for ways that you can help us out. That's above me or that way. There it is. That way. I'm not supposed to say them out loud. And every day we try and make enough money to keep this thing going. We got a hell of a show for you today. It is the last show of the week. I do have extra time after, and I don't know how much I have for the show. I don't know if I have a full 3.5 hours. If we don't have debates, we may not. I may open it up at the end since we're not doing Friendly Friday. We'll see how that goes. Don't tell me. I mean, you roster rant. I'm not. That's why I don't look at TikTok chat. They give it. We got to get rid of the "you're muted" sticker there. Gets me every time. It's probably the Rug sister. She's pissed out. She treated her little sis. Come on. I still don't know why it's a rug. It was a carpet. It was. We gotta get. It was like this. Don't ask me why this is still right next to my computer. It was like this. It wasn't a rug. It was carpet. But this was black. It wasn't white and gray. It was black. And so anything like if you were to get something like creamy and milky into the fiber, you can see how it would be hard. Like you could see it. It'd be hard to get out of there. So we're clear on that. Does the copy link trick work for YouTube too? I don't know what that means. Ask somebody else. Anyways, on to the show. I have this sneaking suspicion that this SpaceX rocket that launched this morning. How are we already live restricted on TikTok? I'm trying to keep all the rules. They already got us. I have a sneaking suspicion this rocket from SpaceX is not going to deploy today.
Yeah, probably. I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa!
Whoa! What? That's not good. Oh my God.
It appears there has been a
Ship
row.
36 just blew up.
Yeah, that one's not going to make it. That sucks. I do want to say though, good thing we outsourced all of our NASA to SpaceX. They're doing great stuff over there at SpaceX. This is like the 10th rocket that's blown up this year. I don't know. I didn't follow NASA. Were we blowing up rockets at this rate when it was NASA? They seem to have a problem with their shit blowing up. That they said it shook houses for like miles. Like that it like woke people up. It shook their houses. I don't know how far away the launch is, but they said like houses like 5 to 10 miles away were able to feel the boom there. Great movie, by the way. Do you remember that? What is it? Bring the Boom? Bringing the Boom. It's you guys know the movie I'm talking about? Is it Bring the Boom? What is the movie? You guys know what I'm talking about? Here Comes the Boom. That's what it is. You guys remember this movie? Did any of you watch this? It's like Kevin James is like a school teacher and then becomes an MMA fighter. Great. It's a great movie. Yeah, you guys do remember. It might not be great. That might be back from like when I was came home from my Mormon mission. You're gone for 2 years. And you can't listen to like any music. You can't watch like any movies. And, you can't listen to audiobooks or whatever. You can't listen to regular books. And so when I got home, like I'd had like a 2-year break from anything like cinematic. And I got home and I watched, what is it? There's a movie with The Rock where he's a football coach. Let's see. What was it called? It's called Gridiron Gang. That was like the first movie I watched after I got home. And at one point his player, like The Rock's mom gets sick and the players bring him some flowers. Like it's kind of like a rough school. It's one of those stories, right? Like somebody comes in and these kids are rough. They just needed a good coach. So they like bring flowers for his mom. And I cried like a baby. I cried. And I thought for a long time, I'm like, this is the greatest movie. It is so, and then I watched it again like 3 or 4 years ago. I was like, oh, that's tough. That's a tough look to be crying at Gridiron Gang. But I did. And I cry a lot. I don't know if you guys are criers. I tend to cry a lot, so that's not that unusual. Oh yeah, that's right. It's a juvenile detention facility. That's what it is. Live is still restricted. Great. That's what it is. It's like a juvenile. So it's like I don't even remember the plot of the movie. Jay cried when he met me. I don't. Hollow Rhino. Have we met? I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. Who is Hollow Rhino? All right. So there was SpaceX. I want to show you. Is it this one? One of them, like you can hear the boom. Is it?
We've got a new subscriber.
Oh, this one just shows it a little better. This was a different angle of that ship blowing up. There's no sound here, but. And then the secondary, boom. I feel like Joe Rogan right now, watching shit blow up and making sound effects. I am the left's Joe Rogan now. All right. This made me so happy. This is I don't know. They say MAGA man because that's what everybody says. I don't know if MAGA, but he's got a shirt on that says Patriot. and he was in New York City, and he decided he was going to do the patriotic thing, and he was going to tear down people's signs for their freedom of speech for the No Kings riot, and then this happened.
Come on, you work so hard. You're so close.
Wait, I want a video.
You're so, oh, the other way. You gotta, I think I gotta do it again.
This is
There you
old.
go.
This is old. Damn it. All right, we're watching it anyways. I just saw it.
You can do it. You'll get it.
You've been doing a lot of arm work at the gym, right? This is.
Do it.
You know, this is a very educated city. There's a lot of engineers in this city. You can get a lot of help.
That's a good talk.
You can't do it. You know, Amazon's down the street. They got a lot of engineers who could help you. I am putting this to buzz. Oh my God. Oh.
Oh, this is going viral.
Hey, genius, why don't you take the lid off?
Yeah,
Take the lid off. Pry it open. There you go. You needed a liberal to help you with that, dude.
My favorite part is he still doesn't know why he did that. He just picked it up. They were saying like maybe you could throw it away. He doesn't know why he just did that. Just takes instructions. Ladies, find yourself a patriot because they just listen. It just picks up the lid.
You're too fucking stupid to figure it out on your own. Go throw it away. No, please. You've worked so hard. Throw it away. You've worked so hard. We've done it together.
Come on, rip it.
Come on, we're bonded now.
You can do it.
Come on, you can do it. You're so close. You're so close. Try the other one. Look, there's no lid on that one. Come on, you can do it. There's no lid on that one. Come on, do it for the boys. They're not so proud of you right now. Don't you want to make them proud? Come on. Oh, you're going to keep it?
Come on, rip it.
Keep it under your pillow.
Oh, you got it.
Come on, rip it. Come on, rip it. Rip it.
That was beautiful.
That was a bit, sorry, I guess that's old. Look, I don't have social media outside of work, so I'm sorry that it's old. But I loved it. I forgot to say, by the way, happy Juneteenth to all who should be celebrating. I'll get to some Juneteenth stuff here. Actually, let's do it now. I didn't want to start with it. This is from last, I guess, was this in 2023, I think. This is from the signing of Juneteenth being put into law. This is Opal Lee. Opal Lee has kind of like become she is the voice of Juneteenth. She was I want to say, somebody help me out. I think she was a school teacher or a school counselor. Is that right? In the community? She'll tell you all about Juneteenth.
This is the pen that President Biden used to sign Juneteenth into law. I'm Opal Lee, and I've had this marvelous day at the White House. The young people would say, it's off the chain. I knew I was coming because Juneteenth had been made a national holiday, and the president was signing the bill into law, and I was invited to the signing of that bill.
Looking out across this room, I see the advocates, the activists, the leaders who have been calling for this day for so long, including the one and only Miss Opal Lee.
Over the course of decades, she's made it her mission to see that this day came. She's walked for miles and miles, literally and figuratively, to bring attention to Juneteenth, to make this day possible.
You cannot imagine how joyful, how humble, how magnificent the whole thing has been. There may be some of you who don't know what Juneteenth is. The enslaved in Texas were told they were free for 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation freed them. They'd watch in their churches and they'd pray for freedom to come. And it finally did, when General Gordon Granger and 7,000 colored troops from New Jersey and New York made their way to Galveston, Texas. And he read General Order Number 3 that said all slaves are free. When those people came in from their labor and somebody read that to them, we started celebrating, and we've been celebrating ever since. Juneteenth is not a Texas thing. It's not a black thing. We're talking about freedom for everyone.
Saw a lot of comments saying like I miss like a real president. Whatever you want to say about Joe Biden, like the guy had feelings. You know what I mean? Like it is a stark comparison. Like if you just go compare every press conference now and the adversarial tone and the Kim Jong-un style like constant filleting of the president versus like previously, it is. And I think that like America, we're just fucking angsty, man. We're just angsty. We had Joe Biden and like there wasn't enough stuff. There wasn't enough stuff to keep people mad. So we just made up new shit to be mad for the last 4 years. There was like legitimately all the stuff that Republicans are mad about and were mad about during the Biden administration. I think for a lot of us, the reason it was so frustrating is because one, like 90% of it wasn't real. Like 90-ish% of it wasn't real. But two, it's just like, what you aren't really mad at this stuff. None of this stuff you pretended you were mad about with Joe Biden, you were actually mad about. If you were, you would have done something to like fix any of it since you've been in office. But it wasn't. It was just like Republicans knew that their ideas are unpopular, but complaining and being angsty bitches is like that's what we are in the United States now. We have it so great, and so we just complain about things. And Donald Trump understands that as well as anybody. Like even in power, that guy shows up every day to work to complain about how things are unfair. And it watching that was it was a reminder of like softer times that just like made a little sense. I thought this was cool. This is Texas Christian University, acting like Christians and not hiding behind their Christianity so that they don't have to be called bigots. Here's what TCU did for Juneteenth.
Dear Miss Opal Lee.
Oh, sorry. Little bit of context. Opal Lee came and spoke to the football players at TCU.
Dear Miss Opal Lee, I'm writing this letter to thank you for all your contributions to making this world a better place for everyone. Your sacrifices have not gone unnoticed. As a mixed person, people like you have made my life possible and accepted. And I want to thank you, Devin Dale.
Miss Lee, thank you so much for your contribution and everything that you have done. You have made Fort Worth a better place. Praying for you in the future and that God continues to work through you. Best wishes, Cal.
Miss Opal Lee, thank you for your courage and leadership. It was great to hear your story and how it has all come full circle. I look forward to following the process of the Juneteenth Museum, and I believe it will be a great addition to the Fort Worth community. I hope to make even half the impact that you have. Thank you, Thomas Coppinger.
Miss Opal Lee, shout out to you. Thank you for your wavering dedication and tireless efforts in making Juneteenth a national holiday. The strength, the resilience, and the passion for justice have inspired generations and brought a deeper understanding for Juneteenth and unity to our nation. You walked so others could run. With every step you took, you carried the weight of history and the hope of a better life and a better future. We honor your legacy, we celebrate you, and we thank you. The powerful role you have played in ensuring that the story of Juneteenth is never forgotten. Thank you for being the voice that the people needed to hear.
Dear Miss Opal Lee, I am reaching out to you to give you my thanks and gratitude for your accomplishments and your will to make Juneteenth a nationally recognized holiday. You have inspired many and helped many more out. Out of all of these sports out of the world, you are the true MVP. Thank you for everything.
Yeah. That's when America's kind of cool. Like it's not all shitty. There's a lot of people showing their true colors right now. And there are those who are showing their true colors to tear down, and there are those that are showing their true colors to uplift. And I think that I probably spend too much time, and we're going to spend a lot of time today talking about tearing down. But it's nice as a day like today on Juneteenth to remember those kind of things. Andrew Tate, not one of the people who is uplifting, and I just thought that's funny. You guys remember our friend Gadget He's come on the show a few times to talk about Andrew Tate. I expand this. Weird. All right. Is there a way to expand these on YouTube? All right. Anyway, Gadget put this up yesterday. This is from somebody 18 months ago. Somebody joined the Real World, which is Andrew Tate's like Hustlers University. Now it's called the Real World. Somebody asked questions about the features that they were promised and not delivered. And so they got this. They get a notice saying, you have been banned. We have banned you from the Real World. Reason, arguing. The Real World is a private members community designed not for enslavement. You need us. We do not need you. We do not owe you a membership. Your membership will no longer auto-renew. To appeal your ban, reply to this email. And if that wasn't bad enough, then once it was officially canceled, this is what you get from Andrew Tate. This is real. The Matrix accepts your return to slavery. The slavery of not being a part of Hustlers University, our scam online university. This email is to confirm that the opportunity for freedom, which started on March 26th, is now fully canceled as of June 17th. You won't be charged moving forward. You won't be free moving forward. You will work as a drone. You will support the Matrix as its slave. You have 291 days to spend inside the real world and a chance to escape eternal insignificance. Soon you will be plugged back into the Matrix mainframe. We highly recommend you rejoin the real world. Quitters always end up as slaves. How are you going to escape the Matrix without us? Who else is helping you? Do you even have a plan? Winners never quit. Quitters never win. Tate, please resume your membership and give me the $50 a month that we were getting from you. We desperately need it because we're on the trial. We're on trial for being human sex traffickers. Please reconsider your entrance into the Matrix. This is what all this shit sounds like. For anybody who's been in a cult, like, this is what all of MAGA sounds like. This is what they do to you guys. This is what, like, somebody, when we were playing that Juneteenth video, was like, Donald Trump is literally the greatest president in the history of the world. Yeah, that's fucking weird, dude. That's a weird thing to say. You guys all talk so weird. I've been watching over and I just clip after clip after clip. And the way that these people speak about Donald Trump blows my fucking mind. It was what was that guy's name? It was Tommy Tuberville, and he was in the Trump administration before. Who's the guy that was in the Trump administration that's on Fox now? Older guy. What is his name? Richard Kudlow. Is it Richard? Larry Kudlow. Watch the way, like, just pretend they just replace Trump with Kim Jong-un, okay? And tell me this is any different.
What do you make of this? Do you think the U.S. should get directly involved?
Well, I'm all behind President Trump. And
I'm all behind. Do you think the United States should be involved in this war with Iran and Israel? Well, I'm 100% behind Kim Jong-un.
Israel, Larry, I think that they'll make the right decisions. We had J.D. Vance at lunch today, our vice president, and he said things are going well. They're spending a lot of time in the Situation Room, getting all the information from what's going on.
Except for from Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of national intelligence, who said that Israel or Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, and so they're just leaving her out now.
The big thing is, I think, that Israel has been very, very effective in knocking out Iran's air defenses. They've killed a lot of generals, a lot of their leadership. Obviously, all the scientists that have something to do with their enrichment of uranium, they probably knocked their nuclear future back about a year and a half, maybe even more than that. But Israel's taken some hits. We all know that. But President Trump understands the people in this country are war fatigued, and we want to.
There's a big war, but Trump understands that you guys are tired of war. He understands that, and that's why He didn't do anything to de-escalate. That's why he's escalating this.
Help Israel as much as possible. I think they can do the job on their own with the help of intelligence and us giving missiles and things like that. But I would hope that we did not get involved with our men and women in war because I don't think right now the United States of America is really in for that.
That was actually the wrong clip. Let me see if I can find the right clip. That was the end of the clip. Is it here? Oh, here it is.
Trump is the most dominant figure on the world stage.
Change Trump out for Kim Jong-un in this one. Sorry.
Senator, you know what? Trump right now, Donald Trump, is the most dominant figure on the world stage.
Dominate me, Daddy. Donald Trump is the most dominant figure on the world stage. He's dominating everyone. The whole world's laughing at him. The whole world is like, this guy's a fucking idiot. He's dominating them.
Far greater than anybody else, you know what, in decades. It's not Putin, it's not Xi Jinping, it's Trump. Trump holds the cards in his hand and knows how to play them. That's what's happening here.
Oh, my God. He's holding them. He knows when to hold them. He knows when to fold them. He's dominating. It's not Xi. Everybody who says China's better than Trump, it's not. He's the best. Look how he holds his cards.
I've been around a long time. You've been around a long time. Never seen anything like it. He is utterly dominant, Senator President.
Oh, I haven't been hard in decades. I'm feeling a little tingle. Blood is starting to flow to my nether regions when I speak of the greatness of Donald Trump.
I'll give you the last word on that one.
And then Tommy's like, oh no, I've got to fillet him harder than that. Watch this. No gag reflex.
Well, he's dominant, Larry, because he'll make a decision. He's a guy that understands.
He takes what he wants. He dominates because he'll just grab you by the haunches and take what he wants.
Leadership, and he uses the people around him. He listens to them.
There's people in the chair over in the corner. When they tell him harder, he does it harder. And they cheerlead him from over in the corner in the chair.
Just listening to J.D. Vance today at lunch, he said, heck, I've been 4 days in the Situation Room just waiting and making sure we all understand what's going on. We want to make the right decisions along and help the president make a final decision at the end. So I'm so proud President Trump's in this situation. I can't imagine this past administration and what they would have done if they had seen anything like this. Of course, it wouldn't have happened because they give all the help they possibly could to China and Iran. And
it wouldn't have happened. If Joe Biden was president, they would have just given Israel to China, I think. But not grab them by the haunches and take what you want, what's yours, Donald Trump. It's the same fucking foreign policy. There's very little difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump on this, except for that, like, Donald Trump talks in what like Republicans call metaphors, but what I call incomplete sentences.
Russia as we went through the situations.
Yeah, big difference between peace through strength and appeasement. No more appeasement, Senator.
So weird. You guys are so weird about Donald Trump. It's so unsettling. Remember, I want to show you this too. It's a solid morning. Remember, there was this ad going around. Some of your favorite Republicans on TikTok were showing this ad, looking for the toughest badasses in the city, seeking extremely tough, brave men for new crew I'm building. Compensation is $6,500 to $12,500 per week. We're forming a select team of the toughest dudes in the area. This unit will be activated only when the situation demands it, but you get paid every week no matter what. High pressure, high risk, no room for hesitation. We need individuals who do not break, panic, or fold under stress and are basically all around kick-ass dudes. Physical strength, speed, conditioning is important, but mental toughness is everything. If you're not the biggest guy in the room, but you're the one people follow when things go bad, that's who we're looking for. We're recruiting those who are already hard. Like bring in Tuberville and Larry Kudlow there. Badass and ready for confrontation when necessary. However, we can train you. All right. So Republicans ran with this. This is a joke by a podcast called what's their podcast called? The Hate Watch podcast. and watch them be astonished, because this isn't a political podcast. So I don't think that they were ready for the stupidity of MAGA and how MAGA would turn this into a conspiracy theory.
Looking for the toughest badasses in the city. Seeking extremely tough brave men for new crew that I'm building. Compensation, $6,500 to $12,500 per week.
Joey posted this ad on Thursday. We wake up today. It's in the Associated Press. Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is vaguely referencing it, saying there's paid agitators. Alex Jones is talking about it. Steven Crowder.
The whole idea behind it was like, oh, the guys that respond to this Craigslist ad are going to be guys that consider themselves super hardcore badasses.
It's an inside joke with the podcast.
It's an inside joke for the listeners of the podcast.
You need fucking badass dudes who are kick ass and don't fold under pressure. You know.
And somehow the nation fell for it.
We talked about how this thing that was going on in Los Angeles was paid agitators. This is what I meant. Looking for the toughest badasses in the city of Los Angeles, seeking extremely tough brave men for a new crew I'm building. Compensation is $6,500 to $125,000 per week.
Just kind of missed that number there.
$125,000.
They got deep pockets.
All right, and it's all confirmed. It's all federal money front-loaded by the Biden administration. They admit
It's all confirmed.
The mayor
It's
admits
confirmed.
it in L.A.
It's confirmed.
They are encouraging this. They are funding it. They are running ads for big, strong men.
Somebody's financing it. We're going to find out.
It's me, Trump. You go live.
It's me, you fool! Arrest me! The best part of this is all these people, they do this and they go, look how stupid they are. Look how stupid they think we are.
we think you're stupid. You're dumb. You're dumb as shit. It's a life-size like rat trap with a piece of cheese, and then she's getting snapped in half by the trap. She's like, "I got the cheese, dumbass."
Republicans are fucking dumb. Republicans are fucking dumb. You guys are so anxious to be outraged that you will believe anything. You're just desperate. Oh, the deep state's going to be uncovered any minute. And then you believe everything. Brianna says, Jesus, I do a lot of Kegels. You could say I'm jacked in the box. All right. Thanks, Brianna. I wasn't ready for that. Alberto said, big fan of your show. Thank you, Alberto. Appreciate it. As a reminder, we are crowdfunded. So anything you can do to help hit our gift goal, we'd greatly appreciate it. Johnny said, I sent star goggles on TikTok. I'm back on YouTube. Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate you, my friend. Is this the long? I don't remember. I wanted to show this video. We talked about it. It broke during the live, and then I didn't get to it yesterday. I wanted to show the arrest of Brad Lander. He's the New York City comptroller running to be the mayor of New York City. I didn't know this either. He's actually working with what's the guy's name? Zoran. What's Zoran's last name? Zoran Mamdani. Bad with names. They have like co-endorsed each other, which is kind of a W. Apparently, he's been going down to these immigration court hearings for the last 4 weeks. And what he's doing is he's going down to help people feel protected, but two, to make sure that if people are arrested, that it's like a legal process. So he's demanding a warrant signed by a judge. He stands with the people. And ICE had just had enough. ICE is like, I'm tired of people asking us to keep the law. And then they're just like, fuck it, we're going to arrest Brad Lander. I wanted to show the video of him actually getting arrested. Here you go.
Judicial warrant. Do you have a judicial warrant? Do you have a judicial warrant? Can I see the judicial warrant? Can I see the warrant?
Quick reminder, everybody in ICE that wears a mask is a silly, scared little bitch. That's a constant reminder. If you are a ICE agent and you are behind a mask, you're a bitch, and you should either take off the mask or quit your job. If it's so embarrassing that you have to wear a mask, I would recommend getting a different job. That's just one man's opinion.
I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it? Where is the warrant? I have my hand here. You obstructed. You obstructed. I would let go. I'll let go. I take to see the warrant. Put him in custody. Take it back.
So now he just has to see the warrant. They hold up a piece of paper. Who knows if it's a warrant? And now they're doing something unlawful. You can't detain him. You can't do any of this. Somebody asks you to see a warrant. You can't just detain them. Of course you can't do that. But what you really can't do is then arrest them and take them away.
Step back. You don't have authority. You don't have authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Sir, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. You don't have the, I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant? You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant.
What? Sorry, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a judge. I don't think there's any law in the book that says if you're asking somebody for a judicial warrant that you can be detained and arrested by federal agents with no authority to arrest or detain a U.S. citizen. I could be wrong. Maybe there's like some laws I just haven't seen in the secret book.
Stay back. Stay back. No, ma'am, for your own safety. For your own safety.
I can't believe you're arresting me. Where are you taking him? Hello?
And heaven forbid Forbes put up a video and just let the last 20 seconds play without suggesting another video. Fuck you, Forbes. But you can hear, now they're asking, like, where are you taking him? They don't tell. They won't tell anybody where they're taking him.
You have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Where are you taking me? And with what authority?
Why are you arresting me?
And with what authority?
I saw somebody say he has no authority to see the warrant. True, but he can ask for it, can he? He doesn't have the right to see the warrant. The person being arrested does, and maybe he's helping him. I don't know. He told stories. I don't know if this is one of those people, but a lot of the people that are being arrested, they don't speak English. There's no interpreter. So I don't know if the person who was arrested there could speak English or not, but he's just there helping them use their rights to ask for a warrant. But why are we not up in arms about this, Republicans? Why are we not up in arms about ICE arresting U.S. citizens on U.S. soil? Why? Because you don't believe in anything. You just have a side, and your side is Donald Trump. And so you're watching American citizens get arrested, and you would normally freak out about that. But because Trump supports it, you support it. And you don't really have an excuse for it, do you? You guys are fucking weird. Really fucking weird. This is cult behavior. This is very, very weird. Imagine if we did say this. We said that we thought you would be just like the Germans, like when the government comes and starts taking people's rights, you'll be like, ha ha, serves you right. You don't care about rights. You care about Donald Trump. You care about winning. You care about MAGA. And all of you have lost your credibility as in society. And when the MAGA experiment is over, as it comes crashing down, which it will, and a bunch of people will go to jail, you guys will be left with no credibility left, and you'll forever be known as the people who followed a moron cult leader into Moronville. And enjoy your however many months or years you have left of not being in Moronville. Let's see. Speaking of morons, this is we're talking about using the stealth bombers, carrying bunker bombs or other bombs to bomb Iran, and Trump doesn't seem to know what it is. I actually saw one of these. I was with Hole. If Hole's here, we actually saw one of these fly over us one time, and Hole might not remember it because we were pretty in the clouds. But listen to Trump try and be skeptical about the stealth bomber before he announces that we're using it.
And so I want to do that. And sometimes, stealth, they do stealth. I'm not a huge believer in stealth because stealth is basically a lot of it's designed into shape. And, I'm sure you maybe.
I don't believe in stealth, he says. It's just a trick. When you tell us that the bomber is a stealth bomber, it's just, I don't believe I don't believe in it.
But also, if that's the case, they're going to figure it out pretty fast, I think. So you're going
I don't know. I don't know when the stealth bomber was first invented, but I remember being a kid, like during the Iraq War or Desert Storm. I don't know if you guys remember this. There was a lot more like army propaganda back then, and there were a lot of like toys you could get the stealth bomber. So I know, and what was that, like 93, 94, somewhere around there? So I know it was around then. Trump is acting like they're going to figure it out soon. Bro, it's been around for like 30 years. If TikTok is looping, go in and back out. It's not looping anywhere else. It's definitely a TikTok problem.
design an ugly plane for stealth reasons, and then 6 months later, they're going to figure out this, and then you're stuck with a plane. Now, we're doing brand new planes, totally stealth planes. I hope they're stealth. I don't know. That whole stealth thing, I'm sort of wondering. You mean if we shape a wing this way, they don't see it, but the other way they see it? I'm not so sure, but that's what they tell me.
It's stealth because it's not stealth because it's invisible. It's stealth because it can't be picked up on radar. This guy's he honestly, like, he's the commander in chief. This isn't just like your friend. It's not just like your dumb friend that you laugh at. It's not somebody who, like, you know, you'd be like, oh, I could see how they might get confused by that. It's not like they've ever served in the military. It's not like they have access to top secret documents. This is the president of the United States of America, the commander in chief. And like all MAGA, like, I think the thing that you guys tend to like about him is he speaks so confidently about the dumbest shit. Now, again, knowing that it's about radar, just listen to how he explains why he doesn't believe in stealth. He obviously doesn't understand that the stealth ability is its ability to avoid radar detection, not to be invisible. This is not an invisible aircraft. It's very large. I've seen it. It's black. It's has a very wide wing. We call that a wing base. I don't know. I've seen it. And it was dark when I saw it. It was not invisible. You could definitely see it.
And new planes, totally stealth planes. I hope they're stealth. I don't know. That whole stealth thing, I'm sort of wondering. You mean if we shape a wing this way, they don't see it?
That's
but
right.
The other way they see it.
It's because we're in the West and they're in the East, and so our eyes see things differently. So if we use a Western wing shape, we can see it, but they can't. That's why we never use an Eastern wing shape when we build planes. We use the Western wing shape that only Westerners can see.
I'm not so sure, but that's what they tell me. Yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have
Happy Beater, he's the fucking president, you dumb shit. No, he says dumb shit. I cover politics. What do you want me to do? Not cover your dumbass president? What you're feeling right now is embarrassment, and you're taking it out on me. This is called projection. So what you're seeing is you voted for a dumbass. Like, remarkably dumb. Like, the dumbest ever to do it. You couldn't find a dumber comment from any president about military capabilities ever. This is one of the dumbest ever, and the other 50 that are in the conversation with dumbest ever all come from him because he's dumb. And I think maybe you might be, because what you're seeing right now is some of the dumbest shit a president has ever said, and you're getting upset at me. Yeah, why are you guys talking about him? Yeah, why are you talking about Joe Biden? Talk about Nancy Pelosi. Anything but don't point out that the leader of our country is functionally illiterate.
planes that are undetectable, flying around like, you know, nobody's able to see them stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You know, you can be stealth, you'll never lose, right? But
it's talking to soccer players. Wouldn't it be nice if you guys were invisible? For some reason, we're having a discussion about stealth that he doesn't understand. Then he turns around to soccer players and goes, wouldn't you guys like to be stealthy tonight?
and these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world.
He's so goddamn dumb. Good morning, Jen. Bye, Rocky Mountain Roamer. We'll miss you. Jen? Oh, does Jen not know she's unmuted? Hey, Jen.
No, I didn't know.
Oh.
My AirPods switched.
That's all right. Do your thing.
That's all right. Do your thing. All right, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, no, if I put an AirPod in, like it'll unmute our Discord chat, which is a pain in the ass.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah. So if I'm paying attention, I can mute it again, but I wasn't. So anyways. So we're about I'm not doing math right now. My brain's not mathing.
That's all right. I'll do the math. I'm very smart.
Right. You do all the best math. All right. Well, everybody, we're here we're on TikTok for now. We'll see how long that lasts. If you guys could on TikTok, the last I looked, I think we want to get over to 50K likes over there. I need to adjust the gift goal, but if you guys want to help knock out the gift goal on TikTok, if you have a heart me that you could send, I think it's like 1 coin. That helps the stream as well. We want to make sure we're supporting our TikTok agent who is helping us keep us unbanned, even though Jay is trying as hard as he can to keep us banned.
I haven't done anything bannable today so far. That's 40s.
I mean,
40
there were
minutes.
some things that were a little borderline. I'm not gonna lie. Talking about like the filleting but you know what? You've done worse. So I'll just take what it is.
Thank you.
So, all right. So if you guys want to subscribe to on wherever you're watching, on TikTok, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. And use Jeff Bezos' money. If you've used one before, it doesn't automatically renew. So you need to do that each month. So you might want to double check if you've already renewed before. On YouTube, we have free subscriptions, but we also have 4 different memberships if you'd like to support us that way. If you guys disagree with our TV and you would like to come on and debate and have a conversation in real time, how you do that is if you look at next to the V. I'm avoiding saying the links names because we don't want to get in trouble.
Maybe don't say next to the V though. Maybe that's.
No, I'm gonna say it because it makes people laugh because I think it's funny.
All right.
And it makes you uncomfortable. So, so Jen, tail ends, Dub with 2 B's, the number 1. You can add me on Discord and I can bring you on to talk in real time. You don't have to just say things in the comments. You can come up and actually have a conversation. If you also check out our link tree in our bio, we are on most social media platforms and we've got merch. We restream these episodes onto Spotify, and also we've Jay's on Cameo, so you can make a request on Cameo if you'd like to do that. A man goes to a funeral. Wait, hold on. So if you, like I said, got till 1 Pacific time to knock out that gift goal, the pay links are right up above. If you guys could help us out with one of those, that would be fantastic. And then also, a man goes to a funeral and asks the widow, "Mind if I say a word?" And she says, "Please do." The man clears his throat and says, "Plethora." The widow replies, "Thanks. That means a lot."
Thank you. I liked that one. Yeah, Lacey, I do golf a lot. I really enjoy golfing. And this is my friend's company. If you need if you need a new driver, Old Town Golf. I think it's just oldtowngolf.com. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Get yourself a new driver at a discount price. Old Town Golf, making your golf dreams come true. He's gonna hate that I wear this hat sometimes. I promote his company, but we live in a very MAGA area, so I don't know if I'm the I don't know if I'm the branding. He told me one time, he's like, "I saw a video of you wearing my hat, calling Trump a bitch. Thanks." I was like, "Yeah, sorry about that." Okay, here is I do want to try and I do want to find some common ground here with Republicans, because I do think that sometimes the left can go too far, and this is one of those instances. This man, Zoran Mamdani, is running for mayor in New York, and he is a democratic socialist, and you should be terrified of him. Listen to the things that he is advocating for here. Just incredibly un-American things, incredibly destructive things that he's advocating for the city of New York. Listen to this. Republicans, I'm with you. Just listen to how crazy this man is.
Today, the New York Times editorial board said they're not endorsing anyone in this race. They noted that you and Governor Andrew Cuomo seem to be the front runners. And they described your campaign as joyful. They said that you have a fresh style, but they also said, and these are their words, that you're running on an agenda uniquely unsuited to the city's challenges. That they called you a democratic socialist who too often ignores the unavoidable trade-offs of government, of governance. And they say that you basically want the government to operate grocery stores as if customer service and retail sales were strengths of the public sector. He minimizes the importance of policing.
See, listen, that's pretty scary. Pretty scary. What if the grocery store wasn't for profit? What if your prices were lower? What if your landlord couldn't just raise your rent because somebody else raised their rent? What kind of fucking America is this? Affordable groceries, affordable rent? This is not what the founding fathers fought for. They did not fight for affordable rent and affordable groceries. They fought for capitalists making money, not for this shit.
For someone who's not familiar with your platform, you have said you want free buses, city-run grocery stores, frozen rent. How do you plan to pay for those proposals?
Well, obviously, everybody's going to be taxed at 100%. You can't pay for that. This is crazy. No, it's not like this is expensive. It's not like you can just take a small amount of taxes from a few people and pay for all this. You're going to have to tax everybody in the city. Listen. He'll tell you, you're going to have to tax this will destroy New York City. Listen to how much your taxes are about to go up.
So there are a number of ways. The first is that freezing the rent does not actually require the city to spend any additional money. The city has a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, which
Okay, well, the other stuff's going to be very expensive, though.
Which determines whether or not rents for rent-stabilized tenants increase. And the previous mayoral administration froze those rents 3 times. What we are proposing is to...
Okay, so the times that they've done it before, it wasn't socialism and it didn't destroy the city. Those times, but that was different because Mayor Adams was a cop, not a democratic socialist. So if he does it, because he's not a cop, he's a democratic socialist. When they do it, it's going to ruin everything. That's the difference here, is that he's a democratic socialist.
Build on that precedent. And to make buses free, it costs about $700 million.
Unaffordable.
To deliver universal child care, we're looking at a cost of about $5 to $6 billion.
Unreasonable. $5 to $6 billion. We can't do this. Nobody's going to have any money to pay for anything.
We've put forward an economic plan that would raise actually $10 billion to not only pay for our...
Okay, so they're going to pay for it. It's going to be revenue neutral. It's not going to add like any debt. But again, like this must cost New Yorkers everything they own.
But start to Trump-proof our city. And we do so in 2 key ways. We match New York State's top corporate tax rate to that of New Jersey at a...
Not the same as New Jersey. What's New York's corporate tax rate right now? 7.25. So you're gonna match New Jersey. 4% increase in tax rate for corporations.
11.5%. That raises $5 billion. And we increase personal income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers. These are New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more. And we
like by what? 50%? You're going to up it by how much? You're going to take them to 70%?
We increase it by just 2%.
Oh, 2%. 2%. Okay. It's getting hard to figure out how this is going to ruin New York. Hold on. Let me regroup here. Okay, well, he is Muslim, so there's that part too. These crazy fucking democratic socialists, the audacity, the radical Islamic Marxist socialists here advocating that taxes increase by 2% for just the richest people in New York. No!
$20,000, which is effectively a rounding error when you're making that much money. And those things together with good government reforms raise $10 billion a year. And ultimately what that does is not just provide for the economic agenda we've been running on to center working people at the heart of our politics.
It pays for children's health care. These dirtbags paying for children's health care.
but also deliver a city with excellent public services. And when I speak to wealthy New Yorkers, I hear so often that concern around quality of life. And while I respect the dozen or so writers who make up the New York Times editorial board, I also know that their own panel of experts recommended our campaign as the leading campaign when addressing housing and quality of life.
Welcome back, Callie Cam. Glad you're still a fan here. Also, I'm trying to understand capitalism, not trying to understanding capitalism. Kelly Cam trying to understanding spelling. It's tough. Tough game we have here. We weren't talking about capitalism, though, you dipshit. We got so many good leaders now on the left. Jon Stewart, I know he doesn't want to enter politics, but he should. And it's because he's just not an idiot. That's all it takes to be like, to make sense in politics. Just be not an idiot. Here's Jon Stewart talking about to legitimately run nationwide raids. We can run nationwide masked kidnappings just by saying the name Laken Riley. But it would take another 10 minutes to list all the victims of gun violence. But can we have that discussion? No, we cannot. No, we cannot. And why can we not have that? Because it's a constitutionally protected right, which due process is also. But we're not going to work. But due process, it's fine. You can stomp all over due process. It's the problem that we have with you folks. And what I said earlier, I honest to God, I don't think any of you believe in anything. And this is the invitation that I'll give you. If you're going to come up and talk to me today, I need you to tell me what you believe in, and I'm going to ask you questions about it. Because my theory is none of you believe anything. You just think left bad. And I challenge any Republican today to hop in the Discord. Let's have a conversation, and I'm just going to ask you about your beliefs and why you believe them. And let's see how good you are at explaining your beliefs or why you believe them. Let's see if you have any backing or any consistency to your beliefs, because I don't think that you do. I think that most of you just are left bad, love Trump. Trump says left bad. I say left bad, Trump left bad, MAGA, make America great, greatest president on earth ever, 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 ever. It's like he's like a really shitty coach. Anybody like I played in Little League, and I was on the fun team. Like we had this really shitty coach. My team was shitty too, but we all played every position, and we got killed every game. And there were teams that were so much better than us, and like that's who we were. We weren't there to get better. We weren't out there to win games. We were out there to kind of fuck around, and that's what MAGA is. Like just internet trolls. You're just fucking around. You're just trying to like play a game, but there's no actual consistency to your logic, to your principles, to the things you stand for or stand against. You take very principled stands on issues like abortion, issues like LGBTQ rights, issues like immigration, and you're happy to use the Bible to justify those things. But when it comes to compassion, to empathy, to what you wear, to what you eat, suddenly like we don't have to pay attention to that part of the Bible. We only care about the parts of the Bible that we're allowed to complain about. And I think like that's just apathy. That's what happens. America is spoiled rich kids. And if you are a white American, chances are you're kind of just like a spoiled rich kid. You don't really have real problems. Your problems are mostly like made up. There's a reason that if you look at like depression and you look at things like use of antidepressants, those aren't as prevalent in areas where people struggle. Those aren't as prevalent in really like blue collar areas. Why? A lot of times people don't have time to like think about the things or like concern themselves with smaller things that are unsolvable. And a lot of our problems, honest to God, a lot of our problems in America come from we have things so good. Like our lives are so much better than like virtually every other country that like we get really stuck on issues that we can't really affect. Right. And then they eat at us. or things that aren't really like a real issue. They're not actually affecting you. You just let them affect you. But because you can't fix them, you wind up spiraling. We have a problem in America where we just like make up problems. We just make up shit that's not real. Like this war on Christianity, war on the family, war on morality. Those are just human beings that are living. And those are just human beings doing just what they want to do. And for some reason, there's a lot of people in America that bothers them. They feel like that's an existential threat to them. Like if my neighbor is running a commune next door, it does not affect me. Even if I were a celibate priest, it would not affect me but if I was looking through the window and I saw them having a good time, it might start affecting me. I'd be like, this is really affecting me because they're doing something that I'm not allowed to do. And it's making me think that maybe what they're doing is more fun. So I need to put an end to it. That's kind of where we're at with like most issues in this country. To the point though that we've argued about such silly shit for so long that now everything becomes like silly shit that's dividable. Like, should you murder innocent people? That's a real discussion we're having in America right now. Should we help murder innocent people in Iran? Well, they might get a nuclear weapon. No, I don't think you should murder innocent people in Iran. Oh, okay, so you like how they treat LGBTQ people? There we go. We can't ever have like the real discussion. I don't think we should kill innocent people. I don't think we should go to war. But because we're so split and, in my opinion, led by Israel, we explain if this is your and I'm fine with you having this principle. I don't think it's an insane thing to say that guns don't kill people or unalive people. God, we're going to get banned off TikTok. Sorry, Jen. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. It's true. Like, it doesn't happen. I have a firearm, like get up, walk out the door, and go take somebody out. Laken Riley's unaliver, Laken Riley's murder. I'm just going to say it. I don't care. Laken Riley's murder is not every immigrant. So why are you guys comfortable using these crimes that happen by people who are here illegally and applying them to a whole of immigrants? But when it comes to gun violence, you can't do the same thing. By the way, it's not even our argument that like it's not even our argument that like guns kill people. That's not our argument. Our argument is that people do, and that maybe we should limit people's ability to do that. Maybe in the name of protecting American citizens, maybe we should restrict how easy it is to kill somebody else. That's our actual argument. But again, Republicans always do that thing where they're like, our argument is crazy. It doesn't make sense. So we have to make up what the left's argument is. We're going to pretend that their argument is this, and then our point makes sense. But that's not actually our argument. Our argument is not that guns kill people. Our argument is that it's much harder to kill that many people without a gun. That's the argument. And that data is backed up by virtually every country who has ever banned weapons. And then you'll say like, oh, well, then knife crimes go up. Yep. Yeah, they do because people are bad. But guess what? Less people die when knife crimes go up. See, so it's actually like it's better. That's a better outcome. Like statistically, it's just a better outcome. I'm just wondering why you will hold this principle for something like gun violence, and you say, oh, it's because it's a guaranteed right from the Second Amendment. Well, you also have a guaranteed right of due process, but you're comfortable stripping due process from people all over this country because of Laken Riley's murderer. Do you see, like, for me, why I say I don't know if you have principles. I don't think you have principles. I think you have talking points and you have opinions, but they're not based on a principle. It's just like, I like this. I don't like this. I will use my justification over here. I won't use it over here. I won't hold to my principles. I don't think you guys have that. What am I projecting, Brimstone? What am I projecting? I'm telling you, it's crazy. I don't know. That's why I don't even know if you're smart enough to know your principles. What I'm doing right now is not called projecting. I'm laying out two arguments and asking you to explain yours, and you're like, yeah, you're projecting. You could show me where like my principles aren't consistent. There it is. This is it. Like the programming is there. Every country that has banned weapons is communist. Yeah, you guys are afraid of communism. By the way, no country is communist. There are 0 communist countries in the world. Appreciate you saying that. But that's your reaction. That's your programmed reaction. Yeah, well, I'd rather have dead people than communism. Oh. Like, nobody's doing communism. Is Australia communist? UK's communist, Canada's communist, Mexico's communist, Brazil's communist, Ireland's communist, Spain, France, Italy, those are all communist countries. Everybody that's not America is communist.
I wonder if the Chinese Communist Party are communist.
Do you hear yourself? I wonder if the San Francisco 49ers were all people that traveled to California in 1849 and panned for gold. I wonder. Are you guys Republicans? What does that mean? You just believe in a republic? But I'm a Democrat, right? So I believe in democracy. Do we believe in different things? If I'm a Democrat and the Democrats are in office, does that mean, like when Joe Biden was president, does that mean we had a democracy? But now when Donald Trump is a president as a Republican, does that mean we have a republic now? Is that what that means? Or is it possible that you're confusing the party name with what communism is? Because it seems like what you're doing is confusing a name for like a ideology. If the Chinese were a communist country, they wouldn't have a government and they wouldn't have money. They would have no currency and there would be no class system. Clearly, they have a government. Clearly, they have currency. And clearly, they have a class system, which I think maybe they're getting a little better at. Fundamentally, I think that most of you just don't understand what communism is. And that's as far as like the Republican brain goes, right? China's communist. Why are they communist? It says Chinese Communist Party. Okay. Why are they communist though? What tenets of communism do they exemplify? Chinese Communist Party. It says communist. That's legitimately, if that's your answer, which it is, that's as far as you need your brain to go to believe something. That's it. That's as far as it needs to go. And then you just cut off thought. And that's how we're different. And I think that's why you guys get really confused with me sometimes, is because I don't stop. A lot of people on our side of the aisle, like we don't stop, right? We go, is China communist? And then we go, well, the party in charge is the Chinese Communist Party. And then we think, are they doing communism? That's a good point. North Korea is a republic, right? That's right. You guys, would you say that North Korea is a republic? Communist, socialist, Marxist, we're breaking their brains today. We're breaking their brains today. I just did describe communism. I just did. Communism, basically speaking, like the closest thing that you guys would take to like communism it's basically like anarcho-capitalism minus the currency. So take anarcho-capitalism, for any of you anarcho-capitalists here, and get rid of currency and make it trade instead. You're trading goods. That's basically it. And then if you're gonna have like multiple people working in your industry, like if you're selling squash, then everybody that's there that's working with you, like they get to trade that too. Like you don't just own it by yourself. You don't get to own all of their labor. That's basically it. And so people, like it's an ideology. People probably want to get closer to that. I would say that just like America, Chinese is a mixed economy. It's a mix between socialism and capitalism, just like here, except for they're currently way better than we are. We used to be far closer to like what China's doing now. All this growth China is having now is because they don't allow like billionaires. They don't have like 1% of their population owning most of the wealth. They have high taxes and they take that tax revenue and they invest it into sectors, and then they profit from those sectors and they use those profits to reinvest in their country. And in our country, we take government money and we give it to like a dude, and then that dude takes the money that the government gives them and the infrastructure the government's given them, and then that dude hires a bunch of people, and then he keeps most of the money for himself, and the people get some money, and then we try and claw back whatever we can out of that in taxes. But you know who we don't want to tax anymore is the one with all the money, the guy who we gave the handout to, the guy who we let use the infrastructure. We spend all this money as taxpayers for that guy to have the infrastructure to get rich, and we're like, we're not going to take any of that money. We're going to get no return on investment. In China, they're like, we're going to get a return on that investment, and we're going to use that return on investment to invest in other sectors. And that was closer to what we did after the Great Depression up until the 80s, when we would take taxes and we would pay for things like education, where we would pay for infrastructure, where we would pay for like trade schools and technical schools. We were closer to that. Now we're not. Now we're just like, let's take government, let's take tax dollars, and let's use most of it to blow up people overseas, and then let's take a lot of it and give it to a handful of people. And we'll just, instead of collecting it and giving it back to them, what we'll do is we'll just never collect it. We'll just let them keep all of the money. That'll work. That'll fix everything for everybody. Every other country, no, again, we say this a lot. How come nobody's copying what we're doing? Don't you think that if America truly was like the greatest country in the world and we had it all figured out, don't you think they'd be copying us? Don't you think Canada would be copying us? Don't you think Mexico would be, like our two closest neighbors? Don't you think they'd be trying to do it our way? All these other countries just can't see what you see, Frank from Arkansas. Yeah, that's the thing about those Australians. They don't know anything about freedom. Freedom is living in this shanty while Elon Musk takes another trip to Mars. Capitalism, baby. That's America. That's freedom. Nobody wants to do it the American way. The American way is a joke. Nobody wants to do healthcare our way. Nobody wants to do taxes our way. The only thing anybody copies from America is like our military. Like, well, we better spend on our military. And then it's not close. Because as American taxpayers, God damn it, we need to spend most of our money on the military for some reason. Nobody's invaded us since like World War II. But and even then, like it was Hawaii. Not even mainland. Nobody really fucks with us. But we better keep spending more than all the other countries combined, and we better use tax money to get that. Oh, and by the way, instead of just like building up the military, government is inefficient. So we better have fucking Lockheed Martin, and we better have Boeing, and we better have SpaceX, and we better have Palantir, and we better have Northrop Grumman. Instead of using that money and directly investing into our military, what we really ought to do is we ought to allow this middleman to come up in the middle. And we ought to pay those people hundreds of millions of dollars so they can go buy boats and mansions and private airplanes. We should allow them to make some money off of this too. Should the government get a return? No. We can't do that. We can't have this all be in-house. We better have a bunch of these people in the middle that are collecting a bunch of money. Oh, and by the way, those people, we'll do something. We'll fill the Supreme Court full of right-wing judges who are bought and paid for, and those right-wing judges will make a ruling that Northrop Grumman and Boeing and SpaceX, it is an attack on their free speech if you don't let them spend as much money as they want to influence politicians. That's an attack on their free speech. So sorry, they're also allowed to have super PACs, and they're also allowed to lobby, and they don't have to tell you who they spend that money on, what they're lobbying for. They can do that all secretly. It's very important that happens in this country. And we got Republicans still going, yeah, Donald Trump and the Republicans, they're for us. They're for us, man. They're fighting for our rights. They're fighting for our rights to pay taxes and have no representation. And have military contractors decide when we're going to, profits are drying up. Don't worry about it. We'll just attack Iran for no fucking reason. Anybody going to tell me when Iran, why we're attacking Iran? Well, they're going to have nukes. They might have nukes someday. When? When are they going to have those nukes? Do you ever get tired of being a dipshit? Does that ever get tiring? What evidence do we have that Iran has nukes? Well, Trump said so. Do you really want to test it? Yeah, I do. I would like to test it. Just for the record, we've been testing it. They haven't sent nukes. Yeah, let's test it. Let's just keep rather than bombing the fuck out of them. Let's test it. You think Iran is going to like secretly build up this military that can take us over? When's that going to happen? Well, if we don't do it, then China's going to be the most powerful. Maybe that's not a bad thing. I think the world is probably more peaceful if China's the superpower. China's not out here invading other countries. I didn't see China go to Iraq. I didn't see China go to Afghanistan. Yeah, I don't think there should be a world power, but like if we're going to have one, I think you could make a compelling argument that maybe we're not best. Maybe we're not the best world power here. Maybe we don't make the greatest decisions. Maybe we tend to escalate all the fucking time because we keep putting up alpha males. Like it's a little embarrassing now to look back at like our presidents. Like I have a clip here of Hillary Clinton later that's like, I want Iran to be afraid of me. Why don't you just be friends? Why don't you just go over there and like instead of escalating all the time, why don't we figure out a way that we can get along? You notice how when's the last president that ran on, I'd like to get along. I'm gonna try and get along with people rather than go to war with them. I mean, Trump said he was gonna do that, in all fairness, and then he just shows up and starts threatening everybody. And you guys are like, yeah, this is what we voted for. He said no new wars. He said that he was so respected that he would talk to him. He would just call him, and they'd be like, yes, sir. We won't do it. And then he didn't call him, and they didn't do it. Dude, the CCP is terrible. You have no clue. What are they? Yeah, we steal land. Brother, we're on stolen land, Ryan. Is that Ryan McCarthy? Is that YouTube Ryan McCarthy? We're on stolen land, dude. What country do you think we're living in right now? The whole country is stolen land. They steal land. You ever heard of eminent domain? We have laws on the books that allow our government to steal land. I don't want to be China, by the way. I would like to be better than China. You know what I mean? Like this is where the argument gets lost on Republicans. Well, then why don't you just be China? Why don't we just be better? What if we were just better instead of like, they're worse than us, so we don't have to fix anything? What if we just got better? Don't you think the rest of the world would think differently about us if we stopped blowing everybody up? If every time somebody looked at us in the wrong way, we're like, you better fucking not. You better not. Why are you looking at me like that? Like we're just like unhinged bullies over here. We could just be better. I'm a fan of being better. Are you guys not? Dude, you don't live in reality, man. The reality is, if we were nice to other countries, they would blow us up. Okay. We arrived, we conquered, now we rule. Bitch, you didn't arrive. You didn't. Stop saying we. You're a dude in the middle of the day commenting on a YouTube channel. Don't say we. Stop taking, like, our ancestors were fucking assholes. They were shitty ancestors. And yeah, they conquered. They arrived. They conquered. They stole the land. Stop saying we. You didn't do shit, man. You're here now. We all see you. You didn't do anything. You're in a YouTube chat right now talking tough. Stop that shit. Stop having pride in your dumbass ancestors. It's silly. Would love to. You can come up. Anybody's allowed to talk to me, just so you know. Anybody in the chat, you're allowed to talk to me. See that name, that Venmo username? That's also the Discord name. If you add that name, GenDub1 on Discord, you can come up here. You can talk to me throughout the show. Anybody that wants to. Because you guys are, now that we've got them all fired up in the chat, now let's see how many of them take the leap and come up here. Now that you know, I've got to go back to my show now for a minute, guys. I got to stop talking shit to you for a second. I'm going to go back to the stuff that I prepared. But now that everybody here on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok, you've all seen the chat, you all know that these people, they would talk to me if only there was a way. I'd tell this guy, I wish I could talk to him. Now that you know there's a way, let's see if you show up. I'm going to continue my show. And let me know if anybody has some courage. There's a new video angle of the brown shirts kidnapping. It was Adrian Andrew Martinez. I showed you one angle yesterday. This is a much better one. If you remember the story, this is a kid who works at Walmart and there was, I think it was somebody that he worked with, an elderly gentleman who was being arrested by ICE. So he just started talking shit to ICE, which First Amendment speech, baby. If I see ICE, like if I showed up in my neighborhood, 100% I would just go out there and be like, you're a bitch, you're a bitch, you're a bitch, you're a bitch. I would do that to every time because you can. And I think they're being bitches. So this kid was just talking shit. And then because they are thin-skinned, potentially white nationalists, we know there's some of them in there, they freak the fuck out. But luckily we have a second angle now, and an eyewitness account from, I forget this guy's name, but it's the cameraman. And you'll see like the way that they're treating this kid. Now remember, in the clip yesterday, the kid is talking to them. Somebody grabs his arm. He does this to knock the guy's arm off, and then they tackle him. And then they're claiming he assaulted an officer. We all saw what happened. He was talking shit. They were little bitches. They grabbed his arm. They have no right to grab his arm. He got their arm off and they attacked. They assaulted and kidnapped this man. According to the law, that was assault and kidnapping. We all saw it, but here's another angle. And you can see in this angle, the way that they put this kid in the truck and the way that these psychotic lunatics are treating people shows they shouldn't have this job. I don't think ICE should exist, but if it does exist, maybe you get some people who have like the tiniest bit of composure.
All right, so this video shows Adrian Martinez. He's in the blue right there.
Why'd you put your mask? Why'd you slip your mask back up on there, you little bitch?
Walmart in the blue Walmart vest, talking to federal agents, and then you can see the agent pushing him back. Then the phone recording, they recorded the encounter. The phone goes flying, and the video picks back up with ICE agents wrestling that 20-year-old to the ground. Oscar Preciado was making the recording, says Martinez was standing up for an older janitor that he works with. That's when he...
Now look at the Republicans in the chat defending this. These people have no legal authority. There is no difference between me and my friends doing this to you and these guys doing it to you. There's no difference. There's no legal authority here. The fact that they're wearing all this cool gear, they're out there LARPing in LA, the fact that they're out there with their paintball squad doesn't make a goddamn difference. It's illegal for them to do what they did, just as illegal as it would be for me to do it. And that is, again, why I say Republicans don't seem to have principles. Because you love rights, you love free speech. You hate the deep state, you hate big government until big government is going after people that, I mean, why wouldn't you be on this dude's side? It's hard to think, like, why would you be on the side of the police right now? Why would you be bootlicking ICE right now? That kid's here legally. He's an American citizen. He was born and raised in America. His parents are American citizens. He just was talking shit. So if you're celebrating this kid being arrested for talking shit, what does that say about your principles regarding free speech? Well, Facebook was censoring my COVID misinformation, and that was bad. But these LARPing douchebags taking away somebody's freedom of speech, that's good. That's why it's hard. Like, what's the other excuse? If it's not because he's brown, what other excuse do you have to take away his freedom of speech?
He says the agents tried to grab him too.
He grabbed me by the neck and put the other hand behind my neck. Luckily, I was able to, get him off of me and kept recording. When he saw I had the phone in I had my camera on, I told him I'm recording this, and that's when he smacked my hand to get my phone out of my hand.
So that guy you just heard, Preciado, he says all Martinez did was talk, but the video went viral and touched off a storm of protest. This is Martinez's mom. She confirms that he is a U.S. citizen. She also went to the federal detention center to find him, but she was told he was not there. She says she was told he will likely face charges of assault.
And then you don't know where he is? Where'd they take him? They're not going to tell you where they take him. They kidnap you and then they take you. Shut up, Tony. Shut up, Tony. You know goddamn well I'm right about this.
Assaulting a federal officer.
Yeah, we're just kidnapping folks now. Let me read some comments real quick. I need to catch up on those. Where were they? Da Vincian said due process for illegals is finding out they're illegal or not before sending them home. Yeah, heaven forbid. Sandra, thank you for the donation. Bradley says, what do you call someone who refuses to fart in public? Is a private tutor. Hey, Jen.
Hey, go ahead. You can finish.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying something. Judith said, show the Scottish flag. Thanks for everything. It's a long weekend without the show. That's right. It is the last day of the week for me today. I'll be out of town this weekend, so I leave tomorrow. And then Tony said, Trump is the biggest, dumbest bitch walking. That's hard to argue. Hey.
Hey, we're gonna have a guest here in a second.
Okay.
So before we do that, hold on 1 second. Sorry. Anyways, before we get to the guest, we've got a gift goal. If you look in the top left-hand corner, I'm not sure if that math's right. Might need to be updated. I'll update that in a second. But this is our job. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, except for tomorrow, from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. So we need to knock out that gift goal wrap up. And I'm going to say it in the things anyway, just because it just needs to be said. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all go towards knocking out that gift goal. So if you guys could help us out, wrap that up. Sometimes when we have guests on, it can take a little longer. So I just want to remind you that we still have that before that gets going. If you haven't subscribed to us, please do so. You can do it just about anywhere you're watching. YouTube, there's 4 different memberships where you can subscribe for free. Twitch, you have options to use your Amazon Prime sub. And then TikTok is just TikTok. So just like this other guest, message me on Discord if you guys want to come in and talk. My username is the same as the Venmo. Just add me on Discord and I can bring you on. Also, check out our link tree. We are on most other platforms and we've got merch. Have you heard the one about the snail with a race car?
No.
He painted an S on the hood and everyone would say, look at that S car go.
Deborah over on TikTok. Hey, I started the show with Juneteenth. I showed 2 videos about it and it's my background. You're welcome. On YouTube you can watch the replay, so if you missed that you can go back to YouTube and you can rewind. It's we did about 10 or 15 minutes of it right at the start of the show, so I think you just got here a little late. Is the guest ready, Jen, or do I need to go to another subject?
He should be there in just 1 second.
Okay, cool.
Just watch for it.
Oh, I forgot one. I forgot there was one from Brianna. Brianna said, I'm whole sexual. If they got a hole, I'm a fillet. Like she's equal opportunity. I appreciate that. That was from Jen's joke was from Trading Places. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. That's a good question, Dark Unit. If this young man was illegal, why did ICE let him go? They're just detaining. I mean, we have multiple instances. We can go on if you go to Twitter, you can watch video after video of ICE detaining and handcuffing American citizens. I'm just going to say arresting. I don't even know how this happened. One of the weird things that the right has been capable of doing is like pretending words don't mean what they mean, and they're like they were not arrested because they were not processed through and put in a cell. Like, just look up the word arrest. Look what arrested means. You do not have to be processed and put in a cell to be arrested. If you are detained and cuffed and led away, you've been arrested. That's it. That's a fucking insane thing that you guys allow yourself to be lied to about. And I don't know why you do it. I don't know why for the life of me, I just can't figure out why you guys let yourselves be lied to. And then when you are lied to, it doesn't, and you find out that like you've been lied to, it doesn't ever seem to change your mind. It doesn't ever seem to make you question the stuff that you're listening to or the people that you're listening to. Like how many more times does Donald Trump have to lie to you and be caught lying to you for you to like give up on him? It feels sometimes like the more you get lied to, the more likely you are to believe the lie. And I would just like to get back to a place like in this country where we can discuss ideas where like nobody's like the YouTube chat today, Republicans, I'm covering news about Donald Trump and you freak out at me. And you're like, this guy's a nobody. That's right. I'm a nobody. That's correct. And I'm covering somebody who is the president of the United States. And I'm covering him this morning so far, like just being an idiot, like legitimately not knowing what a stealth bomber was, but refusing to learn about it. He just keeps repeating the same dumb shit. There were 3 different clips from the past 3 months of him saying dumb shit about the stealth bomber. And you get mad at me for pointing it out. How dare you? You're such a piece of shit for pointing out that this president's an idiot. We point out that he reads and speaks at a 4th grade level. You get mad at us. No matter what he does. He breaks the law. He's a convicted felon. You're mad at, why do you guys even talk about that? Why you guys always bring up that there's like 30 plus people who have accused him of sexual assault? Why do you bring up the fact that he was held civilly liable for sexual assault? Why do you bring all this stuff up? You guys are obsessed. Well, why doesn't it bother you? Hopefully that new guest that's coming up can tell me like what benefit you're getting. I see one person in the chat that's receiving a benefit from Donald Trump, and that's Tony. But Tony has, a lot of money, millions and millions and millions of dollars. And he'll agree. He's the first one to agree that what I'm saying is absolutely right, that it's all benefiting him and it's not benefiting you. You think the leftist-owned media never lies? No, I didn't say the leftist-owned media didn't lie. I asked you. See, this is the problem. This is crazy. Jeff, just stay with me here, Jeff. This is why I think you're fucking crazy. Because I'm asking you a question of why something doesn't bother you. And rather than going, why doesn't that bother me? You say, oh, the leftist media lies too. They lie too. I'm asking you. This is why it's impossible to have a conversation. I ask you a question about why it doesn't bother you. If you want to pick a specific lie that the left told and ask me why it doesn't bother me, I'll answer your question. I may just agree with you that it does bother me. But we can't even have the conversation with you folks. If we bring something up, it is straight to whataboutism. And I hope this next guest, whenever they get here, isn't going to do that.
He's saying he's having a hard time joining.
It is hard. I mean, it's...
so his name is Jeff. Jeff, just click join voice. You should be able just to go in. I can get you access. It should work just fine if you click on that join voice, the green.
Yeah, right. Let's see if I've got like a quick video on here we can show while we're waiting. We've
got a new subscriber.
Let's see. I don't have anything like quick, I don't think. I could do this one while we're waiting. Actually, this is on subject. This is a former Army interpreter who went against his own people in Afghanistan and worked for the United States Army and then came to America on an asylum claim, which, of course, like, why wouldn't you of course you have an asylum claim, and now he's being deported despite serving our military.
What's your name? Let me ask you, is this position court order? Anything like that? Documentation as court order?
I don't have any documentation for you.
Okay. He's asking his name. Yeah, go ahead. Continue. No, the opposite. No, look at this one. What's your name? What's your name?
You don't have his name. You're not entitled to his name.
No, go. We'll go. We'll ID him.
I work with the U.S. military back in my home country. Okay. I have all the documents. I didn't have a credible field interview. I work with the U.S. military. I was interpreter. I work with the U.S. military. Do you have a warrant for his arrest?
Yes, we do.
Provide the warrant. Provide the warrant.
I work with the U.S. military. Just tell to the...
You can come with us, sir.
Provide the warrant.
You can come with us.
You don't have a warrant.
I work U.S. military back in my home country, Afghanistan. See, this is my situation. Can I see his warrant?
Yes, I'll show it to you in the elevator.
Or you can show it now and make sure it's the right person. Because I've seen you cuff the wrong people.
Could you back up, please?
Pretty embarrassing.
Why all the secrecy? How come they won't ever show the warrant? How come every time they ask to see the warrant, nobody ever shows the warrant? Why the secrecy? If people are upset about this, why would this? If we want to convince American citizens that you're doing the right thing and you're deporting people who need to be deported, show the fucking warrant. If this is all legal, why are they always hiding it? You know what I mean? Like, if Trump wants to continue his deportations, fine, but like, why the lack of transparency? Why the insistence on no transparency? We have masks. We're showing up to, like, this guy is obviously law abiding. He obviously sacrificed his own life for us, more than most of us could say. Even though most people who served, this person was more in harm's way than like most people who served during the Afghanistan war. Right? Most people who served were not in combat roles, were not in physical danger, like the majority. This guy was not only in physical jeopardy, but he was also in jeopardy of his neighbors ratting him out, telling on him. He had to worry about his own government, jihadists, radical Islamists like the Taliban and ISIS. And he did all that. He sacrificed all of that for the United States of America, and this is how we repay him. Fuck you, dude. And by the way, why is this happening? Because of quotas. The one thing that they won't tell you is that Trump's refusal to back down has to do with wanting to hit certain numbers. And so these ICE agents all have quotas. They have to get, I think it's like 3,000 people. I don't know if it's a week or I don't remember what it was. I think it's 3,000 a week. So they are being pressed by their bosses to get as many people as they can. And if you're going to go after, if the goal is as many as you can, you're going to go after the people who are following the law, who are going to work, who aren't out breaking the law, people who are going to their court dates. What they're doing now is they're finding the people most likely to be trying to do it the right way, and they're deporting those people because there's a quota, there's a mandate. And is this benefiting you? To the Republicans here that aren't going to come up because apparently we can't figure out Discord. Oh, AJ's here.
We got some waiting.
All right.
Remind everybody, we're pretty far away from our gift goal with about 2 hours left. So if you guys could help us out with that, then they'll Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats.
It's 3,000 a day.
And this guy's what?
Sorry, I was responding to a chat.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, 3,000 a day is the number. All right. They're in the VC. Here we go. What's up, AJ?
Here, hold on a moment.
Sure.
All right, what's up?
Hey, what's on your
How
mind?
you doing, my man?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm all right.
What's on your mind?
So what's up? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, not anything specific. I think I randomly you popped up on the YouTube short, and I heard you kind of spewing things that seemed a little disingenuous to me.
Okay.
I think it started first with. I mean, I think it's the typical thing. I don't blame you for some of your views, potentially on Trump and or morality issues that are going on in the world, specifically right now with the wars.
Sure.
I think when we hear, and it's more of, I'm going to try hard not to be disrespectful because I don't personally think that does anything, even though in my comments I was being a little bit more vitriolic towards you.
That's all right. I don't take. You can say whatever you want. I'm not going to take it as disrespect. I understand there.
I understand.
Do your thing.
It's more of just energy. It's just there's no point. Learn when you're young. If you have nothing good to say, don't say it. So sometimes I like to abide by that.
Sure.
But I guess the reason why I more towards that side is because again, I can understand why people on the left have issues with Trump and or MAGA. I'm not going to sit here and try and debate the ignorance, and not only on the right side, but on both sides. And I think that's kind of what caused me as an issue is you just seem like you're a relatively smart person. And, you obviously, this is what you do. I don't know much about your channel. I don't know if you're on every single day and mainly talking about political events or whatnot. But I think when I hear things along the lines of, the right thinks left bad. Oh, left so bad. To me, that doesn't really hit home at all, because is that not what happened at Trump's, like when Trump first became a part of the political realm? Is that not exactly what was done from the left to the right for like 10 straight years? And then now we're basically,
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Many of the things that you said are the right can't think deeply, basically, and it comes to very base level things, and
I
they
think that's
left
true.
bad.
I actually stand by that. I actually think
that
if you don't know me, I can tell you my history. I was a former Republican. Like, I worked in the party. I worked on Romney's presidential campaign. I left the party in 2015 and I became a libertarian. And now I'm still a registered Republican, but only because like that's the only way I can vote in a primary, basically. and I find myself on the left. I do think that the right already had this problem when I was there, but I think Donald Trump has amplified it, that most of what the right believes in is thought stopping. I think that you guys quit a lot on everything that you believe in.
There's no way.
Well,
there's no way.
So let's pick an issue. So, for example, the issue that I was bringing up there was the hysteria around illegal immigration. And the way that I showed about 6 or 7 clips of elected Republicans saying one is too many, so we need to do this deportation. And the point I was showing is that that argument seems to be fine for Republicans. One is too many when it comes to deporting immigrants, but one is too many is not a good enough argument when it comes to doing something about gun violence, whether it be background checks, whether it be limiting what weapons you can get, whether it be like assault weapon bans. My point was that I don't think that you guys have principles. I think that you pick and choose.
But to me, what you just said is not necessarily true, because you're telling me that you think that there needs to be more gun control. Because obviously we could go state by state, but you're going to sit here and say over the last 20 years there's been nothing done towards gun control?
It's went backwards. We had an assault weapon ban in the 90s, and then we undid that. It's actually it's gone the other way.
Okay, I can understand what you're trying to say with that, but I think it's, again, a little disingenuous, but yeah, I can understand.
What limits have we put on weapons? Bump stocks from Trump's first term? What else have we limited?
How is this even a conversation? So what if you were in control, what would you do? What would be your first step to gun control? I'm curious.
Well, let's make sure that we understand what this conversation is. The conversation is, I don't think that you have, and I think you're proving it. I don't think that you have principles of I don't think you apply your principles.
I haven't even given my opinion. I haven't even given my opinion, and you're telling me what my opinion is.
You're getting,
huh?
I'm just trying to explain this to you. Yes,
but you're telling me what my opinion is, and I give my opinion.
When I'm done explaining, you're welcome to have your opinion. You
got a God complex, my man. Go on. Big God complex. I think a trigger?
No, I'm just letting you get it all out, bud.
Oh yeah, you didn't just mute yourself. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I didn't mute myself. I was just quiet.
I don't know. I think our voice tones are very similar right here. So why don't you just continue instead of trying to go for this little back and forth? Just continue.
I'm trying to. You keep cutting me off every sentence, so I'm just letting you get it all out. So
I really don't think I am. You're just kind of struggling to go on with your point now. But go on.
So the point was that Republicans seem to be comfortable with this idea that one is too many when it comes to crimes committed by illegal immigrants, but that same rhetoric doesn't work when it comes to one is too many for gun violence. And so I say that. So I think
different topics.
I understand. Almost done. So that was the whole point, is that I'm confused what your principles are, because you seem to pick and choose.
Why don't you ask me what my principles are instead of automatically trying to assume what they are? You haven't asked me a direct question once.
I just did.
You asked me what I wanted to talk.
What are your principles?
No, you didn't. You said, I don't, dude, you, this is what you were doing when I watched your channel. You go from point to point to point, and when there's actually something to go on about, you just move to something else.
What are your principles?
What are my principles specifically on gun control or illegal immigration?
No, I just want you to explain the difference between the idea that one is too many, so we have to get rid of all immigrants, versus one is too many, but we're not going to do. I wasn't done with the question.
Are we going just blanket gun violence? Blanket gun. I'm trying to answer your question. You're struggling.
I haven't asked the question yet.
But you just said that you did ask it, so you don't make any sense.
I'm asking you the question right now. So just wait till I'm done. I promise you get a chance to answer. Brother, get it together, man. This is embarrassing.
Oh yeah, I need to see. You probably do this to every single person that comes. Just go. Just go. Just keep going.
Okay.
Ask the question.
So what is the difference in the principle of one is too many when it comes to crimes by illegal immigrants, and not holding that principle when it comes to gun violence?
I think you're playing mental gymnastics. I'm going to try my best to answer your question, but I find this to be extreme mental gymnastics, because they're two completely different topics.
I know,
and you're being very vague. You're being very vague about the gun violence. What gun violence are we specifically talking about? Are we talking about school shootings? There you go. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
For
What's the difference
school
on the
shootings,
principle?
my principle. My principle on that is that there should be people on the grounds with guns to protect the people coming into the school with guns.
That's not a principle.
That would be my principle. I want protection for kids.
Brother, that's
protection for kids.
That's not a principle.
Protection for kids.
Okay.
How is that not a principle? What define principle? Define a principle.
The principle, again, one is...
I'd like to hear it. No, you're telling me what a principle is, so what's your definition of principle?
Can I answer? Are we good now?
Dude, you're talking just as much as me. Just go. You can't like try to like get your point in. You've never had a debate.
I'm trying.
I feel like I've been pretty calm and like trying to like not speak that much. And I say one little sentence and it's a big issue for you.
I think you're hysterical. But the question...
yes, you're classic. You do this to, I'm sure, towards every person on the right that you talk to.
One thing you could do to prove you weren't hysterical is not overreact to everything I say. And then people will be like, oh, he's not hysterical. So I'm
Overreact.
You just did it again. See? Just calm down, dude.
Because I said overreact. You're struggling. It's like you have more interest in this than you do of actually having the conversation. That's funny.
I'm desperate to have the conversation, but you've got to let me get the questions out, bud. I'm just wondering.
You literally 3 minutes ago said that you asked the question, and then when I told you to ask me the question, you said you haven't gotten through it yet.
I'm asking.
You're really struggling to make a whole lot of sense to me.
So remember, the question is, and I think you're just proving my point, that when you said like,
I think everyone proves your point.
Good Lord, brother. Good Lord. Shut the fuck up for a second, okay? Just like 1 second.
Now you're getting a little upset? Yes.
I can go, dude. I got a show to do. I've prepared a whole show. Do you want to have this conversation
you got
or not?
A show to do? He's got a show to do. Okay. All right, so...
Do you want to have the conversation? Hey, shut the fuck up. Do you want to have the conversation or not? This is crazy.
Wait.
It's like dealing with a child.
Listen how mad you are. Listen how mad you're getting. What?
All right, I'll just mute you till you're done. I'm going to ask you one more time. I have to mute you while I ask the question. My claim is that you don't have principles. And I think that we are illustrating that point when I say that you don't seem to have a principle of one being too many. You pick and choose when that principle is applied. So you apply it when it comes to illegal immigration, but you don't apply it when it comes to gun violence. I don't know why you're acting like we disagree on this. I think we agree that you don't hold your principles across the board. Now you're unmuted.
You don't know my view. You're trying to prove me wrong before I even tell you what my view is.
So explain
I told you. Protection of kids is one of my principles. That is 1,000% a principle. So again, you're playing mental gymnastics because how do you want me to compare illegal immigration? You're going to bring up Lake and Riley like you were on your show before I called into Discord. Like, bro, how is someone supposed to talk about principles between illegal immigration and people coming into America illegally and people running into a school with an assault rifle and shooting up children and teachers?
Yeah.
How can you even begin to like equate the two and talk about principles?
Well, I guess we take a different call. Yeah, if you're not if you're not capable of having this conversation, we can go to somebody else. That's fine.
What is the capability? It's not the capability. It's a dumb question. It's a very difficult thing to put together. It's not. So give me your principle. What is your principle on the topic? I don't understand. So we want
I've never made the argument that one is too many as a general principle. What I would say is that I don't hold that principle. If you don't hold the principle that one is too many, so if a victim of one crime, one is too many, so you have to get rid of the problem entirely or get rid of that group entirely. If you're saying that one murder is too many for an illegal immigrant, so we have to get rid of all illegal immigrants, but then you say one murder is too many when it comes to gun violence, but you don't get rid of the cause of the gun violence, I think that it's not a principle. I think that you are selective in how you use that principle. And I think that you and I agree with that. I think that you have said you're selective. Sometimes that principle is applicable for you, and sometimes it's not.
You sure seem like you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, what did I get wrong on that?
Did you not listen to anything I said before you started talking again?
Brother, it's hard to have a conversation with you, honestly.
It's an impossible two topics to try and put. I'm not.
Okay, do you want to pick a topic that you're comfortable talking about then? Do you want to talk? Because this is silly. This is just dick measuring. I'd like to talk about politics for a second.
How is
if you
this
don't,
dick measuring?
because we're
I'm
not
telling
talking
you that
about
I
the
think
fucking
that you're-
topic. We're still talking about you complaining.
Man, listen
oh,
to
you didn't answer the question right.
I'd
Pick
like
a
to
topic
go to
that
your
you
chat. I'd like to go to your
pick a
chat
topic,
and talk to them
brother.
about who has got
Brother, you
more
are
upset in this
wasting
conversation
everybody's
than you are me,
time.
brother.
You are wasting everybody's time. You won't
Dude,
engage.
you're still
You won't
here. You could
engage
have
in this
easily hung.
discussion.
You're
I'm
just
trying to be
mad because
nice.
I'm making it tough. I literally.
What are you making
I
up?
answered your question. I told you one of my principles. Do you want more principles?
That
What do
was-
you want me to say?
Listen.
What? So what?
That wasn't my
okay,
question.
No, all illegals stay in America. There's nothing more to it other than crime. Trump, bad man.
See?
Get rid of illegals. Like I don't. But
Yeah.
that to me is what it sounds like you're saying.
So yeah, and this is what I was saying. Like this was the whole point of my of the argument is that in order for you to justify your point, you have to
Justify what point? What point did I make that I'm justifying? What point? What point? But you're saying that I made a point. What point did I make?
I'm explaining.
What point?
I'm explaining
You
it.
seem like a little child. You
are
know
you
that
are
you have nothing.
losing your mind right now. Just let me get it out, bud. I didn't
You're the
even
one who's yelling.
I didn't even finish my sentence, bud.
Oh man, this is why you go on YouTube all day. Is because this is what you accept.
Have a good day.
Do you have a point? Because
No,
we have
we're-
someone else who's waiting
well,
that we can
he
move
can
on.
go. We'll go to the next
Yeah.
person. It's embarrassing.
All right.
All right. Who's the
Bye.
next?
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Oh. Holy shit, dude. 1 second, I'm sorry. Let me give the other guy the roll because I was waiting for that one to end, but he wanted to. I don't know what his point was. Check other messages.
Yeah.
I'll do this.
Blue
couple vendors I
said,
can-
"Tell guest stop being a little bitch." I promised Jen I wouldn't say that, so I did it. All right, got those. Did you send me some?
Yeah, I sent you. Alyssa said for the emotional and mental labor. Alexandria said to drop AJ. This hysterical fucking baby is annoying. I don't know if you did. You get Bradley's? Oh yeah, you did. Okay. And then the other guest is here.
All right. This is. Let me go down. Who do we have here? Sorry, I can't see.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm trying to see if I can make the volume adjusted. All right, can you speak real quick?
Yeah. How's that?
Oh, there we go.
All right.
Perfect.
What's on your mind?
Similar to the conversation you had with the guy before. Just I don't know. I'm not sure I necessarily call myself Republican. I have voted for more Republican throughout my life.
Okay.
I definitely work for Democrats as well, though. Because I'm originally from Philadelphia, and that's all that's around there. But the notion that Republicans or conservative Christians don't actually have a true beliefs or principles. Same thing. The other guy, he was crazy though. So
yeah,
I don't know how you do this all the time.
Yeah.
But on the same bandwidth, I don't think I'll agree with a lot of the standard positions. Because all my positions come from Christianity. So there's certain things that Republicans or even Trump would do that I would definitely disagree with. But if I am covered under the umbrella that you would consider Republican, conservative, etc., then I think that will also apply to me, and I would disagree with that notion at least.
All right. I'm not 100% clear what you're trying to say here, to be honest.
So the notion that Republicans, conservative, etc., do not have actually any principles, things like that.
Well, I actually think that your position is probably more honest than most. I think that your position is that these are religious beliefs, and I think that that's the whole problem with like American conservatism is that most people's beliefs are wrapped up in their religion, but they want to justify it in a way by leaving out their religion. Like Charlie Kirk does this all the time. He'll say something like, I'm opposed to abortion, but I'm opposed to it because of my religious beliefs, but I can make an argument against it. And I do think that that's why you wind up having some of the hypocrisy. If your political beliefs are based on the Bible, you're going to have very biased beliefs, and your beliefs are going to contradict each other quite a bit, because the Bible contradicts itself quite a bit, and it contradicts the Republican Party quite a bit. And so I think that's where we get the problem, is because people are Christian first, they say, but then they support a non-Christian or non-Christian actions, and then when we bring that up, they're like, oh well, I don't believe in that. I don't think Republicans, like the political party, I don't think you guys believe in anything. I think you believe in Donald Trump, and you believe that the left is evil, and I think that's the extent of your belief.
Republicans, the party.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that goes for people in political spheres in general. If someone's entire livelihood is Republican or Democrat or etc., their belief is whatever they are against. Especially the past few years.
For example,
anti-Trump. That's all Democrats and liberals are. It's anti-Trump.
Well, here would be an example.
Anything or say anything.
Let me give you an example. Let me give an example of why I don't think that that's true. My side of the aisle is going to have far more people who would identify as socialists or communists and atheists than your side of the aisle, and yet nobody on my side of the aisle is trying to limit Christians' ability to practice freely or to self-identify. No, we are not attempting to take away any of those rights. We are not trying to, even though I think believing in Jesus is silly, I think you have every right to do it. I think you have every right to do it publicly. I think you have every right to tell your friends about it. I think you have every right to tell your friends about it in school, in wherever you are. You're allowed to talk about it, and you don't, we're not going to do anything to outlaw your ability to practice your religion, even though I think it's silly. And I think the right is different, because the right bases it on religious beliefs. Not only do you have your own beliefs, you believe your beliefs are ordained of God and therefore should be the law of the land. And so you use your beliefs to inflict your beliefs on others. And I think that's the difference.
No, I think the difference is that, I don't know if this is all people on the right, but I think people who believe that there is an absolute truth and morality is not subjective want that to be applied absolutely in the law. So those they wouldn't say, okay, I think like when it comes to abortion, you'll probably hear a lot of people who are against abortion say abortion should be banned for everybody, and the response could be, no, you just don't like abortion, so you just don't get abortion, and that'll be good for you. But if someone actually believes abortion is absolutely wrong at all times, etc., they will want the law to apply to all people, not just me and my family, etc., etc.
You want the law based on your beliefs.
It had nothing to do with Christianity.
But wait, hold on.
Do you believe in absolute truth? Do you think these things should be applied? Period. If this is bad, period, not just bad for me, then it should be applied to all people.
Exactly. And so you take your belief system and you decide that it's bad for
everybody. Does it, though.
Excuse me, brother. Don't be like the last. Don't be like the last guy. You got to let me get. I'm letting you talk a lot.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Thank you. That's the point. Is that you think because it's good for everybody, you can force it on everybody. Now, my position is that what you do with your body as a woman is your choice. So I am forcing nothing on anybody. Christians can have 0 abortions. I'm not forcing anybody to have an abortion. I'm not forcing anybody to do something based on my beliefs. All I'm doing is saying that your beliefs don't get to dictate what somebody else does. So I think that's the point. You guys think that your religion gives you moral authority to make choices for everybody else. And I don't think that you should be able to have moral authority because of your religion.
Is there anything you believe that's absolutely true and you apply to everything? If, for example, however you define murder, right? You will want that to be applied to all people. You wouldn't just say, okay, murder. Oh, okay, you don't. Okay, explain that.
I mean, yeah, people are murdered all the time, right? That don't go to prison.
Do you not want the laws to enforce that though?
No, I want the law to be defined. So what type of unalive, like what type of murder? Like we have first degree murder, we have second degree murder, we have manslaughter, we have involuntary manslaughter. There are ways that you could kill somebody and it not be against the law. So it's not applied across the board.
No, it's still against the law.
There are
Everything
exceptions.
you just listed are against the law.
No, it's
not.
Those
aren't exceptions.
No, but I said there are ways.
Manslaughter.
So let me give you an example.
All that is against the law.
No, I know, but I said that I named all the ways that it is against the law.
I understand.
No, you don't. And then I said
I understand that
brother,
you're naming
brother,
the
please,
ways that
brother,
are against.
please, don't be like the last guy, please. Just let's have a conversation. I'm saying that there are ways that you could take somebody's life and not be charged with the crime, right?
Yeah, that's why I said murder. I did not say killing.
I understand that. And I was just showing like that there is a range. But if you said like taking somebody's life is wrong, so taking somebody's life is wrong, so then it would apply across the board. That's what I think a lot of Republicans do with abortion.
I think you're making a straw man.
You didn't let me finish it. You don't think Republicans do that with abortion? You don't think that there's states that outlaw abortion and they're trying to get rid of like exceptions for rape and incest, and they're drawing a hard line at 6 weeks or 15 weeks?
Yeah, they're doing that. They're not saying what you're saying. You're conflating what you believe they're saying, what they're not, with the actions, and think those two things are the same thing. They're not.
What? What are you talking about?
Do you not understand what I just said?
No clue.
Okay, explain what you think they're saying.
Who? I'm talking to you.
The Republicans.
Which Republicans?
According to you, you say Republicans.
I said there are some Republicans because it's been taken down to the states, right? Like they overdid Roe, and now each state gets to choose. And there are Republican-led states who are drawing hard lines on abortion. There are people who are drawing hard lines at 6 weeks, at 15 weeks. There are people that are drawing hard lines for rape and incest, and they are saying that like these don't qualify. And once you're past this arbitrary date that we chose, no longer can you have an abortion.
Yeah, I'm saying, how does that connect to the statement you were saying Republicans were saying?
I don't know what you're saying. I have no clue what you're talking about.
So before you said that Republicans say that taking of human life, taking of any life is bad, etc. I was confused about that and how you connect that to those laws being passed.
The point I'm making here is that Republicans take a belief and they try and apply it to people who don't hold their same beliefs.
Everyone does that.
I don't.
You have to. If you believe in any type of law
I don't have a belief system.
There are beliefs that you have that the law should have.
I don't have a belief system. I don't believe in some magical dude.
You don't believe in anything
in
at
the
all.
Sky. No, I said I don't have a belief system. I don't have a belief in like this magical
Everyone
dude.
has a belief system.
Okay, what's mine?
You just don't call it. You just don't want to call it religion. But you have a belief system.
No, you just want.
I don't know what your belief system is.
What
you know it. You just deny it.
I know it. I just know it. I just know it. See, this is a bad.
You know you have a belief system.
This is a pretty fucking lame argument by you, isn't it? You're like, I have a belief system, so that means everybody else has a belief system. And this is what I say about Republicans all the time. You lie. You guys always do this. You have a position right now that you can't defend, and so rather than defend your position, you make up a hypothetical world where I also have a belief system where I am forcing my beliefs on you. And I pointed out when it comes to abortion, I am not forcing my beliefs on anybody. If you don't want to have an abortion, you don't have to have one. I think that each person should choose individually. So if you're saying my belief system is that individuals have rights, then sure, that's my belief system, that individuals have rights. And your belief system is that your sky daddy gets to determine the rights of individuals based on your beliefs.
The comments always like this because the real you comes out. Like when there's things like this.
What's the real me?
So I'm gonna define what belief system is, right? Do you have a set of principles, ideas? Do you have any convictions?
I do not have a set of principles and ideas. That I follow.
You can't go anywhere with this. Everybody in the comments doesn't see that you're ridiculous right now and that you're just lying. So
see,
I guess
it's what I tell you about Republicans. They just try and force you to be like them so they can call you
don't have any
ridiculous.
That you believe.
They're like, no, I don't have a set of principles. No, I don't.
You're lying.
See? How many chat for weeks have I not been telling you? This is how every fucking one of them argues. They don't want to defend their positions. So rather than defend their position, they pretend that you are exactly like them and that you also are ridiculous. Defend your position. I would like you to defend the position that I
haven't made any. The only position I've made that everyone has belief system. That's the only position I've made.
You're just to defend the fact that you want to dictate law based on your belief system in a higher power.
Everybody has belief systems.
What's mine?
And if they believe something is absolutely true that applies to everyone, they will want that to be.
I don't believe that. I think belief is stupid. I think faith is stupid. I grew up in a cult.
Okay, you okay. I understand. You've been hurt by some type of relationship.
No, I wasn't hurt. I've been educated.
I think in your comment section, someone
there we go.
Said
now he's gonna project some shit on me Because he doesn't have a response.
Every time I
So
say
now
belief
he's like,
system, you
oh,
bring
you're
up
hurt.
religion. I'm not
You've
saying
been
anything
hurt,
about-
sir. You've been
Every time I
abused.
say that,
That's
I
why you
assume
have
it's
this
because
idea that I can't argue.
belief system and
Argue
religion, you
against the
believe
idea,
have to be
please.
two things.
Argue against the
But I'm
idea,
not
please.
saying that those two things are the same.
Argue
You
against the
understand what I'm saying?
idea, please.
What idea?
The idea. So I said that Republicans take this belief that they have in a sky daddy or a god or whatever you want to call it, and they take that belief and they try and force their beliefs on others through the law. And when we're talking specifically about abortion, I don't believe that what I believe fucking matters for you. So you get to believe that abortion is murder and you don't do abortion. And that's fine. All I'm saying is no matter what you think, everybody should have the same rights to dictate how they live their life. And if you're taking away some people's right to dictate how they want to live their life based on your religious beliefs, I've got a problem with that. And I'm saying I don't do that. I do not use religious beliefs to try and inflict some law that would strip rights away from you. If I do, give me an example. Give me an example of something that I would support that would take away your rights as a Christian.
I understand the question.
Give me something the Democrats, give me a law Democrats have passed that would take away your rights as a Christian.
I'm not bringing up religion at all.
I am. We've been talking about religion this whole time.
Every time I bring up that when I say belief system has nothing to do with religion. Do you understand? Religious could be part of someone's belief system, but there are many people who have different belief systems that are not.
Yeah, but you said yours was religious. That's why I'm bringing up religion.
Mine is religious.
That's why I'm bringing it up. I'm only talking to you, bud. It's me and you talking.
Okay, I'm trying to explain to you that when you say that I do not want to pass any laws that would impose anything on anyone else, I'm saying that's not true.
No, I said Republicans.
Every law imposes something else.
I said Republicans.
You do too. I'm telling you, you do.
You don't pass laws.
Who doesn't pass laws?
You.
I do not pass laws.
Correct. Obviously, I'm talking about Republican lawmakers that you said at the beginning of this conversation you support. And I'm talking about their decision.
No, I didn't. I said that there's many things Republicans believe that I do not support.
Okay.
But I have voted for a majority of Republicans compared to the times I voted for Democrats. That's why.
So do you agree that Republicans take their Christian beliefs and force them on others?
I believe everyone takes their beliefs and puts them on others.
Answer the question I asked. Do you believe that Republicans take their Christian?
I believe many Republicans do that.
Okay. And where is an example of people taking non-Christian beliefs in this country and forcing them on others?
I don't understand the question you're saying.
Yeah, it's because there isn't an example. This country, the history of this country is Christians forcing their belief on other people. That's the whole history of our country. That's the whole history of conservatism. Did we lose you?
No, I'm still here. I'm just confused.
Okay.
What's going on?
Conservatives use their religious beliefs to write laws to take away the rights of people who believe differently.
Okay.
There we go.
So I don't believe that.
Okay, well,
abortion isn't a right, so I don't believe someone can take away a right that doesn't exist.
What do you mean it's not a right?
It's not a right. That's what I said.
What do you mean it's not a right?
I mean it's not a right.
I know. What do you mean by that? Jesus Christ! I know what you said. Well, how are you defining a right?
I believe rights are God-given.
Who's God?
They are
Who's God?
Jesus.
Who is Jesus? How do I find him?
Do you actually want to have a philosophical argument here?
Yeah,
or
who is he?
Well,
no, because I'm trying to figure out where these rights come from. And I don't know this Jesus guy you're talking about. When did he give us our rights?
Yes, you do.
When did he give us our rights? I've heard people talk about it.
Right now, you do. You're being facetious. Come on.
Facetious? I think you mean facetious. No, I think that Jesus was a guy who pretended to be the son of God, and a lot of people believed him and wrote books about him. And I don't think that my rights come from a guy who pretended to be the son of God who they wrote books about. I think, in fact, if you look, the rights that I am granted in this country come from the law, which the foundation of that is the Constitution.
But government. So government create rights. Rights are So then, if rights don't exist besides government, that means when government says you don't have that right, then you don't actually have that right. Then
Correct.
Okay, so then abortion's rights don't exist then, and when the government says so, is what you're saying.
Correct. And I think that the government choosing to not let, and I think the government choosing to not leave that right for self-determination on the people and imposing that is something I disagree with, because one, none of you can prove that the guy who you said gives you the rights gave you that rights. None of you can prove that that book is true. So it's the same as me writing laws. It's the same as me writing laws based on Harry Potter. Like maybe we should separate the Muggles out also, because that's what Harry Potter said.
I think this is why Charlie Kirk probably does what he does when he tries to provide arguments against abortion that are not in Christian faith. Because you don't need Christianity to tell you that abortion is wrong. So I think that's probably why.
I don't think it's
now understand what you're saying.
But I don't think it matters what's wrong, or like this isn't about what's wrong or what's right, right?
So
because there are a lot of people who have had abortions for good reasons. I think sensible reasons, and it's a decision that they made. It's a decision that they made on their own, sometimes in consultation with a doctor, sometimes in consultation with family. And I don't think that your little book makes a fucking difference.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but if someone believes that you shouldn't murder somebody and to put it in law, I don't have a problem with that. I understand you do, but I say
we already have a law that everybody agrees that murder is wrong.
No, they don't.
Yeah, we have laws. We have laws on the books that say murder is wrong.
The laws that Charlie Kirk wants, and I agree with him on.
You want to redefine what murder is?
No, I don't. I want murder to be applied equally. That's the difference. I don't want to redefine it. I want it to be applied.
Equally to what?
Equally to all humans.
What constitutes a human? Because the law applies to every person in the United States, right? The law applies. The law applies to every person in the United States, right?
Theoretically, it applies, but when enforcement mechanism is not enforced properly, so we clarify in the law to make sure it's enforced for all humans.
What other laws apply to like a fetus?
All laws that speak on.
All laws apply to a fetus.
Why wouldn't they?
I'm just asking which laws apply to a fetus.
Give me a law.
You have to pay taxes.
Little kids don't have to pay taxes.
You have to be documented. You have to be documented. How about that? Our fetus is documented.
That's not a law to pertain if you're a human
It's not
being.
a law. It's not a law to be here in the country. So you have to have documentation.
That doesn't stop you from being human.
I got bad news for the Republicans. I got bad news.
Yeah,
for
that's
you guys.
awesome. I'm actually refugee.
I got bad news.
So I understand how the immigration process works.
Yeah, do they have documentation here? Apply it. I'm just saying, if you're gonna apply the law,
what are you talking about?
We better start getting some documentation.
We should. As soon as someone's pregnant, documentation should be filled. As
soon as you're pregnant. All right, well, so change that law first. Why are you guys out?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to? All right, good luck with that. And when you do that, when you get Americans to agree on the definition of what, when you get Americans, see the problem we have here. Do you see the problem we have here? There's a lot of laws the laws apply to all of us, right? The laws apply to all of us, right?
The law should, yes.
Okay, so if you want the laws to apply equally, then you better start documenting those fetuses.
Yes, we should.
All right. Well, when you get that, when you get that, then maybe we can. It's gonna be hard to convince people. It's gonna be really hard to convince people. It's gonna be really hard to convince people that we need to document fetuses.
No, we're not. We're not. Mothers who love their babies, they won't care.
What the fuck does
that's not something. That's not.
You think mothers that love their babies are going to want to document a fetus?
Write down a certificate. You're laughing because you want to kill babies.
Yeah, because this is ridiculous.
Is that funny?
No, I'm laughing at you. Actually, I'm laughing at how bizarre this argument has gotten.
Okay, what's bizarre though?
Now you're saying that I want to kill babies because you don't have an answer for things, and this is what you guys always do. This is what the right always does. When you don't have it, when you don't have an answer to a question, you create a straw man. You create a straw man that I want to kill babies. It's what you guys always do.
Yes, we should. I answered your question.
I said, and when you get that done, then we can revisit abortion laws.
It's not said. No, we do not have to document babies for us not to kill them.
Well, then why do laws apply differently?
Laws do not document. Do you think someone has to be documented for us not to kill them? Like, what are you saying?
No, you said for somebody to have rights, right?
No, I do not. I said the rights do not come from the government.
What?
You believe rights come from the government.
Of course they come from the government. Of course they do. Did Jesus give you the right to vote?
That's not right. That's a privilege.
Oh, it's a right. Shut up.
See, this is when we talk about philosophical concept
Of course
versus
it's a
local
right.
concept.
Of course it's a
Philosophical
right.
concept
It's a
and local
right granted to
concept
you
are two different
by the
things.
government. How about freedom of speech?
You understand what I'm saying?
How about
Philosophical
freedom of
concept
speech?
and
Wait, is
local
freedom of
concept
speech
are
a
two different
right?
things.
Is freedom
When
of
we say
speech?
right
Is
in the
freedom of
philosophical
speech?
concept-
Is freedom of
Okay,
speech
now
a
you're gonna
right
talk
or
over
a
me.
privilege?
In the political concept, we say rights don't actually mean rights in the political
Well,
concept.
we're
So
only
yeah,
doing this in political because I don't believe in your fake God. So we're only talking
you have-
politics.
You're hilarious.
Brother, yeah, you know who gave me my rights? Fucking Voldemort. That's who grants all the rights.
That's awesome.
All the
That's
rights in
awesome.
the world are granted by Voldemort.
That's awesome.
That's how dumb your argument is. Honestly,
not.
it's the same amount of
I'm not,
dumb.
I'm
The
not
only
arguing.
difference is that
Right
there's
now,
more
you're not
people that
arguing
believe that.
over if God gives rights.
Is the-
We're arguing if the government gives rights, and you saying, "Oh yes, the government
Of
gives rights."
course
and you
they
said,
do. They're the
okay,
only ones that
okay,
give rights.
and then we went to okay. So if the government says abortion is wrong, the government takes away abortion, then abortion is not right. It doesn't exist. And you said yes.
Correct.
And then I said okay. And you said yeah. You believe that the government should make abortion a right and
Correct.
enforce that. And I said
Correct.
okay, the government should not make
Correct.
abortion a right, and they should apply the law of murder against humans to all humans. And then you said okay, what makes someone a human with the rights with all laws apply to them? And I said yes. And you said okay. Does that also include laws of documentation? Should they be documented? I said, yes, they should be documented. And then you said, okay, if they should be documented, since we don't have that law passed yet, then we should get that law passed first. And when fetuses are documented, then we can come back and then pass laws that say they shouldn't be murdered. And I said, no, we should, whether or not the laws say that they're documented or not, the law already said that we shouldn't murder human beings.
Are you just recapping our conversation right now?
I'm saying we should, so I'm saying because of that, we should not kill them just because they're not documented.
Yeah, but my argument is
that's the same way for any illegal immigrant here.
Excuse me.
Anyone that's not documented in the United States that's
Excuse
human.
me.
I think the murder laws should apply to them.
Great,
as well.
I agree with that. But my point in this entire conversation is that your belief that abortion is murder is based on your belief in this in Sky Daddy. It is. Wait, let me finish, brother. I just let you ramble. I just let you ramble for a full minute. Don't make me mute you. Don't, please, dude. Can we have the conversation? I let you ramble for a minute. Just shut the fuck up for a second. It's my show, bitch. It's my show.
Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead,
man. Yeah. Look, I think that your belief on abortion is based on your belief system, and you don't get to impose that on others. That's the whole point of this.
Do you believe that we should not kill innocent human beings?
Do I believe that we should not kill innocent human beings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want that law imposed on all people?
Yeah.
Then you have a belief that should be imposed on all people.
Yeah, but it's
I have a belief that should be imposed on all people. There we go. So now we have confirmed that we both have belief.
Yeah, but
all
mine is not belief. Wait, hold on. Mine is not based on a book. Mine is based on the fact that, like, it collectively, in almost every civilization, before they had the Bible, before they had Jesus, when they had all the other gods that Christianity copied and pretended was like a new idea with like the Savior and the Son of God, all that shit. Even before they had religion, in communities, you didn't kill each other because human beings recognize together, like, oh, we shouldn't.
It did.
Yeah, no, there were laws against murder long before Christianity.
No, they killed each other.
I know everybody. There's always people killing. I said there were laws against murder long before Christianity.
Not
you guys
murder.
didn't invent not murder. What is they killed each other? What are you talking about? You think that nobody was murdering each other till Jesus showed up?
No,
and they were
no
like,
one said that.
"Fuck, we got to stop doing that."
Okay.
God damn it! I didn't even know it was bad till Jesus showed up.
Do you want to have a real conversation? Or do you
I'm
want
trying to, but
play
you're
a show for your people.
What are you saying? What are you saying? You said that this came from God. Why does it?
Yes,
why does it?
I did.
Okay, why does it predate Christianity then?
Okay, so So you might understand this.
Are you,
so
no,
you
listen,
understand the
listen, brother,
concept of-
brother. You have to answer my questions. You can't answer
about
every.
to- I'm about
No,
to-
what question did I ask? Okay, then what question did I just
You
ask
just said you want me to explain how the people make laws before Christianity came about not killing people.
No, yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
See, so I understand. Now I'm about to explain it why that was
Right.
possible. Okay, so I believe you understand some stuff about Christianity.
Probably better than you.
I believe
Probably
you understand the
way
concept.
better than you.
That's awesome. I'm Orthodox Christian. If you want to have a conversation about that another time, that'll be great. You understand the concept of laws being written on our hearts, right? God law written on our hearts.
No, I don't believe in that. That's stupid.
But do you understand the concept though?
No, it's stupid. It's not a real concept.
You don't. No, you don't understand the
Your
okay,
heart
so
pump.
you
Your
don't
heart.
have- you don't
Your
wanna have a
heart. Your
conversation.
heart pumps blood.
Okay, no.
Your God
you're not-
doesn't.
you're not-
God doesn't
you don't wanna have
imprint
this
on that
conversation.
thing in your chest.
You
that
don't want to
pumps
have
blood.
the conversation.
No, that's what the
You
heart
keep-
does.
you-
The heart pumps blood.
You're literally lying.
The heart doesn't pump blood.
You're lying. You don't understand the concept.
I don't. I think that's a silly concept. It doesn't make any sense.
What? You understand the concept because you not disagreeing with the concept or thinking it's silly.
Nobody can put something on my heart. Nobody can put feelings on my heart. That's stupid. It's really fucking stupid.
Well, I wish you good luck.
Yeah. I wish you good luck, bud.
Yeah, I'll pray for you.
I don't. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, have a great day.
That's your
God
way.
bless you.
That's the bow out. All
Everybody
right.
else in your chat.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I understand you don't actually. You're not.
Wait, what? Say that again.
I
Sorry.
see you don't actually believe anything. You don't want a real conversation.
Yeah,
so,
dude. Listen. I'm trying to have a real conversation with you. But let's just talk about this. Like, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. So it's excuse me. So it sounds weird to me when you say that God puts something into your heart. That doesn't make any fucking sense. My heart is in my body and it pumps blood, and I don't believe in God.
Yeah, this is why when we're speaking on abortion, I asked you, do you believe we should protect innocent human life? And you said yes. And I said, I believe that too.
Yeah, including people who have been raped and got impregnated.
That law to everybody.
Including
and
people.
You said,
wait, hold on. Wait,
that.
Excuse me. Including people who have been raped, or including people who didn't want to get pregnant, or including people whose life is in jeopardy. And I don't think I don't think it's my job to tell them, and I don't think it's my job, or do I have any right to tell them when their life isn't in jeopardy, right? That's their decision. They get to decide whether or not they want to continue to give their resources to a fetus. If we're going to talk about the law and we're going to talk about applying everywhere, you and I and every fetus will never be forced to give our bodily integrity, our resources that our body made, to someone else. That law, when you start taking away the right for women to choose, you are saying that everybody else.
I don't believe
hold
that
on, I'm not done
exist.
yet. I'm not done. When you start making laws about abortion, you are telling women specifically, and only women, that there is this special exemption where you lose the right to determine what you do with your body. Men don't lose that right. Fetuses don't lose that. When would an example be of
every
men?
single law that tells
me.
you
I haven't asked the question yet. I haven't even asked the question.
You give me an example that men bodies are controlled by law. I know you
No. That's not my question.
Every single law.
No, that's not my question. My question is, give me an example of a time where you or I would be forced by law to give the resources that our body generates, and we give it to somebody else to sustain their life, to keep them alive. When would another example of that exist for you and I?
To not kill babies.
No, because
you're defining it as giving resources, et cetera, et cetera. It's just not killing your baby.
So when I define it in a way you don't like, you're not going to engage. You're going to go back to your definition, right?
That's all abortion laws to tell you. What is abortion?
Abortion. What is abortion?
Yeah,
It's the termination of a pregnancy.
Yes. Terminating how?
There's different ways.
Yes, I know that. There's three main ways, and all of them involve killing the baby.
No, all of them involve removing the
killing. They kill him first.
No. Wait, hold on. No, it's not. And this is the problem
Kill
we
them,
have. This is
only rip them apart.
you're not engaging in my point. And we're going to go back to this point. If a
my
mother is forced to
no one thing. Not kill her baby.
How many times do you have to interrupt a fucking question?
Cause you keep trying to play
Yes, I'm going back.
words.
Yes, I'm
killing
following.
a baby.
Yes, because I'm talking about science.
I'm not going to allow you to put poly words and killing a baby.
Scientifically, and according to the law, there will never be a scenario where a fetus or a man is forced to give their resources to keep somebody else alive. So scientifically, that's what a mother is doing with a fetus. She is using her resources that her body creates to keep another human alive. I grant that is a human. I grant that.
Yeah, that's
but
why the womb
I do
exists.
not grant. But I do not grant that we should be able to tell that woman that she has no right to determine whether or not to give her resources to that fetus. Because otherwise, there is this special law that only applies to women, and I find that I find that discriminatory.
You know why?
Because they have a uterus?
No, because the womb is the only organ that's not made for the individual.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, that's the whole.
What other laws? What other laws are? What other laws do we use that are determined?
You just said it's a special situation.
Correct.
So you just described, this is unique, very special. Only women can do this.
Yeah, and I don't believe
they have this one.
I don't
organ,
believe being unique
only
means.
this can happen.
And
So
I don't
obviously,
believe that being
it's
unique means that you have different
go ahead,
laws that are
unique
applied
to
to you. I don't believe that just because you are different than somebody, the laws should apply to you differently.
If everything about you and your situation is different, laws apply to you a little differently.
How? Give me an example.
We literally just described it.
That's the only one. Give me a second example.
How come this
Give me a
wouldn't be
second example.
applied to men?
Give me a
It's
second
because
example.
men
Give me
do not
another
have
example
feelings.
of when this happens.
I don't need to because
You don't need to.
You don't kill
No,
babies.
we don't need to.
Only women.
No, we don't
have,
need to. We don't need
Now
to do
you're
that.
laughing.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we've
Me
already
and you have a
decided
real con-
based
you're not
on
trying
our
to have a real
book. We've
conversation
already
here.
decided
You're not
based
trying
on
to
our
have a real
book that this is bad. So I'm not going to engage in your
I literally just said I'm
hypothetical.
not
So I'm not
using
going to
that. I'm
engage
using
in your
that.
hypothetical because I know there's no other example.
I just tell you we shouldn't kill human beings. I didn't use the Bible once in this entire conversation.
Well, then
I just
give me
said
another
we shouldn't
example.
kill innocent human beings.
Then give me
We should
another
not kill innocent
example.
human- Stop going. You keep going back to
Give
the
me
Bible.
another
That's the only
example.
question you have.
Give me
I'm
another
telling you, we
example.
should not- I don't need another example.
Oh, you don't?
No,
Well,
example needed.
guess what? Guess what? On this show, you do.
No, I don't.
Otherwise, the debate's
Period.
okay. Then have a good day.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
At least everybody else
you got
is
stuck there,
ridiculous.
didn't you? You got
I
stuck
guess
there
so.
with
You
one
can kill
example,
babies,
and you're
period.
like, "That's good enough." And guess what? It's not good enough. It's a stupid.
It
It's a
is.
stupid fucking answer, and your
You
answer
ain't
relies.
that's
Your
why.
answer relies on a sky daddy to be true. It's
No,
a
I didn't. I
stupid
just said
fucking
we shouldn't
answer.
kill innocent human
It's a
beings.
stupid
You keep saying
answer.
Sky Daddy. I keep saying innocent human beings.
Nah, it's a
You
stupid
keep saying
answer.
Sky Daddy. I never brought up God once.
It relies on that.
It doesn't.
It does.
You believe we shouldn't kill innocent human beings.
Correct.
I believe we shouldn't kill innocent beings, but you believe we should have special murder rights for moms.
No, if
they
you
don't
want to
to kill
scientific,
kids.
if you want to
I believe we
create,
shouldn't.
if you want to
I believe we
create,
shouldn't.
if you want to create a method where you can keep these fetuses alive without harming the mother, go for it. But until you have that method where women get the right to choose, and then you can keep that fetus and you keep that fetus alive, then we can have a conversation. But until we have an opportunity for rights to be the same across the board, I heard you, dude. Shut the fuck up. I get it. And by the way, I assume you just think all these women are just murdering babies. They just hate babies. Is that what it is?
No.
What is it?
You can murder somebody
What is it?
even if you.
No, I
don't
asked you
hate
a very
them.
specific question. Why are all these women having abortions?
They choose to.
What's that?
They choose to. We live in a
Why do
culture
you think
people
they
like you
choose to?
tells them it's
Why do you
okay.
think they choose
it's
to?
okay. Because we live in a culture that tells them like you, people like you, tells them it's okay to kill your baby. It's not that deep. It's not that serious.
Oh, so they're
You
just
could kill
killers.
human beings. It's not that serious.
So
and then
they're
get-
just dumb. They
and
don't
then
know. They don't know
actually
any better.
believe- Oh yeah. Oh
They're
no.
too stupid to
A
figure
lot
it out
of them do.
themselves because society
a lot of
told
them
them it
do.
was okay.
No.
If
we
society
didn't live in
told
a culture-
you that, if society told you that it was okay to start killing children, would you do it?
My sentence,
Do you think you
or
would do
you're
it?
not?
Do you think if society told you that it was okay to start killing children, would you do it?
No, I
Oh,
wouldn't.
but women are different.
If society, we live in a culture
Women-
in which
yeah.
that was propagated, yes.
Yeah, women.
I'm pretty sure that.
Tell them all.
I wouldn't just have a figment.
No, just tell them they're too
telling
stupid.
me
Real quick,
that I
I'll give you
couldn't.
the mic. Tell these women they're too stupid to figure it out on their own.
I'm not telling them that.
Well, tell
I'm
them.
telling. That's what Charlie Kirk believes. So I believe that we should have laws applied to them, which means every single one of those women.
Why can't
who
they
kill
just
their
make the
babies
choice
should
themselves?
have-
Why do we have to have
should have
special
murder
laws for them?
Say that again.
Why do we have to have special laws for them? Are they too stupid to
What's
make
special?
the good?
The law's not special.
They're too dumb
What's
to make
special is
a
the condition.
decision for
What's
themselves.
special is the condition. You're not actually trying to have a conversation. I keep trying to answer your question, and you keep trying to make jokes.
I'm not making jokes. I think that's your opinion. I think your opinion is. I think your opinion is that you have to force your belief because people.
In the comment section that you're projecting. This is it. Okay, remember this moment. This is it.
Nobody's gonna remember this moment, but you're not that memorable.
You are.
I've had abortion debates with people a million times. See, this is one of the least memorable ones ever. But I just want to have you explain to people why we have to change. Why we have to change the law and take the rights away from women to choose.
Why
can't they choose for themselves?
We're not changing it. We're just applying it equally.
Why can't they choose for themselves?
They can't choose. Choose not to kill. You can't choose to kill somebody. I can't choose to kill somebody. They shouldn't be able to choose to kill innocent.
What's a person? What's a person? What's a person?
I said human being. I didn't say person. See, this is the philosophical
you said
argument
people.
that you're trying to make.
You said people.
I said human beings.
You said people. You just said people.
Okay, people and human beings are interchangeable to me. So human beings.
No, you know why you're doing this right now? You know why you're saying people and human beings? Because you have this.
They're the same thing.
No, it's. I was talking.
I used them interchangeably.
I was talking. Yeah, you use them. But the reason that you're reverting back to human beings is that your argument relies on using the word human being instead, right?
It relies on people understanding that there's no difference.
Right.
No, I use interchangeably. I don't think about.
Then why'd you say you didn't say it?
Say again.
Why'd you say it didn't say it? I just want to know. The only question I really wanted. The only question.
But if she heard me say that, then I probably did. I just don't remember saying that.
The only question I want to know is why is it that you think that all of these women, there's so many abortions, and you say they're murder. Why are these women so murderous?
We live in a murderous culture.
Just women, though, mostly, right?
No, men murder too.
Well, there's
plenty. I think there's a lot of people.
I know, but I'm wondering why these women are doing so much murder. They don't know any better.
No,
they don't know what you know.
Everybody who murder people kill people. No, the men murder more post-birth people than.
But why are I know?
Women.
But why are I'm asking you a specific question? Keep going to men. I'm asking you about women. Why do you keep talking about men? I'm only asking you about women. Please only talk about women. I want to know why you think all these women are just like having abortions.
For the same reason men murder people.
What's that reason?
Because they have murder on their heart.
So all these, I want to make sure you're saying. So all these women that have abortions, they all have murder on their heart. They're the same. They're the same as like a man who goes out and commits murder. Is what you're saying?
Yes, that's how they apply law.
Damn, dude. Damn, man. Sorry, ladies. This guy. That's what this guy thinks of you. That's crazy.
I mean, maybe on Tuesdays. So.
Wow. Sorry, bud. I think that's going to be an unpopular opinion.
Yeah, I think that's awesome for you to think. But if you kill somebody and they're an innocent human being, you murdered them. I think any woman that accepts that understand that they murdered their baby.
Yeah, sure.
Then
all these women.
The second part.
You guys are crazy, ladies.
What should I do now?
Maybe you should. Maybe you should listen to this guy some more. You didn't even know you were murderous. That's crazy.
Yeah, at least now they know, and now they won't hopefully kill the next baby.
Yeah, I'm sure you convinced him. Real quick, do you support Israel or Palestine?
I don't support neither.
Neither. You support Donald Trump? What do you think he should do about the conflict in Israel and Palestine?
Is it still a conflict?
Yeah, there was. Israel literally bombed an encampment last night and killed a bunch of children. What do you think about what do you think Trump? What do you think Trump should do about? What do you think Trump should do?
Pretty one-sided at this point.
I'm just wondering, what do you think Trump should do?
I honestly know what do you think Trump should do.
Okay. What do you think Netanyahu should do?
When it comes to what? I don't know. I know there's still a conflict going on.
You're conflicted now about murdering children. You're not 100% sure.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you're not. That's what I said. That's what I said. You're not sure. You're not sure what to do about murdering all the children.
I don't know what's going on. So
you're not sure what to do about murdering children over in Palestine.
No, I think we should not murder kids.
Okay, well, now that you know that children are being murdered in Palestine, what do you think Trump should do?
I'm not going to take your word for it.
Now that you know that, okay, now that you know that, what do you think Trump should do?
I don't know that. For me to know that, I
okay, well, let's just assume that it's true.
I'm not assuming anything is true.
Oh, okay. You are a coward. You are an unbelievable coward.
No,
No,
this
you
person
are.
not murder
You are.
kids.
You're a
This person
coward.
not murder kids,
You're
period.
absolutely a coward.
Okay.
You will not
It's very easy to
condone.
say that.
You will not
It's very easy to
condone
say that.
the murder
I literally
of
I don't think it's kill
tens
kids.
of
You're
thousands
trying to
of
you're trying to
children
project
in
all the
Palestine.
Republican
You won't
emotions you have in
condone
your head.
that. You'll run from that
That's
like
bad.
a little bitch. But by
Kids
God,
not
will
kill
you
babies.
tell women what to do
It's-
with their
it's not
bodies?
kill babies.
By God, will you
Yes,
tell women
Israel's
what
not
to
kill
do with
babies.
their bodies?
Israel's not
You're
kill
a
babies.
coward, and now I'm going to
Israel's
mute you
not-
while I continue to say it. You are a coward, and you're exactly the type of Christian that we always say that you are. Oh, we care about babies until they're born. Then fuck them. You know exactly. You absolutely know that children are being murdered in Palestine, and you won't say shit about it, but you'll sit over here and call American women who make the most difficult decision of their fucking lives, where they have to live with that the rest of their life. And you think for some reason you should be in that decision. You're cool criticizing that. You're cool demonizing American women. You're cool calling them murderers. But heaven forbid Donald Trump supports the murder of innocent children in Palestine, and suddenly we're tight-lipped. Well, I'm not really sure about that. I'm not sure I could speak about those murders. You're full of shit. You're absolutely
Dude,
full of shit. You can have
liar.
the last word now. Go for it.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
We've got a new subscriber.
Now you're not saying anything?
I said you could have the last word.
Why are you lying? I literally kept saying
No one was
Israel
hearing you.
baby.
You were muted. No one heard you.
This should be criticized. Anytime Israel kills any baby, just like a woman.
The question
this
was,
should be
what
criticized.
should Donald Trump do, is what I said.
I said, I don't know what John Trump should do.
He shouldn't stand up for murdered children?
I'm sorry, there's
He
millions,
shouldn't
there's
stand
hundreds
up
of
for
words
murdering
going on
children?
right now.
He shouldn't go to
Hundreds of
Netanyahu and
words
say,
going on.
stop?
I don't think the United States
I
is
can't
the,
figure out
the,
what he
is the
should
world
say.
police. I
What's
don't think
he
the
gonna
United States is the
do?
world police.
What's he gonna do,
I don't think
guys?
the United States is
I
world
don't
police.
know. That's a tough decision
Okay,
when it
so
comes
if
to
Israel
Donald
comes to
Trump.
America and they start murdering babies, then we should enforce
Yeah, we're
U.S.
paying
laws
for
against
it.
them.
We're paying for it.
Yeah, we shouldn't. We shouldn't.
Okay, so what should Donald Trump do?
If that sense, if we're paying for it, revoke all aid.
Okay, when your party starts advocating for revoking all aid
Party. Not that.
from Israel, when your party,
Not
when Republicans and you,
Not my party.
when
There you go.
Republicans and you start advocating,
No, don't say me.
and-
I literally just said I don't support that.
okay, well, when you start advocating for it and take care of that first,
I didn't
and then
advocate for
then we
Israel.
might take you a little more seriously.
Oh, okay. So I can't tell women to not kill babies in America
Correct.
unless I said. No,
Correct.
I think I can. I can say not kill babies.
Yeah,
period.
but you sound like a dipshit when you do it.
I literally
I aborted him.
All
Sorry.
right, sorry.
I got tired of it. So
Yeah.
sorry. I had to get my Thursday abortion in.
You're
so,
good. Thank you.
But we have someone else waiting.
Hot damn. Line them up, baby.
Getting there. Gary, I'm gonna send you the link in just 1 second. Damn, that was I don't know how much you hear when you mute them, but he wouldn't stop.
Oh, I can't hear it when I mute him. I can't hear him.
Yeah, I figured. So, all right, you want to read the comments?
Yeah. Marty said, "What's Jay's favorite word?" Bitch, you got to say it like short. What? Say it like short. What's Jay's favorite word, bitch? Oh, I see what you're saying. That is my favorite word. I like that word. We're reclaiming it. That was all I had on my end. Did you send me some?
Yes, always check our DMs.
Gary, give me 1 second, and then we'll get to you. Christianity. Amy says Christianity has caused more death than abortion. Tanya says sending this message on behalf of Street Guru. Amy said, and throughout United States history, the Christians lose. Progressiveness will win. Again, never once has those who want to take us back won, not once. Jamar said, but he was being a little bitch. Brother Bob said, keep up the good work, RTB crew. Jimmy said, birthright citizenship doesn't apply to fetuses because they haven't been born yet. Deport all fetuses. Natalie says, what did the bison say to his son when he left the ranch? Bye, son. Flanker 420 said, written on all our hearts, 40K Christian denominations who disagree on everything. Draco's Rose says, what's funny is the atheists know more about religion than the religious people. And Amy Lynn said, I aborted 3 babies. They're 27, 28, and 31 now. All right. What's up, Gary?
Hey, I think you're going to speak to a Christian who's a little bit different than your previous caller.
Hot damn. Can't wait.
So much to talk about. Man, you guys were talking about so much stuff, and I don't want to take over the program, but you mentioned what rights did Jesus give you? And our Declaration of Independence, I'm not sure. There's some really deep messages there.
But that doesn't grant us any rights. That's not a legal document.
Okay, it's not a legal document, but it's the framework of our governance.
But it doesn't give us any rights, right?
It follows the tenets of that basic principle.
But it doesn't give us any rights, right? It's the same as any other writings from the founding fathers before the Constitution. The Constitution is what grants us our rights.
Correct.
Right.
But this document, basically, as you know, it says that these God entitled laws, they try to make sure that as we govern, it's kept in that framework, which is the inalienable right of all men are created equal, and that's the basis of it all. It's not to the letter of the law,
sure,
but the framework is there, and that's what I enjoy. It's actually a lot of people, pastors and churches, they polluted the true gospel, and they've used it for slavery. They've used it for many things, but I wouldn't throw Christianity under the bus because mankind has polluted it. God just allowed it.
Look, I'm fine with Christianity. I grew up religious. There's Christians that watch my show every day. My main contention with Christianity is that you can't prove it. So I don't like you using and I'm using you like as Christians, not necessarily saying you do this, but I don't like Christians forcing their beliefs into law. I don't like that at all, especially if they can't back it up with anything but I believe.
Well, two things. I totally agree with you as well. But the nature of Christianity is an invisible force. And if an atheist were to tell me, prove to me that God exists and I'll believe him, I typically have a couple of questions. One is, and I'll ask you, do you have a spirit? Would I ask?
No.
Okay. If you say no, that means you're not qualified to speak to people who claim they have a spirit. And in the Christian faith, if someone doesn't have a spirit, they can't relate to someone who does.
Well,
it's almost like a prejudice.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a schleppwonk?
What's that?
Well, now you can't talk about anything I believe because you don't believe in a schleppwonk.
Right. But your job is to inform me about it.
Do you see how silly that is?
It isn't. I don't know everything. So,
brother, you already said it was invisible. You said it's an invisible force.
That's right.
Yes. So you're creating like this loophole where people can't criticize you because you have a belief. That's silly.
You can criticize it, and when you say we created a loophole, I agree with you. But you also have to remember that our Declaration of Independence also creates a loophole.
It creates nothing. It creates nothing. It is nothing. It is a document. It's somebody's feelings. The Declaration of Independence is entirely irrelevant to our law.
Feelings are invisible. Feelings are invisible until they're demonstrated. So, for example, the Declaration says we hold these truths to be self-evident, which means it doesn't require proof. They're like, I don't care. I know
but I don't care. I don't care.
It doesn't matter if you care. Caring is not part of the construct of whether something.
I don't care about the Declaration of Independence.
I do.
Okay,
but I don't. It's the reason why I'm in this country.
It's not.
My parents are emigrated here because obviously, there's a lot of freedoms. A lot of people leave their nation.
None of those freedoms are granted by the Declaration of Independence. It's a journal entry.
I wouldn't say they're granted by it, and I would agree with you. It is a journal entry. But the people who've come together to build this nation, they've built it on the principle of coming together to have inalienable rights.
I don't care.
Well, if you were to bring something to me and I said, I don't care, it doesn't change the fact that millions of other people do.
If I decided to call half the country muggles because they weren't magic, I think you would care. You'd be like, what's magic? And I'd be like, oh, you can't see it. You're a muggle.
I definitely get your perspective. But again, majority of the people on this planet claim to be spiritual. And you're saying, well, I don't care about that.
I don't care about that either.
Right. But if the very government in which you reside in, right, establishes that that they are endowed, that the truths are endowed by their creator with unalienable rights. These are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Which creator?
Which
creator?
God.
Which God?
God.
Which one?
The Christian God.
Where does it say it's the Christian God?
It's It's implied.
It's not, because some of the
Even though
because some of the founding fathers
I
didn't
know.
believe in the Christian God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. However,
exactly.
However, that's the God that they've decided to choose. The
No,
British
when did they choose that?
mother God. The pilgrims that came here.
They left.
Quakers.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me. America left England because they didn't want to be forced to choose that God. That's why America exists, because England.
But they
England
also
said
wanted
this has
religious
to be
freedom.
Exactly. So which God?
Correct.
So which God?
And when you say it's the Christian God, but the type of way they were worshiping was not accepted. That's why we have so many denominations today.
It's also why we have.
That's why the
It's also
Quakers-
why we have pagans. It's also why we had
Yeah.
many of our founding fathers were monotheists.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so clearly there's not, like, you keep trying to, and this is my problem with Christians, just if we're being honest, you guys keep trying to take the Declaration of Independence and the writings of our founding fathers, and you keep ascribing it to a God that you believe in, and the God that you believe in, even those of you that are Christian, the God that you believe in may be a different one than them. There was a difference on things
It's
like
not.
there is,
I would say,
because there were people who didn't believe in God the
Right.
Father. There are people who believe in the Trinity. There are people who don't believe
Correct.
in the Trinity. It is a different God. When I interpret that, and because they didn't say Christian God or Yahweh or
Right.
Jehovah, the way that has to be interpreted, because they were atheists, they were monotheists, they were pagans, they were
Right.
Christians. The only way to interpret that is like go with your belief.
that's true, but I would argue this. In the courtrooms and judges and laws, they would typically say, raise your right hand, and they put a Bible out. They wouldn't put another religious book out.
Why
in courtrooms, they would have the Ten Commandments.
Typically, you're saying
And
typically.
Correct. So,
Why
what I'm
why
trying to say
typically
is
and not all the time?
because that's the part of the beauty of the religious freedom, where they decided separation from church and state. However, they understood that the basic tenets of Scripture was so, and it embodied our culture to the point where in our courtrooms, in our classrooms, our Pledge of Allegiance, when they say under God, it's not the Hindu God, it's established.
Can you explain to me how the tenets of our country, which is simply like the tenets of democracy, how those are spelled out in the Bible? Because I've read the Bible a bunch, and it's not a democracy.
Well, yes, and I would agree. That's why separation from church and state is so important.
So what are these principles that are laid out in Christianity that apply to our country? Because it's not very democratic in the Bible.
Well, if you look at the jury of 12, the jury of 12 with a judge, it's basically based on the framework of the Bible that there's 12 tribes of Israel, spiritually, not literally, and the 12 in a jury, and the judge would be a picture of that. As we know that not the physical nation of Israel, that's all physical, but the spiritual Israel, which is comprised of every nation, tribe, and kindred, true Christianity, represents the 12 jury members judging along with the judge who is Christ.
I think that's
that's
an incredible leap that I think you have no evidence.
It isn't. You could look it up.
No.
You could look it up.
But that doesn't make it democratic, right? Because the Bible is still not democratic. The 12 tribes of Israel.
That's right.
The 12 tribes of Israel did not sit in judgment and issue their judgment, and then the judge chooses what the punishment is. Our court system is the jury issues the ruling on whether or not it is lawful or not, and then the judge chooses the judge. Yeah. So I think what you're just taking, like,
it's not a direct
12.
It's not a direct word for word. Yeah, I'm not trying to make a direct correlation. I'm just saying the framework is there, and it's undeniable. It really is undeniable that the Christian religion is the dominant force in our government and culture.
Well, but
like I mentioned, when a president's sworn in, they get a pastor. Like, of course, absolutely. In fact, I would go as far as to tell you my belief.
If it keeps going, it's going to be atheists. So do you think then atheists, if we start stripping away your right to practice and your right to self-identify, are you going to just go along with that because now it's the atheists in control?
It possibly could devolve into atheism, but it would take so many thousands of years.
I said, would you support that?
Atheism.
I know. I'm just saying, would you just hypothetically, once if the atheists were, we started taking away your right to identify as Christian, your right to practice. We take away all of any subsidies you get from the government.
No, we're willing to be jailed.
No more crosses.
Right.
No more crosses.
We're willing to suffer whatever laws the atheist rule would have imposed. For example, North Korea. You know, it's kind of interesting. the less religious a nation becomes, the more violent it becomes.
We're the most violent nation on earth, and we've been the most violent nation
North
since
Korea.
We're far more violent than North Korea. What are you talking about?
I would agree with you in terms of the freedoms spilling out of control, but
no, we go to war all the time. These
are poor. That's poor leadership. I wouldn't ascribe that to Christianity.
We've been killing Muslims my whole life.
So George Bush, he's a Zionist type of individual who misinterpreted the Bible.
But is North Korea, did they have anywhere near the death toll that we do?
I cannot say, but I do know they really harm their people. My wife is from South Korea. I do know that internally they do harm their people internally. And it's a very stressful life to live.
This is an incredibly revisionist history of the world. The history of the world is religions fighting each other. Virtually every war throughout the history of the world has been fought at least in proximity to religion. This is like you're now saying that North Korea is atheist, so they're violent. What about, why didn't you bring up Sweden? Why didn't you bring up Iceland?
I like what you said. But I don't think religion is the cause of it.
It is.
I would say religion is almost like a designation that a family member ascribes. For example, the Hinduism, Muslim, whatever it is someone raises up to become. I wouldn't ascribe their religion as the cause of their violence. It would just be their tendencies that then have them carry out whatever goals, and then they'll use religion as a proxy or a tool.
You don't think the conditioning of good versus evil, being conditioned from day one that there is good, that there is evil, that the world will end in a fiery brimstone, that God will send you to a fiery hell, that the people like Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by God, that the world was destroyed by God because they were evil. You don't think that type of consistent programming throughout the Old Testament gives Christians this idea that like they're standing for something good, and so therefore they can kill people who are maybe having gay sex? You don't think that you don't think that has led to world wars? And you could do this. You could look at the same with other religions who have similar like messianic ideologies of good versus evil. Good versus evil is like this made up idea, and we fight wars over it all the time.
That's a fantastic point, and I appreciate you giving me a minute to say this. But good versus evil is not just in the Bible. It's in comic books. It's in Marvel. It's in nursery rhyme books. And people just remember the previous caller. He said something like
what came first?
The law is written on our.
But what came first?
What's the context?
The good versus
good and evil.
Yeah, the good versus evil. That's these types of books, these writings. They're a reflection of society. They're a reflection of ideas that are already in society, and they write these books and they make the good guy obviously, and historically, like if you look at Disney, for example, look at Disney in this country, and if you go back to the early Disney movies, it was good versus evil. Who was the good guy? It was always like some strong white, usually blonde hair or light brown hair, and who was the evil ones? It was always somebody with a large hooked nose, short. Right? We literally did like that type of stuff. That was a reflection of anti-Semitism and Christianity.
Yes.
And it didn't come out.
And racism. And
right?
racism.
So,
and racism
but
generally.
the religion came first. And then the religion created the society that was racist and anti-Semitic. And then the reflection of the society was the art created. Religion is the root.
Actually, now, I appreciate what you're saying. But from my perspective, religion was pure at one point, right?
When?
And then when individuals, from the beginning, in the Christian faith. But what happens is there are people who get promoted.
Real quick. The beginning of the Christian faith was like a few hundred, at the earliest, a few hundred years AD, right?
So you got to forgive me. I'm a little fearful to speak because I'm always afraid I'm going to get cut off. So just tell me if I need to elaborate a little more, because I just don't want to go on some kind of diatribe.
Sure.
But the Christian religion is like basically we are gods. You're a god. I'm a god, and we were tested severely. And when we failed, basically, there's no way to live forever again except through Jesus. But the law was given, which is, whatever it is, the Pentateuch, the first 5 books. Now we have the full Bible. So what happened is people started to join in the New Testament church, but they were not always good. They were the wheat and the tares. And so when people started in established nations, these are actually nations that don't really love God, but they put the Bible there, and in good faith. And I don't want to judge them, but what they did was, certain greedy people, they took these laws and they perverted it for their own purpose and pleasure.
I agree,
and what happens when,
and that's why I think all religion should be abolished, is because what religion does, and I came from a very high demand religion, and I have since come out of that high demand religion. And what I know from literally years of therapy is that religion conditions you to accept horrific things. Every religion on earth is horrific. The Bible is the most, honestly, the way we ban books, the Bible is one of the most gory, sexual, violent books in existence. But because people say it's from God, we literally overlook the fact that the Bible promotes slavery, that the Bible promotes incest, that the Bible promotes abortion, that the Bible promotes murder, that the Bible promotes...
It doesn't.
It does, because
but I understand. What you're saying.
Let me explain why. Because the heroes in the Bible are people who do awful things, and they are redeemed by God. God's like, it's okay. So it creates this scenario where if you're doing things in the name of God, sometimes you can do evil things in the name of God, and you will either be forgiven or sometimes it's justified. And people do that all the time, and they use that historically to take people's rights away, to diminish people, to jail people, to kill people. Religion is the greatest net negative the world has ever known.
So I agree with a good chunk of what you're saying, but when you mention that the Bible is the most gory book, it absolutely is. But one thing a Christian believes is that it points to our very nature deep down inside of who we are. But when you mentioned something interesting about the fire and the brimstone and the gory hell, people who have not understood the Bible, I guess God allowed it, they actually think that when someone dies, they actually burn forever in hell. And for hundreds of years, if not more than 1,000+ years, the popular notion of an eternal suffering was promoted and pushed down the throats of people, but that's actually not true religion.
How do you know?
So,
how do you know that's not true?
I can tell you, and I don't want to take over. The Bible itself, right, claims to be an alive book. So we've figured something out. All churches are dead. They had a traditional way of viewing the scripture from the top down. Some smart person.
Now, could I?
But actually,
real quick,
here's the way. I have the answer. I have the answer.
Okay, thank you.
You just compare it with itself. So, for example, the word tree, right? If you look at the word tree and you reference every time the word tree points out, you'll actually figure out it means a person. If you look at the word fire,
how do you know that? How do you know that?
Because by reading it and comparing it with itself. You remember that circular reasoning, or
yeah, but how do you know that was the intent? How do you know that was the intent? How do you know you're not just...
Because it actually tells you that.
What tells you that?
The scriptures actually tell you that.
How does
so there's certain principles called comparing spiritual with spiritual. That's in a Bible verse. So you come to truth with a principle called line upon line, precept upon precept. Here a little, here a little, there a little, but then comparing spiritual with spiritual.
Yeah,
so if the law is spiritual...
What I'm asking is, how do you know you got the right answer?
Because the more you read it, it's supposed to confirm and verify.
Yeah, but
and if you don't get it verified, you cannot teach it.
But then what happens is,
basically,
but then what happens is and this is what happened to me. So I can just tell you, I was born and raised Mormon. So the Mormon Church came around in the 18th. See, and you say that, which is crazy. Even your reaction is the problem here. The Mormon Church came around in the 1830s, and what did the Mormon Church believe? The Mormon Church believed that they had somebody who spoke to God. How many other religions are like that? Your religion's like that. So you'll believe all these other hold on, let me finish. All these other people spoke to God. Adam spoke to God. Moses spoke to God. People spoke to Jesus after he came back to life. The Muslims also believe that Muhammad spoke to God. And so Joseph Smith came around, and Joseph Smith started preaching something a little bit differently. And who were the first people to be violent towards him? Other churches who accused him of manipulating the true doctrine for his own gain, which they were doing too. Well, who's to say what there is no true doctrine? That's the problem. It's a book that, let me finish. It is a book that was created from the Council of Nicaea. Everybody came around and they all had these different letters and scrolls, and they got together, a group of people, and they voted on what should be in the Bible. And there was actually a big fight about it. And then they said, we have to adjourn. We'll come back and we'll try this again. So they leave. And a lot of the people who disagreed, they didn't make it back. They just died. They just disappeared. And then all these imperfect people came together and said, here's God's word. They made the decision of what the Bible is. And there are people now that say the Bible's a perfect book, and if you interpret it correctly, and I'm saying it was obviously created by human beings because we know what they did. That's what the Council of Nicaea was. They were voting. It was democratic. God wasn't there. They had to kill people in order to make the book work.
Herein lies the problem of that statement. And also, I appreciate what you said. You grew up Mormon.
Yeah.
Me being black, I remember a Mormon was talking to me. I was like, wait a minute, didn't you guys say black people were the devil?
Yeah. Well, so does the Bible. Why are black people black? According to the Bible.
When you do a word study on the word black, it's not about skin tone.
How do you know?
Typically, I study the Bible. Blackness has to do with shame. Blackness just has to do with shame. It doesn't have to do.
It doesn't say black in the Bible. It says dark.
Well, King Solomon says, "I am black but comely," right?
Well,
and also,
which version of the Bible? Which word? That sounds like an NIV translation.
No.
Which translation are you using?
The KJV. It's not the best, but it's the most accessible and it's the easiest. But that's Songs of Solomon, 1 verse 5 and 6. But the big point is when the Mormon denomination came to be, the Catholic denomination.
Can we stay on that Songs of Solomon?
Sure.
That is a beautiful, by the way. I think Songs of Solomon is like actual poetry. It's art. That was a reflection of the day that person was standing up. This is like a civil rights movement. That person is standing up and saying, I don't
No, you're looking at it literally.
Society says that dark skin is unattractive, but I am black but comely. And that starts from Cain and Abel, when everybody that was a descendant had dark skin because of the actions of their forefather. And so in Songs of Solomon, I am black, but I am comely is an expression of saying, despite the beauty standards currently that only white is okay, I am saying that not only am I black, but the Bible teaches that the reason the skin color
I do see that beautiful correlation that you're making. That despite my outward appearance, I'm beautiful I'm a beautiful person, despite whatever people may say, but that's not really what's being drawn here. And typically the blackness and the darkness typically has to do with shame from our actions. But unfortunately, people who are sinful, and I'm a sinner too, they look at that on the face value. And that's why when you see all the killing, the gore, and the violence, if you just look at it on face value, people will walk away and say, well, that's a gory book.
But this is my problem with your argument. Your argument is don't read it how it's read. Read it in the way I'm interpreting it so that it makes more sense.
Not me.
Yes,
that's what I said. If you look at the word black, you take the Hebrew word and compare it every time, you're going to get a preponderance of evidence. So, for example, by 2 or 3 words, by 2 or 3 witnesses, a word is established.
Hold on, real quick. Not every book was written in Hebrew.
That's right, Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew. However, there are these words or verses that will allow you to compare the Old Testament with the New Testament. If Jesus quotes it, you can take that whatever Greek word and then compare it to the Old Testament.
What's the connection? Anyways, what's the connection though? How do I know there's any connection between what somebody said in Songs of Solomon and what somebody says in Matthew?
Great point. And that does require some faith, because if I say a phrase or some convincing tone,
it also requires you to overlook the Council of Nicaea and say that God put this book together.
Well, that's an easy one.
And that in order for God to put this book together, some people had to die.
Well, we do know that back in the day, I'm not talking about our day, because the word Jew is very, it's very, taboo right now. But the Jews of old, they were very faithful in keeping the Textus Receptus, the original text, and the oldest manuscripts are about 175 years old. And there's no doubt about it that if the Dead Sea Scrolls, which we can compare to the King James Version, it's still quite accurate. The Aramaic and the Greek, it still holds up to this day. And I know it's a big straw man to say, well, the Bible's been tampered with. I don't have to believe it. That's what the Muslims say as well. And
right,
you know,
but that's the point, though. That
there are tamperings, but
before we go too much further, like that's my point.
Yes.
I don't really like if you believe this stuff, you want to interpret how you want, and it brings you peace and it makes you happy. I'm all for that. I really am, and I think that Christianity means a lot to a lot of people.
Right.
The problem that I have is that it is in if we were not talking about Christianity, if I were telling you about my belief in Harry Potter, you wouldn't take anything. If the roles were reversed and I was changing Jesus for Voldemort, you wouldn't take it. But you wouldn't take it seriously. You wouldn't take it seriously.
I wouldn't on face value do that.
You haven't heard the rest of what I'm saying, so just wait till. Right. You wouldn't be like, oh, okay, yeah, we should definitely set our laws based on this book. There's too much disagreement, and it's.
If you presented to me something, I would have to, like, for example, I would try the spirits. What is Harry Potter presenting? What are its claims? Are you saying you're an eternal life force? Why am I here?
Well, you can only obtain eternal life by tracking down the Sorcerer's Stone.
Okay, so there's a framework there, and very quickly, because you've granted me so much time.
So should we set the laws based on what's in the Harry Potter books?
Well, I would definitely tell you this: our framework in our nation was built on Judeo-Christian principles.
I disagree with that. I honestly disagree with that.
Horrible stuff.
I honestly disagree with that. I do. Like I've read the Constitution. I don't think the Constitution is the framework of the Constitution is God.
Well, I would argue a couple of points. Number one, fiery burning in hell is not real. When people just misinterpret the scriptures for that, and they promoted it to the point where it turns off.
According to you, but some people say that it's a direct interpretation.
The Bible direct interpreting itself does not allow that.
Do you see the problem that we have here? Is that you guys are all allowed to interpret it, and then when I was a Mormon missionary, that's what I said. You're interpreting, but that's what I said about the Bible. You're interpreting it wrong.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the
you
problem.
You were right, and they were wrong, and they just shouted you down. But you had, you're smart.
Yeah, I grew out of it. I grew out of it.
But you trusted You trusted their wrong understanding. But the truth is, hell isn't a fire. Theirs. I guess they shouted you down, and you just continued for a while until you finally left.
I'm just saying, like, you keep trying to link religion back to the Constitution. We can't even get a clear answer of what Christianity is. So how in the world can it be the framework of the Constitution when in this country we can't even figure out what it is? We can't even decide if Jesus is a unique being or if he's like a version of God. We can't even agree on like who God is. There's no way it's the framework of our Constitution.
Well, if you notice, it doesn't quote Jesus, but it follows its principles of loving your neighbor as yourself.
Those principles existed long before Jesus. Those are borrowed principles.
That's right.
There are writings long before God ever existed. Why are you?
And so that's the law that's written on our heart.
So why should we assume that it's some guy in the sky that came up with that, and not humanity who just decided this was the better way to live?
Only because, and here's the big thing. You claim that you didn't have a spirit, right?
Correct.
Well, I claim that I do. There's no way for you to disprove what I'm saying, but I can tell you do have some spiritual components to yourself.
So if you can't prove it, then keep it out of my law.
Well, it's not right, and separation of church and state was a wonderful thing, and that freedom to worship.
Okay, so I oppose
religion.
I oppose people who don't keep it separate. I oppose people who take make strong law opinions based on a book that at best, literally at best, is totally unprovable.
But you know what's interesting? You brought up forced abortions. How is that any different from forced child support? One is more physical in nature, where someone is controlling your body. But as a male,
that's how it's different.
The government will force my wallet.
That's how it's different.
Force me.
You just answered it. That's how it's different.
They'll throw me in jail if I don't.
Correct. Yeah.
Right,
taxation.
The framework
taxation is okay. Financial penalties are part of our law. That you just explained it. That's the difference. That's why I don't. That's why I support forced child care payments. And by the way, if you happen to be the man and you don't make as much money and you have custody of the child, then the woman would pay child. That's just because you have decided you brought a child into this world. But you already
don't
you
you
already
see the
said
correlation with
No.
forced child support and a government saying you must carry this baby full term?
No, I don't see that. I don't.
You don't see the comparison?
No, I'm
Where
okay.
where a father is said, listen, this child, whether it's yours or not, you were dating this woman for 10 years. You didn't know it was yours, but we're going to force you to pay child support. Like, what?
A government by very definition is going to apply force to uphold the laws.
Well, so what I'm saying is, when you talk about body autonomy, you may not see it, but in a veiled way, the government forces me to nurture my son, whether financially or with food or whatever. It's almost the same framework of carrying a baby full term.
Yeah,
it's a framework. I'm not saying exact.
Yeah,
I'm just saying the framework.
Yes, and the differences matter. You've already acknowledged because.
But I'm just saying the framework is there.
Let me explain. Here's how the framework doesn't match up. Like, no matter what, I have a child, right? And let's just say that like I'm a lowly streamer, which I am, so I don't make a lot of money. And the person I have a child with makes way more money. I'm probably going to get the child support, and if I have full custody, I'm going to get the child support. So so no matter what, justice will be served. Sometimes it will be served on the man. Sometimes it will be served on the woman. There is no scenario where the government is going to force me to give up my resources to gestate a pregnancy.
They lock you up. If
no, wait, you didn't hear what I said. There is no scenario.
Gestate a pregnancy.
Thank you.
I understand what you're saying.
Different. So if I
the
don't
premise
want
is-
special laws.
the premise is
Hold
life
on.
support. The premise is life support.
Hold on. Just like I would not support specific laws that would target you as a Christian, just like I wouldn't support laws that target a person for being black, just like I don't support laws that target people for being trans or gay. I do not support any law that targets a group of people and does not apply to anybody else. And that targeting is done based on things that are unchangeable for them, right? Like if you are born a woman, you are a woman.
Hey, look at it this way. The government is trying to force a man to nurture and provide for his son, or daughter, which is based on a financial construct, because obviously men cannot produce a child. But the government will try to force a woman to nurture and facilitate
but the government
by
also
the birth.
the part you're missing here is the government would also force a woman to do the same thing. It applies evenly.
So
It applies across gender, race, sexuality. It applies to everybody equally.
But if I may humbly say, once the child is born, the government does not force you to keep the child. You can give it up for adoption.
I know, I'm adopted.
You could do all kinds of things, which is wonderful.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that there is forced nurturing at a certain stage.
I'm not opposed
for men
to that.
It's different,
wait, but I'm not
and for
opposed to
women
that.
it's different. The government is trying to ensure that the nurturing for women is in a certain time frame.
No. Wait. You are. I do feel like you're being disingenuous right now. Do you agree?
I'd like to know
that law to nurture a child once the child is born applies evenly to men and women?
Yes.
Okay.
And both.
Wait.
Give them up for adoption.
Understood. I'm adopted, so I understand that. I understand that really well. I'm adopted. Is there a law that applies evenly that forces men to give their bodily integrity and their resources to a fetus, to a human, to anybody? Is there any law?
No, because there is there's potential for miscarriage.
And that's
so when
there's no potential for men to miscarry. There's no potential for men to miscarry.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
So this law only targets women, right?
Which one?
Any restriction on abortion only targets women, right?
Basically,
that's why I'm opposed to it. I just want to make sure that we understand that the principle for me is that law targets one specific group of people. I find that and because I don't believe the government should be able to discriminate, I am morally opposed to it. I'm legally opposed to it. I believe that the principle that the law applies to everybody should be applied evenly.
Those red pill dudes
Okay.
Right. But what about those red pill dudes who'd be like, I don't want this child. I refuse to support this child while it's alive.
That red pill dude will not be
How is
required.
that any
That
different?
red- he
How
will-
is that any different than a woman who's like, this is not the right time for me?
The red pill dude will never be required to give up his bodily resources and gestate a pregnancy.
That's what money is. Gestation, no.
Yeah, and I think there's a large difference, and I think there's a big difference between
and my time.
bodily autonomy and monetary autonomy.
I would agree, but when I work, they do call it blood, sweat, and tears.
Well, not legally, they don't.
Some people
But not legally,
not
right?
legally,
That's a silly argument.
Right, but spiritually, they call it blood, sweat, and tears, and that's all that I can really provide.
But I'm not worried about spiritually. I'm worried about the law and physically. I'm not worried about spirituality.
Right.
I think we both recognize that. I think we both recognize. Do you not agree that my principle is sound? That we should not write laws that target specific people, whether you agree with that principle or not.
As a male, I'm targeted. As a male, I'm targeted.
Wait. Whether you agree with my interpretation or not, I just want to make sure. Do you understand that, like, that as a principle, that makes sense? Now you could show me a law where men are targeted, and I bet I would be opposed to it. Let's try.
But this is my point, right?
Wait, no, let's try this. Let's try this, please. Give me an example of a law that targets men. And only men.
Child support.
That doesn't apply to only men. That applies to women too.
Right, but if the woman has the baby, it only will apply to the man, right?
No.
Let's say
you mean if the woman keeps the baby?
Right.
Yes, but
that's what I'm saying.
but it applies to whoever has the baby. Whether that's the man,
Correct.
like my brother raised his kids on his own, and in fact, in fact, he was for a while. His child's mother was in prison, and they were still taking money out of his check. And so
that's my point.
And so we fought against it, and they changed the law. So what you're saying is that because laws exist that may target men unfairly, then we get to target women unfairly. What I'm saying is I oppose both of them.
I'm not saying it's an unfair target, but what I'm saying is because we're different in terms of our biological state, the government will take a look and examine, okay, how can we oppress someone? And for men, it's like, oh, we can oppress their wallet, we can oppress their time. For women, how do we oppress them?
But
the oppression.
Wait, but the oppression on your wallet applies across sex, across gender. It doesn't only apply.
Right.
You're taking something that applies to everybody, saying this happens to men, therefore we can take this right. But you're missing the point. This only applies to women.
I understand what you're saying. No, I understand what you're saying. I think what you're saying is just because a woman has a job and a man has a job, you can't say it only affects men.
Correct.
Unfortunately, because of our modern structure in society,
Christian,
women are making more money than men now. And so, yeah, you're going to find some of that overlap. But men really don't have anywhere else to go because we can't carry any children. So
okay, so then you don't get to write laws for people that can.
But what I'm saying is the government is basically saying you need to support this child unless you give the child up for adoption.
And that applies to men and women.
The government is basically saying to the mother, you need to support this child biologically until this child can be on their own. Then you can give it up for adoption.
Correct.
Once the child comes out.
And I don't think the government should get.
And you're finding that oppressed. You're saying they should terminate the baking of the bread.
I'm saying no. I'm not telling a woman what to do. I'm advocating we don't get to tell the women what to do. I'm advocating that we let women make that choice for themselves. And again, like this.
I have a question for you.
Okay, let me finish this real quick because what I think this does, like effectively, is what we're telling women all across this country. In a country, by the way, where women have had to claw for their rights. They have had to literally fight. They've literally bled and died to get their rights from men. So in a country that women have already had to fight for their rights, we are telling women, you know what? We still actually know what's best for you. We still get to determine what you do with your body. Right. And there are no laws that apply to men in the same way.
So I have a question for you. Let's say a husband and a wife or a boyfriend, girlfriend, they get pregnant together.
Huh?
And the guy is really happy.
Yeah.
The woman, she's accepted into a great school, and she's like, you know what? I don't want this child. And the guy's like, but please, I know this is hard for you, but could you see the full term? And the girl's like, yeah, sure. And in the middle of the night, she gets an abortion about 3 months in. The guy's devastated, right?
Yeah.
Do you think there's any moral implication that in order to have a child, you need a duopoly to have the child? Do you think it's unreasonable for the husband to feel pain, sorrow, and remorse on the process? Because something was lost.
that could be devastating. No, that could be devastating. That could be devastating too.
My question is,
but I don't think the law gets to step in. I don't think that when your feelings are, and this is toxic. This is toxic masculinity. My feelings are hurt, so we should change the law.
Right. But I have a question for you. Let's play this through. Let's say the woman who got accepted into med school says, you know what? I don't want this child, but it looks like you really want it. And the girlfriend says, how about this? I'll bring it to term. It's your responsibility. You signed the paperwork. And the husband's like, oh, man. The boyfriend's like, oh, man. All right, I'll do it. I always wanted a son or a daughter. Fine. So she goes ahead. She gets the baby. She signs it over. 10 years, 15 years later, she regrets it, right? I have plenty of women friends who've done several abortions, and they've confided, not all, but some have confided in me, that if they had a second chance, they would have done things differently.
Okay.
If the woman does something differently and the guy's like, you know what, you signed your rights away, it's too complicated now.
Yeah.
I know you're the biological mother, but I'm going to keep this child away from you. And the mother, she's weeping and sorrowing. Do you think that mother has a right to say, look, I know I made the wrong decision. I did sign the paperwork away, but I'm going to force myself into your life. You as a judge, would you approve or deny that right for her to involve herself in that child again?
I would deny. I would deny that right.
Then now you're playing God.
What? No,
You're playing
No,
God.
that's the law.
And that's the thing.
Let me help you with this. Let me help you with this because I have real world experience with this. I am adopted.
Okay.
I was adopted at birth. My mother, who is a wonderful woman, and I hope she's here. She may be here right now. She had to make this tough decision too. She had an education ahead of her, and she had a deadbeat dad whose name was Gary, which is crazy. So no offense there. There was a deadbeat dad who wasn't going to help. So she chose to give me up for adoption. But throughout her entire life, she wanted to check on me to know how I was doing. She wanted to reach out. She wanted to be part of my life. But there are laws on the books in the state of Utah where I lived, where the adoption was sealed and she had no ability to contact me. In fact, her sister knew where I was. Her sister was helped facilitate the adoption, knew where I was, knew who my parents were, and legally couldn't share that information. And I believe that because my mom, who birthed me, signed away her parental rights, she chose to sign away those parental rights. So no, she has no parental rights. And if the mother signs away the parental rights of their child, they don't get to change their mind 10 years later. Not because we're playing God, because God, in my view, doesn't exist, but because we live in a country of laws, and the laws say that if you choose to give away the rights to your baby and put that baby up for adoption, you can't change your mind later.
Right, but hear this analysis, right? I appreciate your consistency. How much more nutritious your social fabric would have been if you got your origin story with your sister who peeked from her window. Forgive me, I don't know if I remember all the facts. That's my brother. Oh, I would like to play with him. I'd like to send my summers.
It was my mom's sister, but she wasn't living. This wouldn't have worked. She just knew where I was, but she moved.
Nuance. Yeah, okay. I know I'm mixing the story up, but what I'm saying is decisions that we make at that moment can change and mutate over time. And now government is interfering. In hindsight 2020, had you had a sister or a brother, you were adopted by a beautiful mother, a wonderful woman. What if your life would have been more valuable had you had that background information? Mom, my birth mom was going through a hard time. These are my brothers and sisters. Hey, how's it going? You guys are coming over my house for summertime. And would you think your life would, or maybe not just yours, but in general, do you think life would have been more supportive and mystery taken out that would give you a life that would be better?
I don't know.
I would say it could potentially be worse because if obviously if someone's drug addicted.
What does this have to do? I'm confused by this argument.
Basically, what I'm saying is when we fight for rights, we don't always see the big picture other than what's in front of us right away.
You can't predict the big. You can't predict the big
I
future.
cannot.
Like my brother, for example.
cannot.
I have 2 other kids who were adopted in my family. I'm the youngest of the 3 that I was raised with. My brother had we've met their family, and one thing that you learn when you're adopted is that most of who you are, almost exclusively who you are, is genetic. Very little of who you are is parenting. My siblings and I all have the same parent. We are all very, very different. But you could teach your kids good habits. So my brother, who's exactly like his family, all of his brothers and sisters that weren't adopted were raised in a very hectic household. Mom and dad were both alcoholics, and all of them struggled with alcoholism, and all of them struggled to maintain a job. Now, my brother has the same problem with alcohol, and he has the same vices that they do, but he also learned how to work, and he learned how to take those vices and make them manageable because he had parents.
Like functioning.
Right?
Yeah.
You never know. Like what you're talking about right now, it's like you're reaching for a hypothetical to justify the fact that we take
it's not really hypothetical because there's so much cross-referencing with your very physical life.
It is a hypothetical because you're asking me to imagine a world where things are different, which by definition is a hypothetical. And we're doing all of this because I asked you to show me an example of a time that men's ability to choose what they do with their own body would be impacted in the same way that we do with women, because I don't believe that we should target different communities with different laws. And this is where we're at now. We still haven't found any way that men are having the same thing happen.
I could be wrong, but is it a crime to do self-harm?
I think in some states it is. I don't know.
Well, I would put under abortion as self-harm, and I think it would fall under that category.
And that would only apply to women.
Because genetically speaking, that child has shared so, like you just said, we're all the same as our parents.
Wouldn't birth,
which would only apply to women.
Wouldn't pregnancy just be self-harm then too? You choose to get, even if it's a choice, you choose to get pregnant, it genetically alters your body forever. Like, I don't know if I have a kid, that's a gory thing. Like birth is gory.
Well, yeah, I mean, I work to the bone for my kids.
Should that be illegal? So should that be illegal too?
Every time I do overtime.
Wait, so wouldn't that?
No, because
why wouldn't that be self-harm?
No, because that is not violence. That's not a violation of principles or moral conduct.
Why is an abortion violence, but a birth isn't?
Because it's a perfectly good process. So if
that doesn't matter. Wait, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the process is. Why is it not violent? You're trying to compare an abortion to self. You're trying to compare.
Do you mean physical violence?
You're trying to compare an abortion to self-harm. Self-harm is a decision to harm yourself. If you get pregnant on purpose and you have a baby, you are agreeing to self-harm yourself.
But yeah, and if I decide to get married, that's self-harm too.
Okay, but if you don't, but then if you accidentally get pregnant, now if you this is like saying like, well, I found I'm trying to do it in this. I found a 20-foot cliff, so now I have to jump off of it. So if you don't well, if you don't mean to get pregnant, if you don't mean to get pregnant and you choose to abort that pregnancy, aren't you avoiding self-harm?
Well, some pregnancies come out like a fast. Like I delivered my son. He came out in 15 minutes. So some people, when they have a baby,
brother,
yeah,
you're not addressing the principle at all.
You put pregnancy self-harm. I wouldn't put it under that category.
You said it was self-harm. That was your claim, not mine. You did. You compared pregnancy to self-harm.
No. Well, in a funny way, but not in a real way. Like I'm going to damage my lifespan because some people have a very productive life because they have a child.
Do you understand?
Some people need purpose.
Okay, but this is the thing. Like
having a child is not easy, but
all of this is a great conversation for you to have with somebody. If the conversation is, do I think abortion is morally right? That's a great conversation for you to have. I'm not that interested in that conversation because I've never been in that situation. I hope to never be in that
Right.
situation.
Well, I do know people change their mind.
I'm not done yet. And I have empathy for people in that situation. But the core argument that I'm making here is that my belief that the government should not be allowed to regulate abortion, somebody's ability to get an abortion, is because it is discriminatory. And you haven't been able to address that point, that it's discriminatory.
I think I have. I
don't think so.
I humbly think I did present an argument that in whatever way government can try to interfere in men and women, they do it in different ways. And I think what you're trying to find.
But I asked you for the way men did it, and you haven't given me an example.
I told you in their wallet, in the pocketbook.
But that doesn't apply just to men. That applies to men.
Correct.
What you need? Wait. So for you to have an example here, in order for you to combat my point, you are going to have to point to other instances where you feel it is justified for the government to specifically target a group of people and write legislation for that group of people. And my problem with conservatives on the right is that they tend to be okay with this. They're very comfortable writing laws targeting trans people. They're very comfortable writing laws targeting members of the LGBTQ community. They're very comfortable writing laws about women. Historically, they've been very comfortable writing laws about black people, Japanese people, Jewish people, immigrants, but they lose their mind if you have the audacity to write a law that would target them. And I can't think of a law since 1776 that targets men specifically and only men.
But sir, I would argue all of this oppression and dishonesty is rearing its ugly head with the leadership that we have in office today. That the privilege and that
leadership was put there by Christians. That leadership was put there by a party who talks about Christian morals. You have preachers that have MAGA churches.
Right.
You have them praying.
I understand
you have Caroline Levitt going out there with a giant cross. They were put in power by Christians. So you guys have to own this.
I have to humbly say this, right? You are correct in a certain way, but I would have to say this: when a politician seeks power, right, and they have policies that might lean towards the evangelical community,
which are largely discriminatory in terms of abortion and in terms of treatment of LGBTQ people. That's my point. Christians are discriminatory, and then they put people in place to do the discriminatory actions.
Right, but let me just try to preface it this way, and it's a little more robust. But in the civil rights era, if someone was running in a political capacity, it was typically more of the liberals that were promoting civil rights and free speech and so on. But now it's politically expedient for leaders to ingratiate themselves and manipulate and take over and make statements for the sake of their vote. So yes,
but that's not what happened. Wait, but hold on, that's not what happened here. Donald Trump was pro LGBTQ and he was pro-choice, and he was manipulated by you folks to becoming pro-life and anti-LGBTQ. Christians turned Trump. The thing that you just said, where like a politician comes in and they trick people, then they have their way. It's the opposite. You guys, because Trump is power hungry, used your leverage to get him to be discriminatory. You changed him into a more discriminatory figure.
Right. But I just also want to let you know that just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I espouse right-leaning policy. For example, in Jim Crow, there were Christians going to church every Sunday.
Hold on, but you do in what we're talking about. Hold on,
but with people who are not of the same race.
I don't want to go there. Excuse me, I don't want to go there because right now we're talking about abortion. No, we're talking about abortion right now, and you are on that side
with the government.
No, we're talking about abortion right now. We're talking about abortion, and you agree with what the Republicans are doing. I'm not tying every bit of belief. I'm tying this specific belief, this discriminatory practice, to Christian conservatives.
I got to be honest with you. I do not promote any government. This is just me personally, right? I don't promote any governments doing anything that I don't agree with, including forced child support or forced penalties for abortion. I think it should be illegal to do, but I wouldn't tie a penalty to it. And that's if government decides to do that, I'll just leave the country.
You want it to be illegal with no penalty? So you just like you just tell somebody it's illegal?
I wouldn't even tell. I'm just saying if I was in charge, I would do something different.
What would you
do? If you were to ask me?
What would you do?
I would, unfortunately, I'm in office, but I would not have those kinds of penalties. I'm a different kind of leader.
Did you vote for
pretty radical?
Did you vote for Republicans?
Yes.
Why didn't you vote for Democrats then?
I did. I do both.
Who'd you vote for president?
Hillary, back in the day.
Who'd you vote for this last time?
Trump.
All right. So see how that's kind of hard.
I sold my vote.
You what?
I didn't want to vote at all. Why
didn't you vote for Harris?
I believe the world's ending. That's the reason why I'm calling. Everything that's happening right now with all the division.
You're voting for Trump to like bring on the end of the world?
Yes. I do believe that he facilitates the division. It's part of the division that Christ is actually bringing on right now. He's called the divider in chief, and it just falls in line with everything that I believe. So I was like, hey, why not?
And
I'm not just going to stand idly by. Let's bring on the end.
Yeah, this is one of my problems with Christians. You guys have been saying this for like 2,000 years, that the end of the world, you justify everything you do because the end of the world's coming. We want to speed it up.
Well, that's the point.
And that's why I want religion to be gone, because that is so fucking stupid. With all due respect, it is so fucking stupid.
Do you have hope?
Of what?
Do you have hope based on everything that you're seeing right now?
Hope of what?
There's never been a time.
Hope of
there's
what?
never been a time.
Hope of what?
Of unity. There's never been a time where the world has been divided.
I'm doing my best. I didn't quit like you.
But the people that I speak to on the street, I'm totally disengaged. The world is going down.
Maybe your message sucks. I think your message might suck.
Hopeful. No, it's just the truth.
Your message is you voted for a guy to end the world because you gave up.
No, I voted along with what I'm seeing in the world, and I believe that's where the world is headed.
What are you seeing in the world?
Utter division. Even within the MAGA cults, they're divided amongst themselves. Within the Democratic Party, they're divided amongst themselves.
This is one of the most peaceful times to be alive. Like if you were alive 200 years ago, it was less peaceful. So it's all this peace that is making you feel uncomfortable. So you want destruction.
But here's the dichotomy, that's why I'm saying it's Judgment Day, because the judgment and the fire and brimstone is actually not physical. Life has never been so good, but yet it's so divided. So the spiritual judgment that's on the world right now is taking place. That's the reason why I wanted to call you. We're divided
because half of the country is like just trying to like live in reality.
It's not the country.
It's
the world.
Okay, but in our country we're divided, and a lot of it comes from like you. Stop believing made up shit. Stop relying. Stop taking your life. Right. You're revolving your life around like these prophecies and made up shit. Well, every person. Literally, the Bible is littered with people that are just going to say, like, the world's ending, the world's ending, the world's ending, the world's ending. I don't know. Listen, I'm not interested. Look, if the world ends, I'll call you and say the world ends. But until the world ends, I'm not going to go on this hypothetical.
Of course, and I don't expect you to because you don't have a spirit, but according to your statement. But I can guarantee you.
How would I identify a spirit? How would I find it?
Find it in the same way where there's team spirit, right? You can't see it, but it's a collective force. It's in our nature, right? It's part of our structure. You're spiritual, I'm spiritual. It just manifests itself in different ways.
Dude, I know how this works. When I see I like basketball, right? I enjoy watching basketball. And when there's a basketball game on between two teams, like two rivals, I get excited. You know why I get excited? Not because of my spirit, but because I have a brain, and my brain remembers things.
Yes.
And my brain gives me dopamine. And my brain gives every feeling I have, everything I do, every word, every movement, it comes from here. And we can scientifically explain that. And you guys are like, no, it's actually something up here.
But you're not willing to entertain the idea that there are invisible forces like love.
I entertained it for 30 years. For 30 years, I dedicated 2 years. I dedicated 2 years of my life. I gave up everything. I paid my own way for 2 years to knock on doors and talk about Jesus. I woke up every day.
You had a wrong
at
understanding. You had a
6:30
wrong understanding.
No, brother.
That's why you turned away from it.
I know. That's what they tell you to keep you doing this. This is what they do. They just keep telling you, oh, they're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. We're actually the ones that are right. And then you wind up with Jim Jones drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's true. There's so much that I could share with you, but this is your program. And so, but basically,
I don't want you to share it with me. I want you. We were supposed to talk about abortion.
There are invisible.
You were unable. You were unable to show any other instance.
I believe I did. I just think you didn't accept my notion.
No, because
I believe I did. I just think you didn't accept my notion. In order for it to be discriminatory against discriminatory at all, it can't be evenly applied, and it is evenly applied. Well, discrimination can be evenly applied, and it can still be wrong. They're not mutually different. You can mutually apply something that's discriminatory.
How would you apply discrimination equally?
Well, let's say the husband has the child, and the wife was like, "I don't want anything to do with this child."
Yeah.
But I did sign this paperwork.
Yeah.
I have it right here on a piece of paper. Look, it's on a Burger King napkin. I said I want nothing to do with this baby. But then Billy comes back and tells me, "Oh, by the way, I lost my job. You got to help me with this child." And the judge was like, "Well, sorry, that's Burger King napkin.
That's not.
We don't honor that.
That's not.
You realize child support is for the child.
Hold on, please.
What did she say? Wait, what'd she say?
No, don't worry about it. Hold on. That's not discrimination.
I want to hear what she says if you don't mind. And I'll answer that too. Please.
Wait, hold on. I asked you how that was discriminatory, and nothing you just said was discrimination.
I just stated it. I'll repeat it again.
Discrimination is prejudice. Hold on, real quick. Discrimination is unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people.
You see what's happening here.
Yes,
if you look at the word discrimination, if you look at the word discrimination, right, and somebody's walking away upset, and somebody's walking away feeling like they got over on somebody.
That's just bad feelings. That's not discrimination. That's just hurt feelings.
It's not discrimination. Someone just hurt. Well,
correct.
Ultimately, there's
Wait, hold on.
Here.
Correct. There's a different word for that. I'm using the word discrimination on purpose.
Correct. So if you're saying it's not discrimination, I'll give you that. But it's something wrong happening here. And if you're saying,
but it's not discrimination. Okay, Jen,
I'm not even
going
to talk about that. I'm just going to say it's not discrimination.
It's not discrimination. But Jen, say what you're going to say.
You lose, sir. Boom.
You didn't win that argument. That's silly. Jen, go ahead.
No, what I was saying is child support isn't for the mother. It is for taking care of the child. That's why there's some requirement. And that's why. It's not. It doesn't have to do with the woman. It has to do with the care and the well-being of the child.
Right. So basically, the care and well-being of the child, the government's like, they're going to identify, well, who has custody, right? For the most part, what is it? 65% of the time, it's the male. 70%. The male does not have custody. 90%. I don't know what the number is.
I do. It's not that true.
Whatever the number is.
Hold on. Yeah. Most custody cases are decided outside of court. It is agreed upon by
mediation, right? Something like that, mediation or something.
Yeah, so it's agreed upon between both parties. So it's not that men are just getting screwed over in this situation. It was agreed upon.
Right, but generally speaking, would you say in our society
it is agreed upon
that men feel
you can
hold
on. You comparing your wallet to my body is pretty gross. Because that's what you're doing. You're crying about.
It's not a comparison.
That's exactly what
this is all that I can provide. I'm totally inept or powerless in terms of the experience that you're going through, and society and myself.
Well, maybe you should keep your penis to yourself. If you don't want to pay child support, maybe you should keep your penis to yourself.
Because no, that's for people who are in that wrong situation. But there are some situations where the government will force the male in the only way or capacity because they can provide emotional support. The mother doesn't want that, right? The government doesn't say, okay, you have to live with her. The government says you got to give her money. You got to provide for this child. You got to provide, make sure
you can file for custody.
Makes it.
You can take custody of your child.
So where's the discrimination?
Correct.
Where's the discrimination?
The discrimination is if the award of custody isn't there, then the government will.
If you filed for it, you would get custody.
Right. And there you have it. That's a good end of the story.
Where's the discrimination?
In the cases where it's not.
Where's the discrimination?
I would say the discrimination comes in when the female decides that she's not going to go full term, and the discrimination comes in when the male decides.
Why is that
I
discriminatory?
want nothing to do with this child
discriminatory?
after the child is born.
Wait.
Well, I'm using the term wrongdoing for discrimination.
Okay,
I'm substituting discrimination for wrongdoing.
Well, don't do that. Use the word discrimination correctly, because I'm using it correctly. The reason I'm opposed to the government having a say in abortions is because dictating to a woman what she can do with her body is discriminatory, and not mean. It's not unjust. It's not whatever word you're using. It's discriminatory. It only applies to women.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
I delivered my son, right? It was the scariest day of my life. His head came out. It was purple and blue, and his nose was filled with some kind of amniotic fluid.
Okay.
His head went back in. I thought he was going to die, right?
Okay.
I started to cry like a little baby.
Okay.
5 minutes later, his head shows up again. He flips out like a somersault, and I catch him. If my wife got a string or a cord and wrapped it around his neck and tied it, would that be morally unacceptable?
Like if she did it?
Right.
No.
If she did it?
No.
Okay. And if the baby was crying, and the baby's in my arms, the baby's crying, she says, you know what? The umbilical cord is still attached to me. Technically, this child is still a part of me. I don't want this pregnancy. And right in front of the father.
No, because our law, because our law. Yes, once that baby, I'm explaining. Once that baby is born, now the laws apply that are on the books. So then, if your wife unalived that baby, that would be. Excuse me. Why are you talking over me? Good Lord, man. If the mother chooses to end the life of the baby once it's born, the laws on the books say that is a murder. By the way, this is a crazy fucking hypothetical where the woman carries a child for 9 months, gives birth, and then like 3 minutes later is like, never mind. This has never happened before. I've never heard of an experience like this happening before. But there are times, and I just saw one the other day where a woman gave birth in a bathtub and she let the baby drown, and she's charged with murder. These laws, again, I'm asking you for the discrimination part, and you just keep telling me these weird stories that aren't discriminatory.
You see, the problem is, I'm just saying this humbly, you are fixated on discrimination and not the nuance of life.
Correct. That's correct.
I am fixated on how do I.
Correct. Because law. Because I'm fixated. Wait. Because I believe that the nuances. Because I believe that the nuances cannot.
Can I finish?
No.
Can I just say something?
Because I believe that the nuances can't be dictated by law. The fact that there is so much nuance is the reason that broad law is stupid and it should not be applied. The nuances should be a decision between the doctor, the mother, the father, whoever is a part of that decision. But the law, we should not have a broad law that says, oh, we're going to get rid of all nuance and we're going to set an arbitrary day of 6 weeks or 15 weeks or no abortion at all. The problem with the law is it doesn't allow for nuance.
And that's the problem, because it seems to me that you're following that same principle of whether there's discrimination or not, and not the nuance that's involved in these processes. So let's say that the doctor, the mother, and the father
you're making arguments from absurdum. Your arguments have no things that don't happen. You're just saying, I've seen other people that want to argue the draft or other things like this, arguing for things that don't happen. Same with your argument of hold on. The umbilical cord's still attached, and then all of a sudden she decides to off it. That doesn't happen. Women get pregnant.
It does, and I can tell you, it does.
No, it doesn't. Women get pregnant all the time,
So just to let you all know, I work in mental health, right? I work in mental health.
I'm not done. I muted you. No one can hear you right now. So I'm not going to make arguments with you about things that aren't happening. We're not going to argue that when, as your baby does a somersault out after they're born, and then they come in and karate chop the fetus because they don't want to have it anymore. It's insane.
It's honestly
You're
cool,
arguing that it does. That actually was a pretty cool analogy, but it's irrelevant, and it's 1:20. So if you want to keep the conversation going, we're past time.
Yeah, I'll keep it going. That's fine. All right, go ahead, sir.
But I just wanted to let you guys know that I work in mental health, and there's lots of unfortunate situations where someone who's medically disabled can have children, right? These become very nuanced, and it happens more often than you might think, where the woman might say, I don't want this child, and the parents are like, okay, well, what's in this person's best interest?
Are
It
you
just
saying
doesn't matter
in
for
that
just fetuses.
in that scenario, does the parent have like custodial
attorney?
guard, power of attorney or custodial guardianship or something like that?
Yeah, and
Okay, well, that's
sometimes
that's
that power of attorney is given by the government, not by the individual.
Again, so this isn't discriminatory, is it? I'm asking
That
you.
could be court.
What's discriminatory about that?
That could be court-ordered power of attorney.
Brother, I think one of the most frustrating things about having a discussion with you is I ask you specific questions and then you just say whatever the fuck you want. What is discriminatory about that?
About what?
Exactly.
Having someone take your rights away?
You're just telling me, yeah, why is that discriminatory?
Yeah, it just seems that you're so fixed on the word discrimination. Are you going
to answer my question? Yes, because my entire argument is that that the United States government should not make laws that are discriminatory. That's my whole fucking argument. I'm not worried about the nuance. The nuance is left between the people making the decision of whether or not to continue the pregnancy. I believe that is their right. I don't believe the government has the right to make discriminatory laws. And when they do, I believe it is our job as a citizenry to object to discriminatory laws, which is what I'm doing. I'm not interested in like a moral argument of what you think about abortion. My only argument, because I don't think it matters to me, is that the government doesn't get to make discriminatory laws. Do you think the government should be allowed to make discriminatory laws, yes or no?
No.
Okay, does telling a woman when she can have an abortion, if she can have an abortion, and how can she have an abortion, does that apply to men?
I don't believe so.
So by definition, it's discriminatory, right?
Yeah, but I don't care about what's discriminatory. You're fighting against the government. I'm not fighting with the government. I just want to know what's right from wrong.
Wait. So this is why I say don't vote for Republicans, because you can hold your view, all these views that you have on abortion, which are shaped by your experience, shaped perhaps by your beliefs, shaped perhaps by stories other people have told you. You are allowed to have this opinion, and you and I are allowed to have a very different opinion on abortion. But what we can't allow as a country, and what we should learn from mistakes of the past, is that the government should not have laws that are discriminatory. And if the government is going to make laws that are discriminatory, they should be removed, and the people should make those decisions for themselves.
Well, that's not my fight. That's your fight. I was just trying to tell you the world's ending in 2033. Really.
Well,
I'm going to talk to you about,
I don't really care about that very much, though.
The nuance of it all.
How is the world going to end?
I don't care about the laws.
How is it going to end, by the way? How's this coming down?
It's just gonna vanish. It's just gonna poof, gone, boom.
Where's it?
God's people in the heaven, and
where's
that's it.
Where's heaven?
Heaven is a dimension, and it's wherever God is going to be.
So you don't know? Not sure.
All this is going to be gone.
Just going to disappear?
Yeah.
Why doesn't he just take the people?
All going to disappear.
Why doesn't he leave the earth and just take the people?
He's going to take all the true Christians are going to be taken, and all those who are remaining left, the elements of this world and universe are just going to fall apart, and it's just going to dissolve away.
What percentage? Let's see. So God is just going to, God, that's a tough God. He's going to kill all these people? That's not very pro-life.
Well, they won't feel anything. They won't feel anything because all the atoms are just going to, they're all going to collapse within themselves. It's going to be a painless situation.
So if it's painless, it's okay. So
yeah.
So 69% of the world is just going to die. That's a very loving God you've got there, sir.
Yeah, you guys believe in abortion, so I mean, come on, guys.
So, well, God, I mean, there was no
what was the
punishment? What was the punishment for abortion in the Bible?
The punishment for abortion is death in the Bible.
It is? Did anybody have abortions that didn't die?
Did anybody have an abortion that didn't die?
Yeah. Like all the verses in the Bible, like if somebody had an abortion, then they killed.
I wish I could hear you a little better. There's so much like choppiness. It could be my internet.
It could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the verse?
But dude,
what's the verse
I
you're
really
citing
appreciate
here?
you talk. I could keep going. What?
What's the verse?
You want the citation of the verse that makes abortion morally wrong?
No. You said that the punishment for abortion is death, according to God.
Oh, it just
why isn't
the
he?
wages
How
of
come
sin
he?
is death.
Why isn't he killed?
The wages of sin is death.
Why doesn't he
That's
just?
a good
Why
one.
doesn't he just kill all these people that have abortions?
The wages of sin is death. If I lie to you, that's punishable
You're
by
doing
death.
that weird thing
if
again.
I
You're doing
steal,
that.
punishable.
You're doing that weird thing again, where I ask you a question and you just answer it however you want. Why didn't God just kill all the people that had abortions?
Because God doesn't punish people right away. For a sentence against man is not executed speedily.
He flooded the world.
He's not like
he
us.
flooded the world. He destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. There's lots of instances of
Do you
God.
know why?
I
Do
think
you know,
God didn't.
do you
he
know
just,
why he did that?
Well,
Do you know why he did that?
You just said he didn't. He doesn't do that. You just said.
No. My server. I'm sorry. I have a hard time hearing you. But the only reason why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, it was an end time sign. Once people
end times, brother. That was like 6,000 years ago.
I know, but you said you read the Bible. So in Jude verse 7, they suffered an example of eternal fire. So Sodom and Gomorrah is actually a picture.
So it was like a learning experience for everybody that this is what hell was going to be
God's
like.
People, once you see that mankind is starting to depopulate and they're turning towards themselves
What do you mean
to end
depopulate?
procreation.
What do you mean depopulate?
See, when men and men come together, it's a depopulation. So if everybody became homosexual,
Where does it say that? Wait,
there would be no.
Where does it say that in the Bible? That he
It's
destroyed.
just math.
I don't
If
know.
you and I
wait, hold on.
engaged in that,
Wait, are you
if
under?
you and I engaged in that behavior,
Wait, hold on. Are you under
and
the?
all of us
hold on,
engaged in that
hold
behavior,
on.
there'd be no
For
life.
somebody who's read the Bible, you seem to have a misunderstanding of what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. Are you saying that your understanding of the Bible is that Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because people were gay?
That's right. The particular cry.
There were no
the
other reasons.
Particular cry. Well, that's God is He's highlighting that particular sin. That's going to happen at the end of the world.
But he
when
highlighted
you start
other
to see
sins
that
too there,
particular,
right?
Well, the sodomy is one of the highlighted behaviors that God is showing them. That's right. Once you see that particular sin, by the way, it's not worse than any other sin. Okay, lying just as bad, punishable by death.
I understand, but you said that the reason that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah is because they stopped populating. That's not in the Bible. It feels like you made that part up. You made that up. But you made that up,
what I'm
right?
saying is,
yeah, but you made that up, right?
I'm explaining it to someone who doesn't understand the Bible.
I understand the Bible probably better. I seem to have a better understanding of the Bible than you. Because God didn't say
I would prove you wrong. I'm trying to be very humble as I speak with you.
Then in the Bible, show me the part where God says he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because they were depopulating.
Well, the Bible says, going after strange flesh, they suffered the example of everlasting fire.
Okay, where's the part about depopulation?
Well, going after strange flesh is like not going to the
going after strange flesh could be somebody outside of your marriage. It could be a stranger.
Right, but we know what a sodomite is.
No, we don't. I saw it was somebody from Sodom.
In Jude 1 verse 7, right? It says they went after strange flesh. They suffered the example of everlasting fire. And if you go to Romans,
doesn't mean that you're gay.
If you go to Romans, it tells you that they left off the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust.
Who did?
One toward another.
Who did?
Mankind.
Oh, but we're talking about Sodom.
That's right.
So the Romans isn't talking about Sodom.
You see, I told you earlier that in order to understand the Bible, you have to compare the Bible with itself.
In order to understand the Bible, you have to be able to take two stories that don't correlate at all and mix them together and say that it's about depopulation.
It does.
Brother,
right now, you're trying to win an argument, but you're not listening. You're trying to win the argument, but you're not listening.
You're also not
Jude
listening.
1 verse 7
You're also not listening.
quotes Sodom and Gomorrah.
What's that?
Jude 1 verse 7 quotes Sodom and Gomorrah.
What does it say?
It's the book before Revelation.
Okay, but then you quoted Romans.
Right. And by comparing spiritual with spiritual, you look at what strange flesh is.
Wait,
so you have to look
yeah, those
everywhere
are two
where
different
strange
stories,
flesh
bud.
or flesh.
Dude, Romans isn't about Sodom.
It absolutely is, and I thought you read
is?
the Bible.
Romans?
Yes.
Which chapter did you say?
Romans chapter 1. They left off the natural use of the woman.
Who's
in their
they?
lust one towards another.
Who's they?
Man, anybody, any unsinful,
Yeah, it's
any
not talking
unsinful
about
man
Sodom, is it?
is
It's talking about the Gentiles.
Right. And a
That's
Gentile
not
is a sodomite. A sodomite
That's
is an
not
unsafe
Sodom.
person. I'm a Gentile. I'm a
Jesus.
sodomite.
That's not
if I'm not
Sodom, you
saved.
silly goose. This is crazy. You said
See,
that the Lord
unfortunately, you
said
haven't
that the
been
Lord
properly trained in the
said,
Bible,
no,
so you cannot
you've been
make
poorly trained.
connections.
I'm better at this than you. You said that the Lord
You're not.
destroyed
You're really not.
Sodom
It's
because of
actually sad.
depopulation. You haven't shown me anything about
No,
depopulation.
when I said depopulation, I put it in layman's terms for you to recognize that if everyone behaves in that behavior, if you and I participated in that behavior and everyone else did, the population would go down, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but
and if that continued, everybody was burned.
Yeah, but I think you're wrong.
One towards
yeah,
another.
but you're wrong. You're wrong about Jesus or God destroying Sodom and Gomorrah because they were gay. It was about sexual immorality. It wasn't just gay people there. There was people having heterosexual sex there too. That was a sin also. It wasn't about being gay. In fact, there were babies being born. There was nothing in that verse about depopulation.
Of course.
Yeah. So you were wrong again.
When I say depopulation, I'm just using layman's terms for those who are not familiar with the Bible.
So when you say depopulation, you mean gay sex?
Well, if everybody on planet Earth, right, decides that they just want to have male to male, female to female relations, what happens to the world's population? By default,
it would go down.
Significantly goes down.
But that's not why God destroyed Sodom. You're making that up. You just made that's you. Are you God now? Are you God this whole time? Was it you?
Yeah, you see, you're not trying to understand. You're just trying to like accuse. But
no.
Hear me
Listen,
out.
wait, no, you hear me out. Wait, hold on. This is the problem that we have, and this is why I absolutely fucking hate religion, because I'm reading the book as it's written and it doesn't say anything about depopulation, and I'm reading Romans and I'm talking about Romans when it talks about the Gentiles, and you're linking it back to Sodom, and I'm saying figuratively, literally, there is no connection here. And you're like, yeah, but if you just believe me, then there is a connection. I don't believe you, sir. Unless you are God, unless you wrote the book, then what the fuck do I care about you making up new parts of the Bible?
You don't have to believe me.
Of course I don't.
You don't have to believe me. But if you have a smartphone, just ask if Romans 1, verse 28 and 27 have anything to do with Sodom and Gomorrah in Christendom. It will say yes.
Furthermore, just as they did not think it was worthwhile to retain the knowledge of God, so God gave them over to a depraved mind, so that they do what ought not to be done. They have become filled with every kind of wickedness, evil, greed, and depravity. They are full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, and malice. They are gossips. This is a letter, and it is speaking specifically about the Gentiles. This has nothing to do with Sodom. You are a lunatic.
That's right.
You are a lunatic, and you are perverting the word of God to justify your vote for Donald Trump, to bring to pass the end of the world. You are perverting the good word of the Lord.
You're trying to speak over, but if you could correct me, I would love it. But you're not correcting me. You're just using tactics of speaking loud and accusing.
No, I'm telling.
But again, you said you study the Bible more than I do, right?
I appear
you
to have.
You study the Bible more than I do.
I appear to
so
have.
In Jude verse 7, if you go to Jude verse 7,
Jude
and it says
there's a chapter first, but there's a chapter first.
Jude verse. You don't have to say chapter because there's only one chapter.
Okay, there we go.
But it says here, even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh. So this strange flesh has to do with they're leaving off the natural use of the man or the woman, and then they go after strange flesh. So in Jude 7, remember how I said comparing spiritual with spiritual? This is how you come to truth.
Wait, what version of the Bible are you using?
You can use your NIV. It's not a good translation.
Which one are you? I used King James.
I used the King James.
Okay, well you just lied about Jude 1. Jude 1:7 says, as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them, in a similar manner to these, having given themselves over to sexual immorality and gone after.
That's not the King James version. You have a wrong version. Now check out what you have. That's not the King James.
It says I can reload it.
That's not the King James. You have probably the NIV.
Sorry, as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them in a similar manner to these have given themselves over to. It says it's King James. I'm using the internet.
Now, sometimes they'll trick you, but it's not.
That could be the new King James. Hold on. You said I could use whatever one though. So that's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
That,
it's basically the
that
same.
one seemed to disagree with you.
It really doesn't.
It said sexual immorality.
Wait,
is sexual immorality homosexuality?
It falls under that category.
What else falls under that? What else falls under that category? Actually, here's what it says. Even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in like manner give themselves over to fornication. What is fornication?
That's right.
What is fornication?
Sexual immorality.
Is it only homosexual?
No.
Okay, so why are you saying that it's about homosexuality then?
Because it's an end time sign to let you know
it fits your narrative.
It's just like any other sin now.
Because
remember,
then you can justify voting for Donald Trump, who was a serial fornicator.
I have no stigma to highlight my sin, and in fact, people who are LGBTQ are much kinder, much more peaceful than the average person.
You lied to these folks.
But you're accusing me of lying.
Yes.
All you have to do is Google is Romans 1, verse 26, 27, and 28 referring to Sodom and Gomorrah. If I'm wrong, I will stand corrected while I'm with you now.
Verse 7 is talking about
Google it.
I have it up.
Just Google.
I have
Does
it.
Romans 1, 25, 26, 27 have any relation to Sodom and Gomorrah?
Brother.
If your AI says no,
brother,
then I'll humbly apologize.
Even as Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what I just read. Obviously, it's talking about Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, my friend.
And you just said, is it talking about Sodom and Gomorrah? I just said it is.
No. You accused me in Romans chapter 1, verse 26, 27.
No, verse
going
7.
After,
we were talking about verse 7.
Believing the use of men.
No, we were talking about verse 7.
Jude 1:7 is one, but I'm comparing spiritual with spiritual. Remember what I said? This is how we come to truth, and all these denominations got it wrong.
Wait, what were
they read the Bible at face value, and they could never compare it with each other.
So now we're in Romans.
So because they're not comparing Romans 1, 26 and 27. If you just go on any AI and just search, does Romans 1, 26 and 27 have any correlation to Jude 1:7?
We've already covered this. They're talking about fornication, though.
I haven't even checked.
Dude, they're talking about fornication.
I haven't even checked.
I'm getting tired of you, honestly. They're talking about fornication, and you are running from this, which is crazy.
I'm not.
You're so
fornication
dishonest.
Falls under homosexuality. Falls under incest.
What else? What else is
It
fornication?
falls under
What else?
premarital sex.
Okay, so maybe they were also having premarital sex. Does premarital sex lead to babies? Where is your evidence that this was about depopulation?
What?
Yeah, you made that shit up, didn't you? You made that shit up, didn't you?
It's not that I made it up. It's just a natural byproduct if everyone increases in that behavior.
But it's not increasing in that behavior. What percentage of the people in Sodom and Gomorrah were only having gay sex?
The Bible doesn't state that. I don't know.
Okay,
but
how do you know
really
that? How do you know the people?
You want to emphasize?
How do you know that the people that were having?
I think you're just looking for an area
how do you know
to
that the
focus
people?
on.
How do you know that the people that were having gay sex weren't also having other sex?
If you read your Bible, you would know that that particular sin is highlighted as an end time activity.
So is fornication.
That's it.
So is fornication. But you said depopulation, which isn't in there. Fornication's not a sin.
If you read the Bible, my friend, if you read the Bible, you would know that there are specific acts that can happen that let you know it's the end. For example, Satan actually takes a seat in the temple. When all the churches become corrupt, you know it's the end time.
Where's the temple?
Any local congregation, generally speaking.
Anyone, any religion?
Any tabernacle or any sanctuary that identifies with Jesus Christ and who claim to be the New Testament church, that identifies with what the church is.
That's the Mormon church.
And that can fall under the Mormon church as well. But when Satan entered into the churches, and this is the only way you can understand it by comparing scripture to scripture.
He's in your church. So the Mormons, they have the prophet
now.
They have the modern
Maybe
prophet.
They're not listening.
Well,
all
I don't want to listen to you.
Now.
I got to talk to the guy that talks to God. Not the Mormon church. They talk to God. They have a direct line to God. They have a prophet.
They claim that. But the
you don't
Bible
believe
will
their
not
claims?
allow that.
Why wouldn't the Bible allow that?
Because the scripture says if any man adds to the words of the prophecy of this book, God will add the plagues that are written therein. And
no,
if
it says adds to the word of God. It doesn't say book, does it? How about
the book is the word of God.
How about the prophecy in Ezekiel that talks about the stick of Judah? You know, remember that? I think it's the stick of Judah and the stick of
the scepter.
What's that?
The rod,
no,
or
the stick.
scepter.
The stick. Let me find it. It's
the branch.
Stick of Judah. Let me find it.
Are you talking about the branch?
Ezekiel 37, 15 through 20. The stick of Judah and the stick of Joseph. It talks about those two coming together and being as one. What's that about?
Right.
What's Judah?
These are the tribes
excuse me, what's Judah?
Judah spiritually represents the offspring of God's people in a spiritual way.
Okay.
Right? And the stick of Joseph, I'm not qualified. I have to look into that. But I do know Joseph, he oversaw the coming out of the
what are they talking about
Egypt,
with sticks?
Where they carried his bones.
What are they talking about with sticks there? What are these sticks?
I'd have to look it up, but I do know Christ is called the branch, and we are his. We are his. He's the vine, and we are the branches.
But he's commanded. Wait, hold on. But he's commanded to write one stick for Judah, and Joseph is supposed to write a stick for Ephraim. What would they write? These would probably be scrolls, right?
These could be in a
what else would you write? What else would you write on?
Term.
What else would you write
outcome.
on? What else would you write on?
When you write, a lot of people they try to.
Here's the problem, and let me now it's my turn. Now it's my turn.
I have to be very careful because I don't want to be wrong.
Since you don't know about this, I'll tell you about the Bible. No, you don't know. You don't know about this. So let me help educate you, just so that I know. And the reason that I know that what I'm about to tell you is true is because I was a member of a church where the guy talks to God, and God told him that this was true, so it's true. The stick of Judah is the Bible, the writings of the people from Jerusalem specifically, and those that went with Moses and came back. And the stick,
the Bible never represents itself as a stick.
The book, the writings, they came on scrolls. I'm not saying branch. I'm talking about writing on sticks, which is how you would write on scrolls, right? And the stick of Joseph, there was this group of people descended from Joseph, and they actually fled Jerusalem, and they sailed across the seas, and they wound up in Central America, and they started their own branch, let's call it. And then after Jesus died, he came back and he visited these people in South America too, and he said, you guys are the other stick, and you need to keep a record of all the things that you do and all the things that I teach you, and keep a record of it. And they wrote it down on these golden plates. And then later on, Joseph Smith got those golden plates and he translated them, and they were very similar to the Bible. The teachings were the same, and as they came together, they made the perfect word, fulfilling the prophecy from Ezekiel that the stick of Joseph and the stick of Judah would come together in the end days, and they would be as one, restoring the Lord's church on the earth, and that is led by a prophet who talks to God. So I guess you should be Mormon.
So I appreciate what you're saying, but that the sticks that are being written on could represent the promise.
Well,
it could also represent the coming together.
Who's to say?
Well, the Bible, and that's why we have to compare.
What does the Bible
when it says write on the stick, right? So we know God's word is on there, and whatever He's commanding for them to come in together could be Old Testament or the congregations of the old and also the new congregation.
Or it could be that the people, the descendants of Joseph, needed to keep records. Could be that too, right?
And you're not.
Could be, right?
And I'm sure you're in agreement. And I'm sure you're in agreement.
Hey, brother,
that descendants of Joseph are not guaranteed,
I'm going
right?
to end the call if you are going to just refuse to answer any of my questions. It could be, right? Couldn't it also be the descendants of Joseph wrote a record? Could it not be that?
I think in order to come to truth, you got to find harmony.
Could it be?
If that is the case,
could it be?
The Bible would certainly confirm that.
It does.
If that were
the
case.
Does. There are the same teachings in the Bible as the Book of Mormon, and when you bring them together, it fills in all the gaps.
I can't believe you're promoting the Book of Mormon.
I'm not. I'm pointing out.
Faithful.
I think that their religion's way better than yours. There's at least answers. You don't have any answers. Way better. At least it answers stuff.
Oh, okay.
In the Mormon religion, this loving God, he doesn't send you, he doesn't destroy the earth and murder everybody. In the Mormon religion, there are different levels of heaven, and if everybody who came to earth who made this choice, like, you'll be resurrected and you get to live again, and you don't get all the same benefits as those at the top, but you won't burn forever, which as a parent and as a loving parent makes a lot more sense to me, because like no matter what my kid does, I'm probably not going to light her on fire and have her burn for eternity.
So if I understand correctly, you like the outcome better,
No, it
so
makes sense.
you ascribe
Yeah, it
yourself
makes
to
more
the Mormon
sense. It makes
faith.
more
'Cause
sense.
It makes sense.
Makes more sense.
Not that it's true or not. You just ascribe to it.
The same way
What
you
happens
do
to
it.
the bad
It's the
people?
same way you do it. It's the same way.
Oh no.
You can't.
I compare spiritual with spiritual. That's what the
Spiritual's
Bible
a made
says.
up thing.
Well, apparently you don't have a spirit, so you can't
Either do
comment
you.
on things you
Either
don't
do
know.
you. Either do you. You're just
I
making it
claim
up.
to have a spirit.
Yeah, you're lying. You're
So
just making
remember,
it up.
remember now, you have a prejudice. You have a prejudice towards people who claim to have a spirit.
No, I don't.
You claim you don't have
No,
one.
I have a prejudice against people who use
And
magic
that would
to
explain why
put
you
laws.
have. That would explain why you have a difference in just even understanding the Bible, because it's a spiritual book.
Yeah, because I read the words as intended and I don't make shit up, and you make
You
shit up.
can't do that. You cannot read it at face value.
You can't do it. You have to make shit up,
there's
guys.
no,
The thing about
there's
Christianity that's very important is that you have to make shit up. And if you don't,
7 heads and 10
I'm
horns,
talking, sir. Be quiet.
and 10
Nobody can hear
crowns
you,
upon
sir.
the 10 heads.
Nobody can hear you, sir. When I'm talking, shut the fuck up. The important part about Christianity is that you can never rely on the words in the book. You have to make a bunch of shit up too for it to make sense. And you don't get to determine who gets to make shit up. You have to decide for yourself which made up shit is actually true. Now you can go, sir.
Yeah, you're saying you have to read the Bible at face value.
I'd say don't read the
there's
Bible.
So much
don't read
spiritual.
it. It's a terrible
Can I finish,
book.
sir? Can I finish?
Well,
I was
correcting.
You're saying you got to read it at face value, but there's so many instances that you cannot take for face value, but
Why?
some instances can be.
Why?
So you need spiritual
Why
guidance.
can't you take them at face
But
value?
here's the thing.
Why?
As an atheist,
Why?
right?
Why?
Huh?
Why can't you take
Because
them at
it's
face
a spiritual
value?
book,
What
and
does
God
that,
has
what
to
does that
guide
mean?
us.
What does a spiritual book mean?
I'll give you an idea.
No, I
right?
don't want an
There
example.
was an
Tell me what
angel-
it. No, I don't want an example. Tell me what it means to be a
How can you
spiritual
not?
book.
That's how I tell you.
I don't care.
I'm
This is the
telling
problem.
you-
Yeah, tell me what it means without a
How
story.
can you ask a question but not want the answer? You may not like the answer.
I don't need a story.
But I have to tell you.
I don't need a story.
The story
Tell me what
is
a
the
spiritual.
answer.
What's a spiritual book?
It's an inspired, God-breathed, living book that the
Who
spiritual
inspired
man,
it? Who inspired it?
where God,
Wait, who inspired it?
God,
Who's
He
God?
breathed it.
Who is God?
That's what inspire
Who
means.
is
The
God?
Almighty,
Who is God?
the ever-living one,
Who's that?
the one with no beginning of days nor end of life.
Who's that?
The Almighty,
Who's that?
Jehovah,
Who? Who's that? How do I find him?
Melchizedek.
Who's that?
You
Melchizedek.
don't find him. He finds you.
Melchizedek isn't God.
He will not respond.
Now you're doing it. Now you're doing
You
another
see?
bad job. Melchizedek's a different person.
That's the point. You don't even
Melchizedek
understand
is
that.
is another person in the Bible. It is not God.
You don't even understand that either. In Genesis, Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils. He had no beginning of days,
Guess
no
what?
end of
Hey,
life.
guess what the priesthood's
No mother,
guess
no
what,
father.
Hey, guess what the priesthood's called in the Mormon Church?
What?
The Melchizedek priesthood. Why? Because God gave the priesthood through Melchizedek, right? Oh shit! It makes
God
more.
is the-
Oh, it makes sense more than
Melchizedek
your
is
Christian
God.
religion again,
That's
doesn't it?
probably why-
Oh shit!
And that's,
Oh, I did it again.
But you see, this is why you're wrong. Because
No,
in
we're
the
just
Catholic
interpreting
faith,
it.
they call
Look, it's a
people
spiritual.
father.
It's a spiritual book, and my
but
leader
here's-
talks
here's
to
how
God,
you-
and you don't talk to God. He talks to God face to face, and he
But here's how
told
you're
me
incorrect.
that it's called. Well, he told me, and he talks to God. It's a spiritual book, so I'm going to listen to the
But here's-
spiritual
but
leader.
here's-
He
right?
knows better
But
than
here's
you.
how you're incorrect.
Do you talk to God?
In the Catholic
Sir,
faith,
do you talk to God?
you're changing.
Do you
You
talk
just
to God
said
face to
in the
face, sir?
Mormon faith, Melchizedek is called
Sir,
father
do you
or
talk?
whatever.
Do you talk to
But
God,
in-
sir?
Hold on, sir.
No, sir. It's a
In the
spiritual
Catholic
book,
faith,
sir. Do you talk to God?
in the Catholic
sir,
faith, they call them
sir,
fathers, right?
Sir, I'm trying.
Jesus said,
sir,
"Call no one father, which is of your Father in heaven."
Sir, I'm going to yell over you until you answer my question, sir. Do you
Yes.
talk to God?
Yes.
When was the last time you talked to him?
When I prayed this morning.
What did he say?
When I read the Bible, he talks to me.
Okay, well, my
Whatever
guy
he reads in the Bible,
my
he
guy
talks to me.
talks to him face to face. So I'm going to take that because it's a spiritual book. I need spiritual understanding. So I'm going to go with the guy that talks face to face with God. Sorry, sir, you don't have the credentials to be a spiritual leader because you don't talk to God.
Well, who talks to God?
My guy,
face to face.
My guy does.
Who's that?
Right now his name's Russell Nielsen. He's talking to God all the
Okay.
time. They talk all
Well,
the
he's
time.
he's in violation of the Bible.
He says you're in
So he's a
violation.
false
He
prophet.
says you're in violation of the Bible. You're a false prophet.
He can say anything he
that-
wants, and you can say anything
I
you
asked
want.
him. He said
But
you.
my reference
he
is the
said-
Bible.
He said you made up depopulation and you're a heretic.
I did make that up.
See how
He's
stupid.
correct
See how
about
stupid
that.
this is. Do you see how stupid this argument is?
That's not in the Bible. That was just a
Do
statement
you
that
see
I
how
made.
stupid this whole argument is? Do you see why
It's not.
Do you see why nobody
It's just
wants
proving to the
this
point that
stupid
you have
religion
a
to run
straw
our
man.
lives? Because we're both making up hypothetical arguments about magic people and which magic person we should believe more.
You really think I'm going to stop right now? Don't be chaotic.
Don't be chaotic. Who's that? Is that your wife?
No, that's my son. He sees I'm having a conversation. He's like, Dad, I'm hungry. I'm like, what do you want me to do? You think I'm going to stop this conversation?
Yeah, feed him.
Yeah, I should. I just made him food. He said he's still hungry.
Yeah, make him some more food. My God,
he's accusing me of not making food.
The guy that's talking to God says you should go make your son some food. Sorry, I can't listen to you anymore.
But
no, he said it.
You understood the Bible.
No, he said you don't understand it.
Yeah, but that's not true. You know that.
No,
you know
that's
most
what
Christians
he
don't
talks
agree
to
with
God.
that.
What? I'm going to deny God now?
I do
not deny God. I do not deny God. How dare you? How dare you speak for God, sir?
That'll only work for your followers.
How dare you speak for God, sir? You do not speak for God.
The Bible is complete.
God chooses his
God
prophets,
to people.
and you are a false prophet, sir. You are a false prophet, leading the people astray.
I'm happy to be called that. But at least I'm coming from the Bible only. I'll never tell you that I had a dream or a vision. I'll never manipulate other people.
That's what the Bible is. The Bible is people having dreams and visions.
And compare the Bible with the Bible.
The Bible is people having dreams and visions.
That's the new Christianity that you've never heard of before. This is why I'm really so thankful that you talked with me. Because you probably never heard that principle before.
What principle?
The Bible interprets itself.
That's so
stupid. The Bible's not given to private interpretation.
That's so fucking
stupid. All churches are corrupt.
That is so stupid.
It's not.
The Bible interprets itself. It's a living, breathing book.
Right.
It interprets itself.
Well, what happens when you die?
I think you should go.
What do you have?
I think you
what do you present?
I think you
what
should
are you
go,
presenting other than nothing?
I'll tell you in a second. I think you should
what
go.
Is the way to
I think you
life?
should dedicate your life to going on people's platforms and talking about Jesus, because I do think that you will help me in my goal to get everybody to abandon religion. I think you're doing a magnificent job.
How about you invite me back and we'll talk every other weekend or every other month?
Probably not.
And I'm always ready. I've got plenty more.
Yeah, I know, but
I'll wear you out. I'll wear you down.
I'm sure you will.
I love this stuff.
I know.
I love this
because
stuff.
The cool thing about your argument is like you just get to make it up as you go. You literally just get to make shit up. Like the book.
I wish I could.
You just did. You said the book interprets itself after you said that there was something in the book that wasn't there.
You have to follow. You have to follow where the scriptures take you.
Let me ask you a question. Is the Declaration of Independence printed on the Bible? Is it a treasure map? Is the Bible a treasure map? If Nicolas Cage made a movie about it, would it lead him to some treasure?
That's heresy. That's not accurate. That's terrible. They're mixing the Bible with secular stuff.
What secular?
The Constitution has nothing to do with the Bible. I hate it when people
wait, hold on. Now you're mixing up the Constitution with the Declaration of Independence. How dare you? I hate.
I'm sorry. Can you
absolutely
hate that?
I hate it when people mix up the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. You're a heretic.
I didn't hear you.
I'm pretty careful. I'm fairly sure that the treasure map was on the back of the Declaration of Independence. I think. Not the Constitution.
I never watched that movie.
Okay.
I heard it was a good movie, but I never watched it.
It's never you not knowing something.
Did you watch it?
It hasn't stopped you from making up things before, so that's good.
You can accuse me of making things up.
You admitted that you made up
the Bible.
Wait, you admitted it already. You admitted you made up depopulation. You made that up. You already admitted that.
I didn't make it up, but I said it to the point where you took it as some kind of leverage, I guess.
Not leverage. I said that the book didn't say that the reason Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed was for depopulation.
I never actually said. I never said that was the reason. I was just saying. I was saying it would cause that. That's what I meant to say. And if you think I taught that, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Would cause the good Lord to destroy
the
earth.
If we all engaged in that activity, the population would go down.
Yeah, but you might. It might come a little harder though. It might feel good.
Perhaps, I don't know.
Explain.
I wouldn't engage in that.
I got a question. I got a question for you.
Sure.
Why did the Lord put the prostate there?
Where?
Up the rectum. Way up in the rectum. Why'd he put it there? That's the pleasure center. Why did he put it in your butt if he didn't mean for you to get after it once in a while?
I got to tell you, if that's done between a husband and a wife in the bedroom, I don't think that's inappropriate. That's none of my business. But if it's there, it's there. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Ears are very sensitive too.
So it is your business.
On the body. That's none of my business.
So butt stuff is only your business if it's done
outside
the bounds of marriage, or if it's two men. But if it's
no,
okay,
in the marriage bed, that's none of my business. That's not for me to, opine on.
but if you're
that's
not
going
married,
on behind
then you need
closed
to.
doors,
If people aren't married, then you need to talk about it.
if they're not married, they shouldn't be engaging in that activity.
In what activity?
Sexual activity.
Oh, so you do get to opine on that. What if they're married? What if two men are married? Then do you get to opine on it?
Come on, think about this.
Okay.
Why do two men want to get married anyway?
Probably because they love each other, and there's like some legal protections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But from a
maybe they have a marriage
see
kink.
that.
Maybe they can't get hard unless they're married.
I don't know, but God never intended men to get married because they can't produce offspring.
Then why did he put the prostate in there? Why is there a G spot up there? Are you telling me God meant for men?
You mean
so God meant for your wife
now.
to get
you're saying
God meant for your wife to put a finger up there is what you're saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if a man, okay, well, I don't know, man. That's a good question.
Are you married?
But I can tell you this.
Are you married?
Yes.
You ever have your wife just like kind of like put a little pressure against it?
I don't. I wouldn't talk about something like that. That's private, right?
I don't know. You can tell me if it's private.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's private.
All right.
But I can tell you this. I live in an LGBTQ lovely city. The best.
What's an LGBTQ city? What is that?
Well,
just rainbows everywhere. Is that what you're saying?
It's the best place, man. I love it. My coworkers, my colleagues, they're better than me, man. They're better than me.
I don't doubt that. Probably because they don't believe in like a made-up God that tells them what to do with
their
genitals.
Well, maybe you should ask them about the pinky because they might give you some fun tips. And Jay, don't get us banned on TikTok because you've done so good.
Sorry.
But I tell you what, I get along with them better than people who claim to be Christians.
Yeah, imagine that. It's almost like Christian people are set in their ways with make-believe ideas, and the people who aren't set in their ways are just
too.
Well,
it's just a matter of whether it's right or not.
I'm not set in
right?
my ways. If Jesus showed up tomorrow and was like, and I watched him come down from
He's not going to do that.
I'd be like, oh shit,
you guys have
you
guys have a real wrong understanding of how Jesus operates.
I will happily change my mind as soon as I see some evidence.
You see, and you're saying as soon as you see, I have a good question for you.
Yeah.
The Greek gods, right? Did they ever,
in all the
writings,
not real.
Correct. Did they ever, in any of their writings, concern themselves about man waving their fist? Zeus, if you're real, show yourself to me. Or Poseidon, or whoever. We have it all wrong.
I don't know.
Gods
Did they?
are not concerned
Did they do that?
with
I
the
don't.
mere
I don't know.
mortals.
Did they do that?
And if you just take it,
I don't know. Did people ask for Zeus to show themselves?
Of course not. Of course
Nobody asked for Zeus to show themselves?
That's not even
How do you
the
know
topic
that?
of conversation.
How do you know that? How old are
you?
Jesus Christ, were you around for that?
I'm talking about the writings. I'm not talking about the people themselves.
Oh,
I'm just saying in the writings, there isn't that even on the agenda of man thinks we're not real. Shall we show them?
Well,
shall I destroy them? No,
it might not have been
because
on the
of ego.
We're
not.
Another reason.
You're coming from a place of logical reasoning and ego.
But hold on. My interpretation of what you just said is different. My interpretation is those gods aren't real, and people write about them to make other people feel they're real. And the best thing that you can ever do if you want to start a cult or a religion is you make that religion and your eternal life dependent on believing things that you cannot see and you will never have proof of. It's the mark of every good religion. Convince people of something that they will never have evidence of, and then tell them to use crazy language like, I know with every fiber of my being that is true. And it's psychosis. It's the same. It's
But I would agree with you.
It's
I would agree with you.
It's abusive. It's just a bunch of people
I would agree with you
choosing
that,
not to believe
that not
evidence
only,
and instead being like worked up into hysterics, believing in something that they can't see. It's silly.
Right. I honestly
think it's silly.
I would agree with you that there's been a lot of perversions of religion, as there are perversions of many
religion
things.
Is a perversion
but you
of
cannot
humanity.
Deny,
religion is the
but
perversion.
You cannot deny. I see, but you cannot deny the very fact that our society was built on the inalienable rights, which foundational principles comes from the Bible to love your neighbor as yourself. And under those
Excuse me?
minded principles,
excuse me?
we've developed our Constitution and our laws
excuse me.
that all men are created.
Hold on. Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
First of all, that whole love your neighbor thing, that only showed up in the New Testament. So most of humanity loved...
No, in Leviticus chapter 19, it says love your neighbor as yourself. Check me out if I'm wrong.
Most of humanity...
Check me out if I'm wrong. That's in the book of Leviticus.
I understand. What I'm saying is it became...
Leviticus 19.
Shut up, dude.
Verses,
I heard you.
18.
Brother, we heard you. What I'm saying is that it became the new law. It replaced the old law of the New Testament of the Old Testament. Hold on, and it was there long before the Bible too. That's just human nature. Stop giving credit to Sky Daddy for shit that humans figured out. Stop giving credit.
The only thing
my biggest issue with religion, honest to God, my biggest problem with religion is that it requires people who do extraordinary things or people who just do ordinary things to never give themselves credit for anything. It is a constant. Your entire life as a religious person revolves around anything you do good, giving all credit to God, and anything you do bad, beating yourself up on. It makes you a servant, and it makes you a servant to a hypothetical being, and people live long, miserable lives. I have a father and a mother, and my father is deeply religious, and he is deeply Mormon, and he is deeply in the cult. And my father and I have no relationship because I won't follow the rules of his cult, and his cult tells him that I am a sinner, and I am just as outspoken with you as I am with him. I think that your religion is a net negative. I think it's stupid, and I think it makes you dumber, and I think it makes all of humanity give credit for something that doesn't exist, and it doesn't allow us to come together because we have spent 2 hours now fighting about a made-up fucking book and what it means.
It's not fighting. I'm not fighting with you.
Arguing. Imagine all the good you could do in this world if you weren't busy arguing about an imaginary book. Imagine you go out and actually advocate for the rights of human beings. Imagine you go out there and you advocate for a more fair world. Imagine you do that, but instead people legitimately dedicate their lives
to a better world is coming.
Then go make it. Then just make the world better today. I don't give a fuck about your prediction.
I am.
No, you're not.
Actually talking with you now.
You have not made the world better today. You have wasted your time today. You have accomplished nothing.
Far be it.
You are being openly mocked. You're being openly mocked by 1,000 people right now. You think this is doing some good?
That's the nature. But the foolishness of preaching can bring about you could be one of God's elect. I don't know. Did you know Christianity has a lottery system?
The only difference,
based on your Mormon teaching, the
only difference I see between you,
that you can give your life to Jesus or accept him, right?
No.
Well, with comparing scripture with scripture, salvation's actually a lottery. It's a lottery system.
It's also
so you could be mocking me today.
It's also made up.
Or the thousands who are mocking me now.
It's also made up.
Well, that's your claim. What's not made up?
Well,
if that's made up, what is not made up? What's the structure of belief, or if there's no belief at all?
These are my
based on your broadest sense.
These are my
based on your broadest
These are my AirPods. I'm telling you, these are my AirPods. They are real. I can touch them. I can open them up. If I want to listen to something, I can.
So you're limited. You're limited to the five senses.
I'm limited to reality. Yep, that's correct. I'm limited to not making shit up.
You will bear the fruits thereof. You're not interested in living forever, right? You don't know who God is. You don't care who God is. So it's maybe not for you.
Who is God?
God is the Almighty.
Where is he?
He dwells within me, and he's omnipotent.
I hope he doesn't dwell within you coming in the back door, though.
Remember,
how did he get? Wait, hold on. How did he get inside you?
Spiritually.
What does that mean?
He dwells within us.
How did he get in there, though?
Well, you're not spiritual, remember? You don't have a spirit.
Did he spit on it?
So you see what I'm saying? When you're speaking, right? You're coming from a lack of understanding. And so what you do is you mock someone who has something you don't have,
lack of understanding,
which is natural, and I understand that.
It's an imagination.
So you don't have a spirit, right?
I have a 5-year-old. I have a 5-year-old daughter. I know all about imaginary things, and I know all about placating somebody's imagination. But you're a grown fucking man, and it's time for you to live in reality. It's fine for my 5-year-old daughter. By the way, my 5-year-old daughter, who I have never.
You know what? Your 5-year-old daughter is actually more wise than you.
Yes,
because the child knows that there's more to life than what they see.
Let me tell you about her. My 5-year-old daughter, who doesn't know what her parents believe, she goes to a Christian school, and she learns about Jesus all the time. And I asked her, I said, what do you think about Jesus? And she's like, he's not real.
I wonder how she would get that. Maybe it's because of the programming or the DNA that's in your system.
We've never talked to her about that. And
There's
my DNA is
you would be
my
surprised.
DNA is
You'd be
religious.
surprised.
My DNA is
Children
religious.
can pick up on
Excuse me.
skepticism.
My DNA is religious. All of my ancestors are religious, and my child's
Right.
only exposure to Jesus has
so
come
you're the
through
break in the chain
her
then.
grandparents.
So that means
her grandparents.
That means
her
you'd be the break in the
grandparents,
chain.
Her grandparents. And her family and church, and we let her decide whatever she wants to believe, and we go out of our way not to shape her beliefs. And she's like, "Now that's bullshit. What are you talking about?" She believes in she believes in Santa and not Jesus. Why? Because at least Santa brings gifts. At least Santa brings gifts. Jesus doesn't give her anything.
If a Muslim father goes to his daughter and says, "Who is Allah?" She's going to say, nobody.
That's silly too.
You get her hand chopped off.
That's silly too.
It's only the conditioning from the environment they're in.
Yeah, that's why I also don't like Islam, is because they punish people for not
That's
believing
not a true gospel either. Obviously, that's not a true gospel. And by the way, the relationship you have with your dad, a lot of times people
Shut the fuck up about my relationship with my dad from your religious experience. Fuck your religion. Fuck all religion. Religion, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Your fucking religion destroys families. It destroyed my family because you want people
Look
to
how angry
believe.
you're getting.
Yes, because it destroyed my family because of a made up belief. You don't believe in my
defiled
dad's
religion
You don't
and
believe
the
in my
people-
dad's religion either. It's bullshit. Fuck your religion forever. If your religion breaks up family, fuck your God.
So how
fuck
good
your
are you doing
religion.
if you're
fuck
so
your
angry
book.
right now?
Fuck your ideology.
Right,
fuck
so
all
are
of
you
that.
the-
and
are
it should
you the,
all fucking go away. All of your religion is bull. Fucking
would you
shit.
say your
And it is
anger-
my mission
Right.
in life. It is my mission in life
Right.
to expose
But is your attitude the alternative?
like you who fuck up society, who fuck up families, and who fuck up the world and lead us to war. It is my mission in
Well, I can
life
see you
to
venting now
expose
because that's the
how
pain that you've
fucking
experienced.
ridiculous your dipshit ideas are. And you've had your
It's
pants
a
pulled down,
trauma dump
and
that
you've
you're
had
doing
your
right now,
pants
and you
pulled
can't
down.
see it.
You've had your pants
You're
pulled
trauma
down
dumping
for
right
an
now.
hour now. You haven't answered a single question. You're being
You're
mocked
trauma
here.
dumping right now.
Fuck your religion. Fuck you. And I'm going to say this too. Fuck you if you push this on your kids. Fuck you. It's made up.
That doesn't mean
it's
anything.
Made
You're just
up. And
like-
you were telling your kids that they have to follow this dipshit religion because the world's going to
But look
end
at your
in 10
behavior.
years. And when the world doesn't
Are you
end
offering-
in 10
are you
years,
saying you're the
and then the
alternative?
world doesn't end in 10 years, you're going to move the goalpost because you're also, on top of being a dipshit, you're a fucking coward just like the rest of them. And when none of your predictions come true, you'll be like, oh, well, it's all in God's way, and you'll move the fucking goalpost.
I don't appreciate
and you'll
you calling
preach
me
your
a coward 'cause
same
you don't know me.
dumb shit over and
I don't
over
mind
and
coming
over.
back on
So
tomorrow
you
with
come
you.
back. What year
I don't
did you
know
say
if
the
you're
world
defined
was
as a
ending?
coward.
What year did you say the world was ending?
I don't know. When
What year?
you say someone's
What
a coward,
year? What year? What year is the world
look at
ending?
your attitude.
What
I don't know
year?
how your followers
What
enjoy
year?
this.
What
This is not a
year?
good conversation.
What year
You're
is the
cursing,
world
you're
ending?
angry.
Fuck off. What year is the world ending?
You really want to have a
What
conversation
year is the
speaking like
world
that?
ending?
2033
Okay,
from what
come
we
back in
understand in the Bible.
2034 and we'll see if you're
That's
not a
next
coward.
week.
Come back in 2034
What
and we'll
is this
see
coward stuff?
and we'll see if you're a coward or not.
There's no
Because
cowardice
what you're
to it.
going to say is the same dipshit thing that they all say. Well, it's on God's
So now you're
timetable. I was
prophesying.
wrong, but I
So-
still believe in God.
okay.
Even
All
though
right.
even though I got the year wrong, I still believe.
Well, I promise you, if I'm still around, based on your anger, right? Obviously, you're very upset. and all the pain that you suffered, I will be
very
back.
upset.
And
You're-
you can
and the pain
attack
that you guys
and you
have
can curse.
inflicted on the world. Fuck your religion.
Well, you're speaking in too much general terms where people manipulate religion for their own purposes.
Like you.
And I think
like
you don't have
and
the nuance.
Fuck your
I don't think you don't have the nuance to understand that.
Brother, you don't have
And
nuance.
all you can do is kind of curse. All you can do is like
That's
kind
not
of
true
curse and
because for
get
the
angry.
last hour and a half, I've walked circles around your fucking dumbass beliefs.
You
not
might
only,
call that circus.
Not only
You
can I
can
out
call that
debate you,
circles,
but
but
I
you-
also will curse at you. Fuck your religion. Fuck it.
Well, I can tell you this. I don't think you won based on your behavior.
I'm winning. I'm winning because the world is moving in my direction, not yours. And you guys are such cowardly little, and you guys are such cowardly little bitches.
The discrimination you're complaining about.
Now when people are moving away from your religion, you are desperate. So now you're going, oh, you better stay or the world's going to end. You better come to Jesus. You only have till 2033. And then in 2034, every one of you grift. And then in 2034, every one of you grifters are going to be here in 2034, and you're going to say the same dumb shit.
Right. Just understand this. This is not a grift. There's no call to action. The door to heaven has been shut on May 21, 2011.
There is no door to heaven, dipshit.
There's no call to action.
There is no door to heaven.
There's no more salvation.
There is no door to heaven.
All those that were saved were all cut off at 2011.
I saw it.
Hold on.
I saw it.
I ended it.
Oh,
I ended TikTok. I did it. So we were cruising for a ban. So I just ended it. Just so you know.
We'll see you in 2034.
I'm just surprised with all the anger, dude.
I don't care. Dude, fuck you, dude. Do you know how much pain your dipshit religion has caused people all over the world? You guys destroy families.
You're blaming the wrong
guys
guy.
cause war. Your Christianity is bullshit. Religion is bullshit, and I'm tired of fighting about it. And I'm tired of pretending that you having these make-believe ideas warrant like these types of conversations. We have to treat it like it's real.
What do you have to offer? You're just a victim at this point.
I'm not a victim. I got through.
You're in this world with poor leadership.
I got out.
This country's falling apart.
A victim.
The world's falling apart.
Are the victim? The world's not falling apart.
And you can't see it.
Your fault. No.
And all you can do is like mock someone who's basically telling you get out of this world. Yeah. And you're like, well, there's nothing else to life.
Get out of this world and what?
I'm just going to
get out of this world and what?
I'm just going to try to fix what I see with my eyes.
Get out of this world and what? How
are you going
to fix it?
You're not spiritual.
How are you going to fix it?
You're not spiritual, clearly.
I heard that.
But I thank you so much, sir.
Shut the fuck up.
I really enjoyed the conversation.
Shut the fuck up.
I'll always come back if you ever want.
You're not welcome again. You're not welcome again.
Yeah, well, obviously, your attitude.
I'm going to mute you until you answer. Are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to keep talking?
Well, you said I'm not invited back. I think I shared everything I possibly could, but
all right, have a good day. Sorry, I got heated. I don't like when people talk about my my religion. All right, Jen, any last words? We got to read a bunch of comments, I think.
Yeah, there's tons of comments, but if anyone came over from TikTok, I just made the decision to end it just so we didn't risk a ban. So he didn't get banned. So there's that.
All right. Lenora said RTP makes him run. Steven says you can't show me your spirit. Rebecca said he's unqualified is the only accurate thing this garbage man said. Zane said Guy says he's a mental health professional, but then proceeds to advocate for a magical sky daddy. Proxy Moxie said thank you. Swish said I knew it. Is he a Jehovah's Witness? Is that what he is? Did he say that?
He brought up Jehovah. He said it a couple times. I heard.
Okay. Bad Religion said for Jen and atheists around the world. Trudy said for Jen. Amy said I know lots of homosexuals that had biological children. Does he not know about donors? That's probably against the book too. Tim said it's ironic that this guy's in mental health. Britt said I'll have 100 abortions if he'll shut up forever. Mary says WTF Dollar Train people, let's go. Troy, thanks for the gift of memberships, Troy. William said how do people like this not drown when it rains? Claudia says Jay's the goat in debating. Robert Rogers said it's the end of the world as we know it under his eye. Steven said guess upset that he has to pay child support. Valerie said I can't stand these death cults. If they put effort into making it better instead of doom, we would be better. Robert Rogers said it's the end of the world. Oh, I got that one, Bob. So Jen doesn't beat you from Frankie. FOD said guest is wishy-washy AF. Rapture me, daddy. Amy said cuckoo, cuckoo. Marlene says bursts that happen fast can cause far more damage than ones that take longer. Oh, I did not know that. Thank you. Chrissy said thanks, Jay, for always standing up for women's rights to incels like Gary. Stacy said comparing child support to a woman birthing his baby is just fucking gross. This dude is raising my blood pressure. Mine too. Amy said Jay's going to make me scream. Oh, God. Oh, God. Jen, what is that? Where do you even get some of these memes? Pink said no religion. Can't use the scary F word on Venmo. Lenora said the majority should have more rights than the minority bullshit. Jamar said debate day, baby. Joyful said the Declaration of Independence is a Dear John letter. Trudy says, love you, Jay, Jen, and the mods. Amy said I aborted 3 babies. They're 27, 28, and 31. I think that's where I had left off before. Brianna says, give us an ED ad. You got it. Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. It's true. You don't have to do that. Raina said for please never stop calling them dumb bitches. Don't tell Jen. I'm gonna get a lecture from Jen later.
Hold on, I have beef with you on that one. I didn't yell at you. Not you lying about me yelling. I'm yelling now, and I didn't yell.
It felt like
I didn't yell at you about calling people bitches.
It felt like yelling to me.
You're just making shit up.
Amber said, never thought Jay talking religion could turn me on. That's tough. That's a tough kink to have. Monada says, under God was added in the 50s. Did he add that in there? I didn't hear him say that. Raina said, I read that one from Raina. Marty said, what's Jay's favorite word, bitch? You got to say it like, I read that one. Oh, yeah. I think I got all the way through. Oh, there, it's up. That's why. Caitlin, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Susan as well. Wasn't me, said somehow managing to not throat punch him. I'm not a violent person. I use my words. Marty says, blow the whistle. Too short to explain. Denise said, here's to the world ending, which is 2033. Watch it. Yeetus says, W heretics. Jamie said, good show. Safe travels. Mandy said, love you, Jay. Jen, you suck. Take that, Jen. Annette said, for putting up with the crazy religious man. And Leanne said, I need to lay hands on you after that. Give me that holy water. Bring the holy water. All right, I think I got them all.
I got a couple of them as well while you're reading those. Jacob said he sent a super chat with no message. Oops, can't wait for the replay. This live went longer than normal. I missed it. Rebecca said he's unqualified is the only accurate thing this man said. I'm trying to see if there was another one.
That's true. If Jesus was real, I would have been struck down during that conversation. I want you Christians in here to realize that if his version of Jesus was real, I'd be cooked right now.
So Ange said, did you read the most recent super chats? A couple came through.
I see Johnny said balls. Can I say that? Commie Dyke said, have you ever read The Case for Christ? If so, what are your thoughts? I haven't. Maybe I'll read it. I have a long plane ride. Leafy Green said, I'll show you my spirit if you show me yours. Valerie said, oh my gosh, I guess I'm not going to heaven. Angie said I could listen to Jay Cook all day. I think I got all those.
Yeah, that was it. I was having some, I had separate conversations I had a couple conversations before people came on. He said he'd happily die for me if I was his wife. He doesn't know that I'm already 1-0 in that record. So I mean, if you want to, I already win at that game. So if he wants to play, I mean,
it's fucking dark.
Funeral.
That was dark. That was dark, Jen.
I mean, just saying.
I want to say this too. I understand that there are Christians out there, and I think I want to say that there are people of the show that are Christian, and I know that I say things in debates that you don't like. I just want to be clear. I don't care if you believe what I believe, and I don't think that if you believe in Jesus that like it's necessarily crazy. I just don't think that your belief gets to dictate laws. And if you're somebody who watches the show regularly and you're a Christian, I think that you're probably already that type of Christian. So I do apologize sometimes because I know, like, coming from a religious background, how when people like mock your faith, you take it personally. I would just say this, that like part of like getting away from religion was realizing that I shouldn't take those things necessarily personally. And so if you are somebody who is a Christian and has those beliefs, but you don't use your beliefs to demand that other people live your beliefs, like I have no problem with that, and I apologize if I crossed the line, which I probably did a bunch of times today. So I do want to apologize to our friends here who are Christian who don't act like that guy. And I hope you know, like, that's not my belief with you about you as well. So I don't want to say that all Christians are bad or that it's a net problem. It's that type of Christianity, the like do it our way or else, that I have a real problem with. And I don't think that the Christians who don't do it that way, I don't think they are a net negative on the world. In fact, I think they are net positive. I think if you take the teachings of Jesus in the New Testament and you try and be like that version of Jesus, you're likely going to be a significantly better person than I am. So just wanted to add that. Jen, would you like to bear your testimony?
I hope that guy gets his bum played with. He probably could use it.
Gary, if you're still here, just a little pressure on the back door there. Change your life. All right.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, everybody, we'll see you Monday. Jen, you want to say goodbye to the folks?
Bye.
Tell them you love them or anything?
Nope.
Okay. All right, guys, we'll see you on Monday and most weekday mornings, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time here on YouTube and Twitch. And goddamn, I can't believe we made it through TikTok the whole day. Shout out to Jen for avoiding us getting canceled off TikTok. Thank you guys, though, so much for the support. Reminder, the replays are available on YouTube. You can catch them there. Make sure you're subscribed so when we go live, you don't miss any shows. We're also on Twitch Live, TikTok Live, and Twitter Live, and Facebook Live. You can catch us anywhere there. Thank you guys once again for all the support and for the friendship. Take care of yourselves. Drink lots of water. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.